Mm-hmm. It's Chalky! Colento! Yeah, this sounds probably terrible. It's a meme way to start it off, I guess.
This is great.
New challenger approaching. This one actually says Ness.
Ness!
Won the open qualifier.
Osaka.
Which means cheesecake.
Cheesecake.
Preach to the feast.
And Strife Crow!
Nailed that dance.
The world needs to know what
Super JJ.
The hero the tournament needed.
Power is very dangerous.
Wait, wrong superhero.
It's Pikachu!
Pikachu!
Would it be great if we actually just had Pikachu in the tournament?
Yeah. We could do that.
It's...
Somebody doesn't care about promotion?
It's a time! We can get Pikachu versus Jaws going on. That'd be just sick.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
Yep, that was all the intros. So,
Nailed
hey
it.
guys, welcome to BatStone. I am your host, Firebat. I'm here joined with my co-caster, Zalay.
Greetings.
I forgot it was flipped. So
this way. Yeah.
All right. So anyway, we have a really great show today for you guys. Lots of players. Let's throw up the brackets here. Just kind of look through all the players. You know, we just saw the player introduction. We have first up Tides of Time versus Ness, followed by Super JJ versus Tice, Colento versus Chalky, Strife Crow versus Osaka. A lot of A+ competition, a lot of familiar faces you may know. The first game though, you may not really recognize who these players. Tides of Time from more the 2014 era. He was WCA, he did well in WEC, he did pretty well in some Chinese events, was able to stack up like top 5 and highest earners of all of Hearthstone during the first 2 years of Hearthstone, and then kind of fell off the map a little bit, kind of went back to his roots with Dota, and then has been kind of out of the scene a little bit. But he's here now, and aren't you just really excited to see him play?
Heck yeah. I mean, he's also famous for sniffing a chair.
There we go, sniffing a chair, can't beat that. Next up we have Ness. He won the open qualifier, so arguably he had experience in this format. He has dealt with the most banned cards out of any player in this entire tournament. I would put him as the favorite to win just because of his prior experience playing the format. He's the only one that's won a tournament in this format. So
wow, 100% win rate in this format.
100% win rate. He has won all of the tournaments in this format, every single one of them.
He also brought Shaman, so I also like him to win.
Yeah. All right. So next up, let's take a look at these banned cards and try to introduce people. Why cards been banned, what's going on here. So first off, what we did was we pulled the community. We made a giant Google forum where you could submit any card you wanted to be banned. So you just voted on the cards you wanted. And it came out to, we got about 30,000, no, how many thousands? A lot of thousands. I think it was like
big number,
thousands of votes. And Yogsron came out as #1 banned, just a huge percentage of people voting for Yogsron, followed by Tuskar Totemic at #2, Fiery Warx at #3, which a lot of people were surprised by, but the community, they've said, Fiery Warx is really impressive to them. It's too strong. And then Barnes at #4, and then Call the Wild at #5. So that shook things up a little bit, and the open qualifier was run under the stipulation of those cards being banned. And then as we moved forward and then invited players, then we had all of the players also ban another card so that it would get even more wacky, and we'd be able to test the format even more and see how players' bans decisions affected the format. So we have Tice banning Doomhammer, Strife Crow banning Darkshire Councilman, Chalky banning Ice Block, Super JJ banning Innervate, Colento banning Fandral, Osaka banning Ragnaros the Firelord, Tides of Time banning Doomguard, and Ness banning Preparation. And these bans are for all of the players, so none of the players can use any of these 13 cards in their decks.
Right. So actually, Ness hasn't played exactly this format, right? He played with the 5 community bands, but not the 8-player bands.
Yeah.
So it is a pretty level playing field. You can see with these bans, there's kind of a couple different mindsets. Like one idea is to ban cards that are just high variance, that are very random, like Yogg-Saron, Tuskar Totemic, and Barnes. But some people are just banning cards that are just kind of too powerful, like Fiery War Axe and Call of the Wild. They're trying to not take the RNG out of Hearthstone, but just balance things differently, just shake up the meta, right?
Yeah, there's a bunch of different approaches you can go for it. It's going to be interesting to see what people do. We have a really big spread of classes for this tournament, which I'm really excited. We got some priest action in there. And even with Innervate banned, there is still some druid presence in the tournament. So I don't know what's up with that. Maybe
they still got Wild Growth, man.
Yeah, I guess. It seems like druid has gotten the most taken away from it. So for the fact that some people are still playing druid is pretty crazy. And then we have a little bit of rogue sprinkled in there. About half the players are still playing warrior with Fiery War Axe gone, which is absolutely nuts. But anyway, for the first match, Tides of Time versus Ness. Tides of Time will be playing rogue, warrior, hunter, and priest. And Ness will be playing shaman, warrior, paladin, and mage. And we do have the bans in. The bans, Ness's shaman has been banned, and Tides of Time's warrior has been banned. So rogue, hunter, priest for Tides of Time up against warrior, paladin, mage for Ness.
Zero overlap after the ban. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they've ended up with the same sort of classes at the end of it. So anyway, let's just get into the game, see what's going on there. And I'm excited to see what comes up. What interesting thing.
Yeah.
I'm really interested about this rogue. It's definitely no preparation in the rogue. Maybe some sort of face rogue going on. Something
that seems like the way to do it, right? Like there's just definitely no gadget.
You think it'd be running like Deadly Fork? Is that card going to make an appearance?
I could see it as a one-of. I think that card was definitely underrated by the community before they got a chance to play with it. I don't think it's a good card because of just how it doesn't fit that well in rogue. But I think it's sort of a good card if you could play it in other classes. I would like it.
All right. And here we go. You can see that we got the classes displayed there. Ness is on the bottom, Tides of Time on the looking stunning as ever. We have the Hunter on the top for Tides of Time up against the Mage from Ness. Mage is a class that I expect to be quite powerful in this format.
Have to agree. It didn't lose much. It lost Ice Block, which doesn't really affect this. Wow, Tides really nailed that mulligan. He went from a bunch of garbage to a bunch of early game stuff. But Ness has a good hand too, so
yeah, this
might be an even early game.
And Ness is definitely going to be pitching back this Archmage Antonidas. So the question is, do you even keep Book here? A lot of arguments been going around. Is Book a turn 1 play that's actually worth playing? Or do you want to just save it more for just the spell generation later on?
I think it's a turn 1. I think a 1/1 is at its strongest on turn 1. I think I would keep it. Okay. Especially considering that I probably want to keep Cult Sorcerer and Arcane Blast, so I'm not mulliganing that many cards to find the Mana Orb. I'd much rather have Babbling Book on 1 than nothing. And I probably don't want to coin 2 on 1, although I don't play a lot of Tempo Mage. So, yeah, I agree with this mulligan from both players.
So Hunter has lost Call of the Wilds. That's something that's really big here. Tides of Time, while Call of the Wild has been removed from the format, other than that, what has Hunter really lost? That's it, right?
I believe that's it, unless you count Yogg or something.
So Call of the Wild lists Hunter.
Kona Cold, how good is that against Hunter?
Well, you got to assume it's a face hunter, right? Is some sort of aggressive.
Because there's no Call of the Wild, sure.
Yeah, no Call of the Wild. You got to be faster than Call of the Wild. So
I imagine Argent Squire.
Yeah, I imagine Kona Cold is going to be really, really good. Like, just able to stop some of these low health, aggressive minions that Tides of Time surely is going to be packing into his deck.
Yes. Face hunter should have a bunch of 1 health stuff. Argent Horse Rider comes to mind.
I like just pinging here from Ness. I think
we're pinging the Argent Squire, right?
Oh yeah, I like just slow playing it, just taking your time, being gentle with it. You got plenty of time to get these Cult Sorcerers out for value with each of the Arcane Blasts. Like next turn, you go Cult Sorcerer, Arcane Blast, Animal Companion. Yeah, should be I think the train of logic there, and then the following turn you can go Cult Sorcerer, Arcane Blast, something else. So yeah, I think going slow is the better approach.
And Ness agrees. Tempo Mage kind of often does play that sort of setup waiting game combo-y thing. Despite the name Tempo, it a lot of times does kind of just hold back, play it slow in the early game, try and get its cards still. And this is a big part of why, right?
Yeah.
Arcane Blast is a lot more powerful when it's doing 4 than 2 or 6, something like crazy like that.
Even still, I think we're still setting up and waiting. I think we're going to ping one of the grandmothers and just kind of keep being patient, get towards those bigger Flamewaker turns, those bigger.
So if we
turns.
do Flamewaker coin, it probably pops one, maybe both Grandmas, and we can Arcane Blast one of the 3/2s. And then we're probably going to be staring down a 3/2 at the end of that chain of events, I would guess. There's some chance to full clear.
Is it worth it? What if you leave up a 3/2 and then he Houndmasters it? And you gotta imagine the deck running 2 Grandmothers runs Houndmaster. Like you have to assume that. So your fear here is that gamble worth it in the face of a potential Houndmaster? And that's a really scary decision to make. Is when do you pull the trigger here? Nessa's got to figure it out.
Is there any chance you ping face to take less damage from a 3? Or do you think it's definitely worth taking the damage to get closer towards... Oh, going for a 3/2.
He decides he only wants one of the Cult Sorcerers, yeah. So... he gets a little bit punished for this play. He could have went with a more like steady clear up, but he decided, 2 Cult Masters isn't something he needs, and he doesn't expect these hyenas to be here. That's not a card you normally see in Hunter, and it's a twist. Tides of Time has brought, the banned cards have allowed, the early game to be a little bit weaker, and that's created this sort of window for the hyena to take over a little bit. And holy crap, is it taking over this board?
2 mana 6/4 with upside's a pretty good card. I would play that in literally every deck.
Yeah. But honestly, Ness isn't in too bad of a spot. Actually,
pretty bad.
Yeah,
because when you kill the first hyena, the second one grows, so we can't just Cult Sorcerer or Blast. That doesn't do the big boys.
He might.
Well, he's got to try, right? I think
he's got to use the missiles. Yeah.
Yeah.
He could have went for Cone of Cold to try and set it up.
Right. That's true.
All right. He believes in the heart of the missiles, though. He's got 4 missiles.
He's got this. Yeah, this easy.
Unless it kills one of the ones first.
You got to sequence. Ooh, not quite. I was gonna say you got to sequence the order correctly on which one you kill first, but all right. Well, Cone of Cold, like you said, working out pretty well against Hunter. Not exactly for the, but
yeah, not too bad.
It's too bad.
Couldn't combine the spell power with it, unfortunately. But Babbling Book doing quite a bit of good work there. The Tundra Rhino is still alive though, so beast draw from Tides of Time here, like a High Mane or something, would have been nuts.
Yeah.
Instead, now he's got this Unleash the Hound, clogging his hand a little bit.
This is gonna fist bump. Quick shot.
Yeah.
He sees no High Mane, he's like, yos.
Gotta feel good about that for sure. No development of anything, honestly. So, that is just ugly for Tides of Time. Not the turn he wanted for sure. And
tempo abusive. Man, the tempo abusive is a whole bunch of feels bad man against tempo mage because there's not just the ping, but also arcane missiles and Flamewaker, or maybe another Cone of Cold. Then Frost that way this time.
Frost is not so bad. Tempo Mage gonna tempo out the
Flamewaker. That's interesting. I guess he figures he's gonna play that portal next turn. But you could read into Tides' hand based on how weak the last turn was. There's removal in Tides' hand, so the Flamewaker's not gonna make it.
Yeah, it is a bit interesting there.
Might have gone for Thalnos instead.
I think he got a little bit cocky with how far he's getting ahead on board and maybe played that one a little too quickly. There is still potential. Hunter decks oftentimes have how high a curve Tides of Time's deck is going. If he's able to, reestablish or continue just the flow of cards going, he could still be in this for sure, even though he is kind of top decking against Ness's 4 cards.
The spot's oh wow. Fen Creeper's pretty good.
Yeah. Taunts are good against Face Hunter. That is for sure. Oh, the perfect animal companion roll.
Holy cow.
Huffer is just going to demolish that Fen Creeper, and the Sergeant's going to be able to get in there for a little bit more chip damage. And Ness is kind of drawing blank here. He keeps drawing these burn spells that aren't really that great, but they are going to allow him to keep removing Tides of Time's minions. This is the point in Hunter where when they draw Call of the Wild, they win.
But not in this format.
Not in this format, yeah.
BatStone, Hearthstone's different. They don't just skamazi you with that one anymore.
Yeah, they have to win honestly. They have to somehow fight for the board, the traditional way. They can't just Call the Wild and win at this stage of the game.
Or maybe they can just chip away and kill you with a couple burn draws.
Oh yeah, unless you're able to take care of him fast enough, so we'll have to see.
Oh, we got this Frost Nova Ice Lance combo to deal 5 to that abusive Sergeant.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not the play.
He's got to be thinking about whether he wants to trade in that Thalnos for it. They can do a little bit more damage. Tides of Time still at 28 health. He's going to need to get a faster clock than this. Otherwise, Tides of Time is just going to kill him. 6 damage in hand already. Draw. 3 turns, Tides of Time is going to have lethal.
So, do we want to draw a card this turn?
Oh, yeah, we want to draw a card this turn. Yeah, to get closer to a bow, any sort of, second kill command, second unleash the hounds, explosive trap if it's in there. Like
the argument for not drawing a card is just that you could draw a beast and get a command. It's like an extra steady shot. It's like a whole extra turn. But drawing a card is really good.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got 3 mana left to play it. Most of the cards in kind of Face Hunter EX cost about 3.
Oh,
it's a 4 mana card.
Punished for steady shotting first, sequencing Failfish.
Yeah. Even still, I think you should steady shot though. Like overplaying the Infested Wolf. Like
I don't know, man.
The guaranteed damage. You saw your mage opponent do nothing with their like removal for days and freezes and all sorts of garbage in their hand. So. And we see Ness playing around the bow here by Ice Lancing the face. I'm going to try and make sure that there's less outs for Tides of Time to kill him. Tides of Time is just going to try and set up lethal here. Ness has got 5-6 damage present with the hero power and double spell power on the board. So a Fireball wouldn't be enough to do it. With Cabala's Tome, unable to find Ice Block. It's as if it were banned.
Maybe he doesn't try to pop it. So I think Tides would have had lethal a turn sooner if he could go for that quick shot draw, right?
Correct. He would have had lethal a turn sooner. But the upside is you could potentially get things that cost enough mana that you can play, and then your opponent has to kill that. So they're being able to set up lethal while they're killing that goes down to like impossible, and then you're able to win them out. So yeah, Hunter without Cola Wild still able to just grind the opponent down, just able to control the board enough, get ahead enough on board in the beginning to just ride out those hero powers to victory.
Seeing Ness's deck list, it's not too shocking that that's the outcome. We saw Cabala's Tome, we saw cards that are going to get you punished by that. The inevitability of steady shot, it's coming for you. You're going to die if you don't put a clock on the Hunter.
Yeah, the mage deck just a little bit too slow for the, I guess we call it like a hybrid Hunter, I'd say. It's got the Hound Beast Face Hunter that's just trying to take advantage of the lack of Fiery Warx and stuff like that to, get Scavenging Hyenas out there and buff them up. Interesting sort of deck from Tides of Time. So Tides of Time still remaining in his pool of decks is Rogue and Priest.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, BatStone, Hearthstone differently.
Yeah, it's going really different. So well, it'll be interesting to see when we get into the game which of those he goes with. And Ness, of course, still has that mage he has to try and get a win with, and then also has Paladin and Warrior. And Ness in the open qualifiers played all of the slowest decks that you could possibly think of. They're just extremely control-heavy, super slow decks. And I believe we're going to have something similar here with his class selection as it be with Warrior Paladin. So
sweet. I like slow decks.
Slow decks suck, man. Smork all the way.
No, kill them all, Warrior. We're not here to win. We're here to make the other guy lose. Nice. Ness has got that Murloc Paladin.
The Murloc
Did that
Paladin,
deck lose anything? Nothing, right?
Nothing. He's probably playing card for card, just classic Murloc Paladin. It hasn't lost anything, so...
Well, you could still try to adjust to the new meta. There's no Innervate. Maybe that somehow changes things.
Less Aldor Peacekeeper sort of effects required, so you can maybe squeeze in some other cards. Maybe extra draw just works out, so you can OTK some of these priests that you're expecting a little bit easier.
He's probably going to do just fine against either way.
I mean, sometimes...
Aldor's good against priest, right? Because it's a way to sort of shut down the Blade Master without necessarily killing it, so they can't resurrect it. Okay.
Yeah, we see the... this is N'Zoth Paladin, Murloc Paladin, I think, because we got Sylvanas and Karen in there. So
well, you were saying full greed, right?
Yeah, he likes going full greed. This Mind Vision could get huge value here. It's got a 50-50.
You want to Mind Vision the anything can happen. That's how you win, right?
True, yeah. He should save that Mind Vision for anything.
Well, because the later in the game, the less mulligan cards are in hand, and the more okay.
More likely for anything to happen. But he goes for it now, is able to get Karen, which isn't a... Gives him a little bit of information about the deck. Now he's assuming it's N'Zoth Paladin. Little does he know it's Murloc N'Zoth Paladin.
Oh my god, he has Purify. He's probably got Barnes, right? Purify that Barnes minion.
You can't play Barnes. Barnes is banned from the format.
It's gone!
I don't know what has made Purify better in this format, but it's there. It'll be interesting to see what Tides of Time is doing with it and why that is in the deck.
Got something cooking.
Yeah, there's definitely a plan, but currently Purify synergizes with cards in his hand.
Now the double War Leader, this is where things get powerful. 3-mana 5/4s are actually...
Yeah, holy smokes!
Feels a bit like Shaman at that rate.
Yeah, it really does. He's just cooking him. And he's just got a big sword to play after this. But Tides of Time able to use the Priest of the Feast here. Shout out to Oskaka healing him. You could purify that. Draw a card.
The blaze.
R.I.P. Priest.
This is kind of an interesting turn.
I mean, you gotta kill it, right?
Maybe not. Yeah, it's not interesting.
It's not interesting. It's just Ness is just gonna control the board for the rest of the game, try and kill every single. Eventually, as long as he's not dead, his deck wins by playing Anything Can Happen, dealing, about 12 damage or whatever, then playing the second Anything Can Happen and dealing 30 to 32 damage in one turn, killing the priest opponent from full health. So even though he has this great aggressive start, I think he should, play patiently, fall back and play, the passive game plan of killing him with Anything, because it's an Anything deck, instead of just trying to rush him down with Anything Paladin. You're not an aggro Paladin. Just chill, control the board.
But you're not talking about like holding back Karen to play around Entomb or anything, right? You still just slam it.
Oh, you still slam the Karen for sure. If they have Entomb, they're going to Entomb the War Leaders.
Yeah.
So if that could be awkward for you, so I'd rather just play it.
So Ness is like a prohibitive matchup favorite here. How can Tide steal it? Maybe he draws the other Mind Vision, hits that Anything Can Happen, and plays it in responses to Ness and gets lethal that way. Maybe he has a Thought Steal for Anything Can Happen. Yeah. Exactly. Sometimes you can Entomb all the War Leaders, but we already saw one die, so that's probably not going to work out.
Yeah, you can't do that win condition of the Entombing both War Leaders anymore. So his only win condition at this point is rushing him down before he can play Anything Can Happen, which seems unlikely given the current board state. So now he has to rely on the other win condition, which is either Mind or Thought Steal, and Anything Can Happen, which they're both in the hand, so he has to find the second Mind Vision, and it has to hit exactly Anything Can Happen. Then Ness has to play one Anything Can Happen and have it sit on the table, and then Tides of Time can counter Anything Can Happen for massive, massive damage.
So you'll notice Firebat's plan for Tides to win this game involved a lot of words, meaning it's pretty complicated and therefore not that likely to happen.
Yeah, it's really complicated, relies on good play, and relies on getting lucky.
Yeah.
Just very, very unlikely to happen. And we see Ness is trying to set up...
slamming it.
Just slamming face. Like, he's gotten such a huge board lead already against the Priest. The Priest's just... It seems like almost every card in Tides of Time's hand has done basically nothing this whole game. So... And Ness has just been snowballing this board advantage with a slow control deck that shouldn't be snowballing board advantage, and able to just punch face and kill the Priest out that way.
Well, Ness got like the god aggressive draw, right? Like it was as good as it gets. Loot Hoarder into War Leader into True Silver into I don't remember what turn 5 was. Karen and Sylvanas, like just all of it. Yeah. On curve, ready to go.
Tides of Time can be just purifying his own Karen here if he really wanted to be able to make sure that it can't be stolen.
All right. I don't know about that play.
Yeah. I mean, there aren't very good options here.
I like flash healing my own face. We're looking for some kind of clear if we can figure it out, right? With this Alchemy, the circle. But man, it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Paladin's just bum rushing. Control Paladin is just bum rushing the Priest. That's how reactive and awkward Tides' hand has been.
Yeah. He's got this Alchemy that he keeps picking up, but something is gonna get stolen here. He's gonna pop the Karen and then trade and then circle into the Sylvanas. Okay. There's still gonna be a Karen left on the field, potentially 2. And that's going to give Ness guaranteed lethal.
Yep. I liked Ness's decision-making on the previous turn with regards to hitting with the True Silver and also with when he thought about hitting with the True Silver. He didn't play the Sylvanas and then think about hitting with the True Silver. He thought about hitting with the True Silver and he knew he was going to play the Sylvanas, right? That was guaranteed. But instead of doing the obvious play first and then thinking about the True Silver, he kind of disguised what he was thinking about. By not playing the Sylvanas first.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you're going to want to do when people are trying to pick up on any little clues about your hand that you pick up on is make sure you plan out your whole turn and then do it. Don't think about it in parts because it just gives away that you have more things that you have to think about and more things that you could do. So yeah, pretty well played there by Ness. Tides of Time didn't really get much action going on there. Maybe Priest, even with all these banned cards, isn't very great. It's we're going to have to see. He's going to be playing it again because it is Conquest. He has to get a win with it. So this Purify Priest needs to get a win somewhere. And
he had some powerful stuff going on. Like, if he had a little bit more time, he might have resurrected Karen off from the Mind Vision.
okay.
That's powerful, Rez. Like, 5 mana, 3/4 plus Karen. Whew, I like that.
Well, let's get into the game, and hopefully we get to see, you know, the priest again. Whenever, you know, maybe. I don't I don't think the priest is gonna get a win. I think priest is still gonna be bad in this format. And Tides of Time is switching his deck choice over to the rogue now instead of the priest, and Ness is coming back with the mage that we've already seen. It is a really slow tempo mage deck. We see Emperor Thorsan in there. It had the double Kabbalist tomes before as well. So really greedy. Going to be super effective against control decks, but not very effective against the bum rushy decks, as we saw, you know, demonstrated by how it went up against the Face Hunter.
Yep. But I think I've seen this kind of deck streamed quite a bit by Asmodai recently. He's been having pretty good results with it on ladder. Seen him spending a lot of time in top 10 Legend.
Yeah, I think he hit #1 with it as well, right?
Yeah, he did actually, and he just kept queuing like a god. All right, so Mana Worm on turn 1 seems good, or?
Oh yeah, definitely Mana Worm on turn 1. That is how this deck is able to get wins, is you get so far ahead from these early drops, Mana Worm and whatnot, that then you can do the slow greedy route and just win anyway. So you're able to beat aggro with this draw and beat control with any draw. So that is where
you can just beat any. Yeah. So Backstab Dagger, we should kill this, right?
Oh, you always want to kill Mana Worm. That guy gets real big, real fast. I prioritize it as #1 thing that you want to kill. So yeah, I like taking the time here to just slice and dice that guy up.
Yeah. That Argent Squire is a really awkward draw. It would have been so good on turn 1 for Tide, but now it's just like a low impact. I mean, I guess it's good for turn 3. Maybe it's good anyways.
Yeah, you're going to be able to use it to combo your Eviscerate or draw a second Backstab and then just play out a 2-drop and a 1-drop. That's a pretty deck there. Goes with the
Do you like Loot Hoarder over Huckster? I think I like the Huckster that turn. It makes ping less effective for the turn. Like, the Loot Hoarder kind of sticks out as a vulnerability to ping this turn.
Yeah, I think I would have went with the Huckster as well, but I guess he just wants more, you know, good cards.
Cards from his deck,
like, yeah, like a 4-drop or something. We don't really know what's in his deck. He's got no operations in his, so maybe he does have, you know, a curve of minions he's looking to try and hit, and really wants to find something from his deck to sort of fill that out.
Pillager.
Yeah, Tomb Pillager would probably be a good one. Do you play Tomb Pillager with Gadget gone? Do you have enough draw in Rogue to support that?
I'm gonna say yes, because I was playing with Amnesiac like just the other day, and he had 2 there, and he cut Gadget.
All right.
So, still playing Preps, obviously, because that card's just good.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see how Tides of Time, what direction he's going with the Preps gone here. And for this turn for Ness, he's got, you know...
I like pinging the Loot Hoarder. I don't think we have to do anything.
Yeah.
Stuff generally gets better if we wait. We don't really have a whole lot to do next turn, so why use resources this turn?
It's the same sort of thing with the Hunter game, is how it worked out. Right? Like the early turns of Temple Mages always end up being like pass it, and you have that one huge swing turn where you take back the board and do a whole bunch of crazy stuff.
I like Ness's chances a little better than the Hunter game. He does have 2 Firelens Portals, so that's like, you know, one extra big dude. Yeah. And the Firelens Portal was like minimal effectiveness last game. Like the Fen Creeper was good, but it was just hitting like a 2/1, so we weren't getting value off both halves.
Yeah. And the Fen Creeper got Huffer smashed.
Ice Bear should be really good in this matchup, right?
Yeah, if it is some sort of aggressive rogue, which it does seem to be some sort of aggressive rogue, there could be like a N'Zoth at the top end of this, though. Which then, you know, if they go for the
Argent Squire, I don't buy it.
I don't know. It might be. It doesn't seem terrible. Tides of Time makes some weird decks, man. Did you? Like 2014, his decks for like the BlizzCon qualifier, those were out there. So
he's looking at playing something like Missiles to reduce damage with a ping instead of playing this Ice Barrier. That's what's on his mind, right? He's like, I could Cult Sorcerer Missiles, I could Missiles ping, I could Ice Barrier. What do you think?
I definitely do not like Cult Sorcerer's Missiles. I think you can get much more value out of those cards at a later stage. So I probably would have went Barrier there over the ping personally, but I do understand where he's going with the ping. He's saying like, I don't have anything to do next turn. I'm probably gonna be Barrier pinging next turn. So let's, you know, just set up to be able to use the mana. He's playing even slower this game. So just taking the maximum slow route, trying to get efficiency out of his cards, trying to get efficiency out of his hero power, and take minimal damage.
I'm worried about playing it slow against a rogue with Argent Squire that we know doesn't have prep. I wonder if we need to like use our cards immediately, get value out of them before we die, kind of thing. Yeah. This Raptor and Azure Drake for Tides of Time are looking very effective. A couple turns ago, I didn't like Tides' chance too much, but with those draws, things are changing.
Yeah, Tides is definitely going to be able to keep the flow of cards going. He's going to be getting like mage burn spells potentially, or useless secrets depending on how the Huckster chooses to treat him. Ooh, that is kind of a double-edged sword to play against Tempo Mage.
So Ness here got rewarded for saving the Cult on the previous turn. Cult Sorcerer with Arcane Blast is just such strong synergy. It's incredible.
Yeah, really, really good good combination of cards. And now that the Cult Sorcerer's out there, he's throwing out the missiles, and it gets a full...
Nails it. Easy. Oh my god, Pyroblast. Who needs this off?
Pyroblast and Aggro Rogue? It's just absolutely nuts. Oh, that's deadly poison. I mean, at least Tides of Time can play his.
Yeah, it combos stuff, right? It's not that useless.
Yeah, and Ness can't even proc Flamewaker with Deadly Poison because he doesn't have a weapon up, but Firelands Portal is a hell of a curve.
Pretty big.
Yeah.
Your average 5 drops right around 5/5, so getting 5/6 is significantly better.
But Azure Drake giving Tides of Time the spell power to make quick work of that. Able to continue pushing some little chip damage. He's pretty close to being able to just finish the game out with a blast. Just needs to find 10 more damage somehow. Ooh, corrupted Yobot. Ness's Firelands Portal has been rolling pretty good.
Well, I mean, I think the drawback of healing the rogue is potentially very significant, right?
Yeah, I mean,
although maybe not the way this game's playing out. Maybe not the way Ness's deck is, but.
Yeah, if he was like more the burn-oriented Tempo Mage, but he's got double Kabbalist Tome, Emperor, Antonitis, so if he's able to stabilize and Tides of Time doesn't have N'Zoth in his deck, for example, then Ness is just going to win the game. So I think at this point, especially with the way the Firelands Portal has rolled, he should be taking it, the super, super slow approach.
Now check this out. What if, how Ness likes to build his deck super greedy? What if he's got a Medivh in there? Then maybe he could get some Deadly Poison value.
Is that even worth it, though, at the end of the day?
No.
Right? I didn't think so. It's like, you get a 1-drop. You want to be saving that for bigger spells.
It's a good meme, though.
That Journey from Below picked up some sick value for Tides here.
Look at all this value in Ness's hand. Like, he just doesn't have time to play these cards before he dies.
Yeah, he's got to figure out some way to clear up the board at least a little bit.
That turn where he pinged the Thalnos, maybe he could have played Barrier instead, and he'd be pretty happy to have that extra 3 mana spent at this point, now that we have to see Arcane Intellect and Kabbalist Tome in hand. Like, having a ping in, it's not worth having cast that Ice Barrier. We have to deal with Tides' board because our life total goes down and not up, but it's tough to deal with because of those death rattles. Maybe he goes for a Smork play and he just picked up some more burn. He's got 12 in hand, 6 on board.
But he's got to heal him for 8, though.
That's only if it dies.
That's only... The Smork plan seems kind of questionable.
Okay, so he's fireballing that 5/5, or... I did not expect this. Alright, so Ness is committing to a defensive game. Good both considering the slow nature of his deck and the aggressive nature of Tides' hand with that Pyroblast. So it's good decision making by Ness to try and slow it down and survive.
Yeah, I mean, it seems the way that his deck is built is just to be super slow. So I think it's the right call there to go with your deck's game plan. And even the Firelands Portal is telling him, Ness, man, slow down, control the board.
Yeah. We call it Tempo Mage, but it's kind of a control mage.
It definitely is somewhat of a control mage.
That can kill you with Mana Worms sometimes. It's a control mage that steals some wins here and there.
Yeah, control mage 90% of the times, but sometimes it's having a bad day. Just wants to punch you in the face.
Man, this is kind of an intimidating board from Rogue. Flamestrike Ping would clean up most of it, but there is no Flamestrike.
Ooh, Arcane
now that card, it's a terrible Maelstrom Portal, but it's still really good with spell damage.
Yeah, it's
just really good here.
It's not too bad. If you only was able to pick off the Loot Hoarder and then with the ping can pick off the SI7 agent, so there's still 6 power facing you down. Ooh, that Frostbolt. Maybe take out the 4-5 now instead of the SI7 agent.
I think the 4-5 is death rattling a 5-5.
Oh, yeah, probably not then. That'll just add more.
That might not be ideal.
No. So, Tides of Time looking at 7 damage plus the Pyroblast, giving him 17, so just not quite enough to finish it off, but he's getting pretty close. Is he able to set up lethal this turn? He's got 6, 7, 8, 9 damage he can push, so he's 1 off being able to set up lethal for the next turn with the dagger, but I still think you just go for it, right? Just SI7 the face and get in there. Saps Azure Drake for sure.
Doesn't have time for it.
Yeah, and
Ness is wincing at that play. He's like, this is not good for my hand.
Yeah, no. He's got all the value in the world, but not enough time to really translate it into tempo and get it on the board. He's just going to be beaten down by these Raptors and these Death Rattles from the Death Rattle Rogue here from Tides of Time that is got a Pyroblast.
Yeah, he needs to find some Frost Novas off of Babbling Book or Kabbalist Tome, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think you open with Babbling Book so you can have Blizzard available to you, and then you play Kabbalist Tome for the other freeze effects.
Are we going to do something like Flame Waker, Fireball to Azure Drake?
No, there's no way you get the clear there, even with the freeze going in, and Arcane Intellect is not good enough.
Yeah, it's the opposite of what you need. You've got plenty of value. You need time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, every random card just keeps giving him more value. He's going with Azure Drake instead of Kabbalist Tome here. Just feels he needs the 4/4 presence on the field. Missiles. Is that going to be enough to stop him from that? Well, he doesn't know about the Pyroblast is the thing.
Yeah, he's dead, but
yeah,
he doesn't know it.
He's just
here and try.
That's why he's not going for the most defensive play possible, because he's assuming that the random card generated is just some dead card that Tides of Time couldn't play. When
or
really it's
something
been the Pyroblast.
Pyro, yeah.
Yeah.
The Pyro is a nice high roll.
Those were the options for it to be, right? It could either be a Pyroblast or it could be some useless card that Tides of Time had, like, it isn't ever going to be able to play. And Ness must have thought, if it's Pyroblast and I take the ultra defensive play, there's pretty much no chance I win. If it's not Pyroblast, then I play this way, then I have a chance I can actually win the game. So that's why he went with the line of the Azure Drake instead of going for the Hail Mary Kabbalist Tome to try and find, Frost Nova or Ice Block there, because he was just saying, if it's Pyroblast, you got me. So I'm going to try and win in the instances where it's not Pyroblast. So I think it is good play from both players there. Tides of Time able to get his Rogue win on the board. So now he just has to figure out a way to get the victory with that Priest deck.
And here it gets challenging.
Yeah.
So what does he get to play against with the Priest? He gets 2 more games, right?
Mm-hmm. He's got Ness still has to win with this Mage, which a lot of people were saying Tempo Mage going to be the best deck in the format. Struggling a little bit. It's gotten all of Ness's losses so far, and then Ness still has to win with the Warrior, which we have not seen yet. So it could be Dragon Warrior, Control Warrior without War Axes. It could be anything really. So
yeah, I don't know what Warrior you play when you don't have War Axe. I think Dragon Warrior might suffer more from the loss of War Axe than a Control Warrior, right? Because if you have Brawl, the War Axe doesn't matter as much, whereas Dragon Warrior is just trying to get ahead on board early and just snowball that lead. So the Fire War Axe is like more critical to that game plan than a Control deck, right?
Who knows? Hopefully we get to find out. Let's get in there and see. Nope, it's going to be the Mage again from Ness. He's kind of trying to conceal information, I believe, for future opponents. So let's say Tides of Time wins this game, then Ness's Warrior will have never been revealed. So no one will know if it's Dragon Warrior, Control Warrior, Hybrid Warrior, if he's cheating and putting Fiery War Axe in there. Like, no one will know what's going on.
Is this tournament single limb?
This tournament is single limb, so yeah, that does not apply.
Okay. Good talk. Good talk.
Good catch there.
Yeah, Coin Blade Master, Circle of Healing, pretty good for Tides.
Oh, yeah, and then you got the Onyx Bishop to follow it up, too. You've seen how slow this Tempo Mage has been. You got to be kind of worried about the potential Mana Worm start blowout, so maybe you just hold on to Excavated Evil so you can coin Excavated Evil. But honestly, Coin Injured Blade Master Circle is pretty good against.
The Blade Master will figure it out, right?
Yeah, it's a 4/7. It'll get the job done.
Yeah, so we're keeping the 3 on the right as Tides of Time and as Ness. We'd probably keep nothing.
Yeah, probably keep nothing. All of that seems pretty weak. You're just looking for 3/2s, I think. But he keeps Arcane Intellect.
That's fair. He's playing against Priest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why not draw some cards?
Yeah, he's expecting them not to have Coin Injured Blade Master Circle. So
well, at least hoping, right? Like,
yeah.
Sometimes they get you.
sometimes they get you.
Now, does he coin the Blade Master? Because if he saves the coin, then he can coin out the Onyx Bishop much sooner.
Okay, and then save the circle of healing potentially. I don't know. Against Tempo Mage, you might just want to get out there. It's kind of an aggressive deck.
Right, they might hurt you. Yeah, this 3/2 is looking pretty scary if you don't coin Master.
Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe you just get it out there and just start dealing with it immediately.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. So this is kind of all right. Well, Tides is feeling patient. I can respect it.
Now he gets to save the circle for potentially, board clears or healing other things or drawing cards with Northshire Cleric. So there are advantages to it. So this way now he can just drop it out there and not circle, and then be able to coin the bishop out the following turn and bring back the. Or we can circle anyway. Now
he circles figuring it's still gonna die because there's a Cult Sorcerer, right? Like Temple Mage is really good at dealing 7. Just Fireball does it. Arcane Blast Trade does it. I like that decision from Tides.
So it just impedes the mage from playing a 4-drop that turn, I guess.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. Now he's able to get another one out. It's not too bad. I mean, it's really good.
His decision to save the coin is really paying off.
Yeah, definitely. Able to just bomb train as priest in the early game.
So if we Cult Sorcerer, Arcane Explosion, and Arcane Missiles, it's an AoE for 3 and then, 5 missiles? So we're probably clearing the Bishop, and we're almost certainly not clearing the Blade Master. Technically, you could full clear if you're just a god and never hit face. The odds of that happening are
really
roughly
low.
2/3 to the 5th power. Roughly, it's not quite that.
I think
it's not likely.
It might be like a book turn, and then try and set up for an Emperor the following turn, and then do a big explosion out of the board. I don't know how patient you want to, like, how explosive do you have to be against Priest, right? Like, how much is he really going to snowball this board? Is he going to snowball things that you can AoE? What minions are you expecting to come up against? So I think that it's so hard to play Tempo Mage in a metagame where you don't know what your opponent's minions are, right? Like,
it's hard to play even if you do know what their minions are. Like, it's just this is interesting. He trades first. He loses the spell damage, but he gets the guarantee that he's not overkilling the Blade Master with an extra missile.
Yeah, he's able to clean up the board quite efficiently there. I guess he's just assuming that, Priest probably doesn't play a lot of minions. They probably play a lot of spells, and is going to have one of those heal pass Priest turns. But unfortunately for Ness, it was not one of those turns for Tides of Time, so able to develop a new minion out on the board.
I'm a little surprised. I thought he was going to be happy to play Emperor but I guess a lot of times Emperor just dies to a death or an entomb or something like that, so maybe he just wants to really stack his hand before he gets that Emperor discount.
Yeah, save for the Archmage Antonitis, what have you, so.
So do you save the Mana Worm, don't give the Shifting Shade a free kill on it?
Is it getting better later? Probably, I guess.
Yeah, if you play a Mirror Images, or if you have, like, threat in the same turn.
Okay.
Or also if you play it on a turn with spells, so it has more attacks, so it's just like doing a little bit more when it gets free killed.
Sure, I can see it.
And this Purify is going to be good anytime now. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, why is that in the deck? What is going on with that?
Maybe he's got a rag in there. He just wants to purify it once in a while.
It just doesn't even make any sense.
He's got rag for the resurrect memes, and he just wants to purify it to his face sometimes. Oh, Onyx Bishop on both sides this game.
All right, not too bad. I mean, not too good.
No, it's pretty bad.
The only thing worse is like the 2/3, right? There's a 3/3 Faceless Manipulator.
I don't know what the worst 5-drops are.
It's the the Murloc's is a 6-drop. It's probably Faceless, right? There might be like a 2/2 or something even smaller, but I can't think of it right now.
So like here, for instance, the Mana Worm is better than it was last time already.
Sure, yeah, you can play the Mana Worms and the Sorcerer's Apprentice if you're not too afraid of AoE.
You could play the Mana Worms and the Emperor if you...
I think he's waiting for that Archmage Antonitis, man.
I see.
The infinite fireballs.
So he's going to go Mana Worm, Sorcerer's Apprentice, Arcane Intellect, or maybe skip the girl. He's thinking it through. This is a tough turn. Yeah. This is the thing about Tempo Mage. It's really not that easy of a deck, despite it being a somewhat aggressive deck that can definitely have stupid easy wins.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of games play out like this, where you have these mid to late games and just a million decisions to make.
Yeah, especially when you're playing the more control-y variants with the slower cards like Tomes and whatnot. Like, balancing all of that RNG and trying to figure out what is going on is definitely a pain.
Like playing one Mana Worm, then Arcane Intellect, that is not an obvious.
Yeah, like why wouldn't he play the second one? You know, and
He
he's
did
got
the
a
math
reason
on what
for
he
it.
was drawing off the Arcane Intellect, and
Yeah.
he figured he wanted this amount of mana.
And he had the out for Fireball this turn if he wanted to take it this way, but instead he picks up a Frostbolt and he's going to hold on to the Fireball and use the Frostbolt to clear there.
I don't think that worked out the way he wanted it to. That looked pretty awkward at the end of things.
Yeah, I mean, the turn looked awkward from the beginning, and
Yeah, it's tough.
it definitely finished awkward. Azure Drake coming down for Tides of Time. So
He should-
all Tides of Time is looking to do here is try and like stall out. He hasn't seen the Archmage Antonidas or the Emperor, has he?
Yeah, I guess they're both kind of stall. They're both thinking like, I've got such good late game. We don't
Yeah,
have to do
yeah.
anything.
So his game
One of
plan,
them's right. Oh my god, the Purify.
there it goes.
It's good, right?
His own spell power.
No, yeah, that's good because he doesn't want the Excavated Evil to kill his Azure Drake. He's
Oh.
thinking ahead, man.
That's sick.
But of course, the Temple Mage is clearing the Azure Drake, so that's not a real thing.
If the Temple Mage doesn't clear the Azure Drake, then Tides of Time's Azure Drake's going to stick around. That would have been like the most next level thing ever. If
Yeah.
Azure Drake just stuck and he's just like Excavated Evil Heal Azure Drake moves on with his life.
Gotcha, idiot. Told you Purify was good. This Excavated Evil, man. Brutal card. Look how much better it was than Holy Nova there. Holy Nova killing one thing, Excavated Evil killing all three.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. And Ness finally picking up the value he's been looking for. He's look at it. He's saving onto both Sorcerer's Apprentices too. Is there some crazy sort of? Is he gonna go like Emperor, a Sorcerer's Apprentice, Antonidas, and then just generate 50 fireballs? Like, is that the
Go
sort of
infinite.
game we're gonna? Yeah, infinite fireball approach.
Trying to think of how we can get more of these girls.
Yeah, if you
Maybe
just get two more, it's just infinite
Just two.
fireball. Just two more.
The girl's so good with Kabbalist Tome, just get that discount multiple times in one turn. But of course, he doesn't want to expose the girl to trades and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you fireball it. I think you just remove the minion, continue going with your slow game plan, try to find Antonidas, make infinite fireballs, try and win the game. And Tides of Times, meanwhile, is thinking, all right, I'm in a great spot. Temple Mage is kind of slowing down. I'm at 24 health. All I got to do is, just slow down the game and I'll win. And it's really funny. Both players just want to slow down the game.
Who do you think does win? Who do you think does have the superior late game chances?
Well, Priest's late game chance is just stalling out, right? And Temple Mage's late game win plan is killing the opponent.
Oh.
So
when you put it that way,
I have to
I'd
favor.
probably kill my opponent.
Yeah, I gotta favor Ness as the game goes later. Even though he is sort of the aggressive deck, just the way he has it built, these extra win conditions, you gotta think he's got an advantage as the game goes slower. And
But then again, does Tides have an is off? I feel like we saw that at some point, and then that is an actual game plan that wins, right? Like Temple Mage doesn't deal with an is off.
maybe if he does include the N'Zoth in his deck, then it could be enough to put enough pressure on. But Temple Mage sometimes is able to get ways to remove it. They get really good Kabbalist Tomes into like Kabbalist Tomes to get all the removal.
Start polymorphing all your death rattles.
Mm-hmm.
Mess up N'Zoth that way.
Yeah, that could be definitely one way that they can take advantage of it.
So you could just tome up to 10 cards here and then decide what to do.
Yeah, I think that would be the recommended.
Shatter might be
route.
relevant on this Injured Blade Master, just like a terrible execute. Sometimes that's good enough.
Yeah, sometimes, especially when you get the cards generated for, free. You don't have to put them in your deck.
Yeah.
Then it can be a little bit better.
Got a Frostball for that Shatter.
Frostbolt
No
Shatter.
counterspell. Not that bad when you look at Tides' hand.
That could protect the Antonidas and the Emperor.
Yeah.
Like it protects the Emperor the first one around, and then protects the Antonidas the second one around.
That's a sick setup. I like what you're thinking there.
Yeah, so it's just gonna go.
Stick with the
Emperor.
game plan.
Yeah.
Do nothing and chill. Chill.
Now, Tides of Time has got to start getting a little suspicious here. He's seen both tomes. He's
Yeah.
seen Ness hold on to like just oodles of cards right now. So
Yeah.
you gotta expect he's thinking, "Crap, I really need to pressure him. I'm gonna die to infinite fireballs pretty soon."
He's suspicious, but he's also priest, so he just doesn't have any choice in the matter. He's got a heal pass.
Yeah, Ness is up to 10 cards. He's thinking about he's just dropping down the Emperor. He's not getting the
Emperor
discount on
counterspell
Antonidas.
combo.
Yeah, he's getting this combo down. Maybe he's thinking it'll stick around. I don't know if I like
discounting
this.
enough stuff. You don't have to discount the Antonidas itself if you discount enough other cards.
Yeah, you hit a lot of spells.
Does he have the second answer? Yes, he has second and third answers.
I guess
Good
debating
times.
whether or not he wants to entomb it or if he wants to death it. Or if he wants to Alkali Flash Heal it. He's got the fourth answer as well in there.
No, that's true.
All of the answers.
Turns out when your hand doesn't do anything proactive, it does have some reactive plays.
Yeah, so...
Flamewaker is pretty good, but we probably don't go for that game plan.
No, I'd be too afraid of Cabal, right? Like, I would just hold on to the Flamemaker for pretty much the whole game. Not allow Priest to pressure me back in any sort of way so I can hold on to as many spells as possible and make this Antonidas thing come together.
I actually don't like respecting Cabal these days. I think it's very much fallen out of the meta. Even when you do see Priest, I think they often aren't playing any Cabals. Stuff like Dragon Warrior and Druid just don't have a lot of targets for the guy. It is great against Shaman, which is top dog, but I think there's enough decks out there without good Cabal targets. It's a scary card to run even as a 1-of in Priest.
Sure, so you would have played the Flamemaker last turn?
No,
No, okay.
but I wouldn't have been scared of the Cabal.
Okay, you're just holding it for a situation where you can actually kill things.
Yeah, I don't want to smork the Priest because I figure his hand's got Flash Heal or I don't know. It's just not a thing that I care about doing. I want to be patient.
Yep. Use your removal, slow down the game, find the Archmage Antonidas, generate infinite fireballs, launch infinite fireballs.
I like that both players are just happily using this Excavated Evil. Like, yep, clear your board, go.
Yep.
Oh, all right. See, no respect for the... Oh. Well, he does want to clear. Missiles has to hit minions twice here to clear, which is favorable, but has a reasonably high chance of backfiring. That's why he's thinking about the Flamewaker.
And, I mean, the thing is, the more spells he uses, the less fireballs he gets. Right now, if he uses missiles, he's got 3 spells in his hand. He only makes 3 fireballs. He can take the beating from this Alkali for a while he just waits to ping it down. So he's able to hold on to spells to get more fireballs, because the Priest isn't going to kill him. It's Priest.
Good old Priest.
And the Alkali's on the field, so it can't heal itself back up, because it would just kill itself. So yeah, Tides is going to have 5 damage a turn to try and pressure down his opponent. Going to add the Priest to the Feast to get it up to 8 damage a turn. Start trying to pressure Nest down, but it's just such a pitiful amount of damage at this point.
So now with Priest to the Feast in play, if the Priest starts playing spells, he's nuking himself for 3 every time. Is there some way for Nest to exploit that? Probably not.
Not too efficiently. I mean, it makes it so the Priest kind of has to trade, like fairly trade into any minion he plays. But nothing too great. It does look like he's thinking about this Flamemaker coming down.
You could do some fireworks. You could play everything but the Firelands Portal this turn, right? If he goes Flamewaker, girl, spell.
Yeah, I really hope he doesn't do that. That is a surefire way to lose this game. Just missing out on so much Tony value.
It's
A lot of those went face.
Do we know how many cards are in his deck? It looks pretty thin. It looks like that Tony's got to be coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, and we see a lot of spells firing off right now. He's only gotten 2 spells remaining if he plays that Effigy to go with the Archmage Antonidas. 5 cards remaining in his deck. Yeah, I like the Pig's Pass. Like, the Effigy does get a lot of value, but is it a Fireball's worth of value?
Fireball's a lot.
Fireball's a lot of value.
It's like 6.
You just need 5 Fireballs to win the game.
Well, what if your opponent does things?
For their Priest.
Yeah. All right, so how do we deal with this?
Sylvanas Death take something? Sylvanas Death take Flamemaker. It shoots the missiles, trade into 3/5. I don't even think that works. It looks like it's probably
It says
just
after you
Sylvanas
cast a
Heal.
spell, right? It might work.
It might work. I don't think you need to overreact to this, though. I think the Sylvanas is a good body to have on board. You don't go death in your own Sylvanas.
Right. Oh, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, you're at 28, right?
Yeah. And from Ness's perspective, it may just be time. He's actually losing a lot of life. Priest has 8 power on the board. He's got to try and deal with this board a little bit. Do you double trade into the Sylvanas and then just Firelands Portal to 3/5? That feels bad. It's
pretty safe. I mean, it's consistent with the game plan, right? Which is just stall until we Antonidas and make a bunch.
Yeah, I mean, that's the play that jumps out to me as the best play, but it does feel bad. Yeah, the other option would be turn on the Jets now and just Firelands Portal to face, go all face, see what Sylvanas does to us. But I don't like that play as much. I think it's a little bit more risky to start being the aggressor now. I think it's a good time to sit back and chill. And
so if we trade, here's another idea. What if we trade twice into Priest the Feast and play mirror images to try and stop the Sylvanas? The problem with that play is just like any AoE, right? Excavated Evil Holy Nova blows us out.
Yeah.
He goes with your first thought. First thought, best thought.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he had that first thought as well, and then he's sitting there like, wow, this is terrible. I really don't want to do this.
Anything else, please?
And then the rope hits, and he's like, all right, fine, I guess I'm doing this.
Yep, that's how it goes.
And Tides of Time is encountered a random 4-attack minion, and is
pretty good.
He's got to struggle with this one. Yeah. He's going to have to, it looks like Entomb it, unless he wants to get beaten by 4 every turn for the rest of the game. And
this Entomb, it means he doesn't necessarily have 2 answers to the. So if he doesn't lead with a counterspell tester, he could just have no answer to the Antonidas, could just lose.
Yeah. And there's no way he can know what secret that is because it was generated off of Kabbalah's Tome, so it could literally be any secret.
Right.
So who knows if he's going to be willing to, sacrifice a circle of healing to try and test for counterspell or what have you.
Can you make a read, though, that since he saved it for the Antonidas? No, you can't really, because you'd save pretty much any trash secret for the Antonidas. You'd save an Ice Block because you're not going to die. You'd save a Barrier because you're not going to die. You'd save a Vaporize because you're not going to die. Yeah. So it's just not that high of odds that it's actually a counterspell. He could get completely destroyed by this.
Yeah.
And
Ness has got to be coming out. He's got like 3 cards left now or something. that Antonidas is in there.
It's coming. Not yet, though.
It's like baby Antonidas.
He's taking his time.
Yeah.
Tempo Flamewaker? Maybe not.
I think you hold it for like a reactionary tool. I don't think a 2/4 trades with anything that Tides of Time is going to play, right? So I think
the Tempo Flamewaker's it's like a caster play, right? It makes sense if you can see Tides, and otherwise it's just kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, he has no idea what sort of trouble he's going to have to be facing in the future. I guess you could probably assume removal spell and AoE spells because Tides of Time has just been passing with these cards in his hand every turn and playing whatever minion he's top decked. So it's not that crazy, but at the same time, it's like, what does it accomplish? Like, what minion is Priest going to play that this Flamewaker is then going to be able to kill? And there's really not a one, right?
Right. It's not like you need to be pushing 2 damage a turn.
Yeah, it's just you don't accomplish anything, and in your hand it has the potential to do at least something if you need to like Hail Mary some Flamewaker trickles.
What it accomplishes by playing it is if the opponent doesn't kill it, and then you have like your Antonidas turn, it's stronger, right? But that's such it's just not a real scenario you should expect.
Yeah. You should probably expect it to die. And Tides of Time found another minion, going to be putting on the pressure here. And that's it. Down to 12 health. If this Antonidas doesn't appear soon, he could be in trouble. Azure Drake with 2 cards remaining in the deck. If he plays that, he's going to have a 100% chance to have Archmage Antonidas the following turn. So I think you play it.
Yeah.
And then this might be the turn where you Flamewaker Frostbolt. Yeah, you just Flamewaker Frostbolt. Now the Flamewaker's on the table. You know you're gaining Archmage Antonidas for the next turn. Your opponent's got to react to this, so they can't be putting too much pressure on. Oh yeah, Arcane Blast, of course, and then you can save the Frostbolt for the face.
Well, I mean, the Arcane Blast is cheaper, but I guess we have mana for both Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Yeah, all the spells cost 0. Every single one. He's playing another spell here. He's going to have 3 Fireballs limited to try and close out the game here, just so he can try and protect his minions. Little does he know, double Excavated Evil means all of the minions are going to die anyway, so that's just 6 damage discarded for Ness.
Wow. Tides just cannot find this N'Zoth he needs.
Yeah. So Tides should know at this point that Ness probably has 2 Sorcerer's Apprentice in his deck. Antonidas.
Oh, he doesn't guaranteed draw. Oh, he nailed it anyways. He could have drawn Excavated Evil.
Oh, because of the double Excavated Evil. Oh, that would have been so dirty. But he's able to get it, so now we're going to see the Sorcerer's Apprentice come out. Both of them out, so we can play all 3 spells. And this Counterspell and this Effigy, those work so well with the Archmage Antonidas.
It's actually a little bit awkward, because with 2 secrets being played, it makes Tides more likely to expect a counter, likely to test it with the, more likely to actually be able to stop this Antonitis.
Even if he tests for counterspell, and then
So rough.
Yeah. So he tests for the counterspell, that's out of the woods. Now the effigy blows him out because there's gonna be a 7-drop rolled here.
Unlucky. Alright, what are some nice troll 7 drops?
Wargle.
Baron Geddon killing you 3/2s.
Oh.
Anything good? Oh, the circle's gone.
Yeah, the circle's good. It's
I don't think we talked about it, but a couple turns ago, Tide. Oh wow, he's just had enough. A couple turns ago, Tides of Time played out the Alchemy just for pressure, and he had a circle in hand that was then somewhat stranded as a result of playing out the Alchemy for like tempo aggression or whatever.
Yeah, for sure. And if he was counting, Ness's cards, then he would know Ness had he had 3 cards left that were probably Sorcerer's Apprentice, because you play that in every Tempo Mage deck, right? So there's 2 Sorcerer's Apprentice, and there's an Antonitis left, most likely, because he already saw the Emperor, and Emperor is pretty much always with Antonitis, right? They travel in a pair. And then there's 3 other cards left, because there were 6 cards remaining for Ness. So then you can assume that the last 3 cards are most likely spells, so you can assume there's about 18 damage worth of Fireball coming in. So if you're able to kill all of the minions on board, and the 2 Sorcerer's Apprentice, and the Archmage Antonitis, you win the game, because 18 is not equal to 30. So I think at that point, Tides of Time's game plan should have shifted from pressure into, all right, hold on Alchemized Circle for the combo, try and kill every minion. There's only 18 bursts this guy can generate. We can weather the storm. Our end game can actually win. And instead, he continued trying to be the aggressor there, and I think that was a little bit of his downfall. I'm not saying he would have won if he had chose to play defensively because of just the power of the counterspell plus effigy combo there, but I definitely think that should have been a pivotal decision point in the match.
All right, so we're going to Game 5, the Decider, right?
The Decider match, it's 2-2. Both players are left with the remaining class. Priest has still
Priest
not
versus
advanced.
Warrior.
Priest versus Warrior now. So, Tides of Time.
Kind of Warrior. I'm going to say Control. Nailed it.
Cthulhu Warrior. So, halfway nailed it.
Yeah. Harrison Jones, how good is that in this meta? Druid got nerfed heavily, that's good for it. Warlock got nerfed pretty heavily, that's good for it. Doomhammer is banned. That's bad for it. Doomhammer is the best target for Harrison, right?
I guess he's expecting rogues. I mean, Tides of Time did have a rogue. He wasn't able to line the Warrior up against the rogue, though. But
I don't even like Harrison against rogue.
There's a lot of Paladin in the format.
That's true. That's really good for Harrison, right?
It's really, really good for Harrison.
Hi, Tyrion.
Yeah. You need it pretty much to answer Tyrion, unless you want to run
Sylvanas
or Overspark.
I like that. But maybe not in Cthulhu Warrior. You don't have room for that kind of tech card. But in other Control Warriors, I do like the Tank Master. I think he's pretty dank.
Pretty dank. Tides of Time holding on to the Mind Vision, trying to wait until he can figure out what's going on with this Warrior deck and steal a priority card, like Cthulhu would be a pretty good one sometimes.
No tempo Mind Vision.
Executes and stuff like that.
We still haven't seen what the Purify does in Tides' deck, but we have seen almost deck.
Yeah, it almost got value. It was really close. Is it in there just for the memes?
I think so. Cthulhu's Chosen is really good against Priests because they struggle to deal 1 damage, right? They just don't have a way.
They can't deal 1 damage and they can't deal with 4 attack minions. It's just a double
it's just
whammy.
Brutal.
It's everything that Priest hates combined into one beautiful card. But Tides of Time has a decent play here. You can, sacrifice a Blade Master to get 1 back. It's not the most value. There you go. That's also good. You can Mind Vision the Disciple of Cthulhu. Clear that way. Yeah, I think the best play is just trade. Go for the
Onyx Bishop.
The coin.
I don't know. Bishop. What if you make him work for a little bit? He's gonna kill this thing, right?
Sure. Just so you play Priest of the Feast, then just punch him in the face.
Yeah, F this guy.
Yeah. All right, I can get on board with that. I like it. Be a little bit more aggressive, knock down that armor count, making Shield Slam a little bit harder. So yeah, I think honestly, just because Shield Slam's a card, being aggressive in these sort of stages, even though you're not an aggressive deck, can be extremely beneficial. Keeping that armor count low, making it more awkward for Ness to be able to Shield Slam off your bigger minions is pretty important, actually. You see the Purify go down.
So you can see why it costs 2 mana. If it's cycled for 1, it'd just be overpowered.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be crazy ridiculous. We can see him playing it here with no minions to play it on. Honestly, almost detrimental on every minion in his deck to play Purify on, and he still includes it in his deck just because how powerful Cycle is. No way Novice Engineer could be better.
So Slam Trade is extremely good value for Ness, so is Disciple Trade, but he does have to, there is the concern of you're turning on Onyx Bishop and Resurrect anytime you kill that Blade Master.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not nearly as good as killing it against any other class.
Yeah.
Holy Nova. Top digged.
Yeah. That was pretty good. They're able to clean off a lot of the board, but
Justicar's the ideal turn 6 play. Like, just doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, and Ness is going to be able to start getting his armor count extremely high, and he follows this up with the turn 7 on curve, which is active. His Cthulhu is up to 10 already.
Yep.
So,
that's what he was thinking about when he played that Disciple last turn instead of Slam.
mm-hmm.
He was like, well, I'm playing Justicar on 6, so if I want to have the option to Shield Bearer on 7, I better Disciple now instead of Slam.
Exactly.
Smart.
Exactly. All right, so a lot of cards for Tides of Time, so many options. None are very good. You see him having to use an Excavated Evil just to clear off one minion. He can't afford to use a Shadow Word Death on that. His game plan as Priest is to save, Shadow Word Death and those kind of removals for the big minions, the Ancient Shield Bearers and what have you. So unable to really use that there. Probably not going to be wanting to death the Harrison Jones either for the same reason. It's just not big enough of a minion. Or maybe it is. He's thinking about it. He's definitely pointing it at it. So Ness can assume that that's a Shadow Word Death at this point. So if Tides of Time doesn't use it, Ness is going to be figuring that Tides of Time has the Shadow Word Death in his hand. It is launched there. Just going for the big tempo play here as Priest.
I mean, maybe he figures the late game's just not favorable for him. Do you think Cthulhu Warrior just wins the late game with all that extra armor from Justicar?
With the extra armor from Justicar, it is going to be pretty hard for Priest to win this for sure. You get it to a point in fatigue, right? This is how the matchup works. Is the Warrior tries to take it as slow as possible, and then usually Priest takes it pretty slow because they're Priest. Yep. And you reach fatigue, and sometimes Warrior's a little bit deeper in their deck because Priest has ways to kind of add cards to their deck with Entomb or whatever, so they're taking a little bit less damage from fatigue there. But Warrior's usually at about 100 health, which is unfortunate for the Priest player. So the Priest's at 30, Warrior's at 100. They're slowly taking fatigue damage, and then once the Priest gets around to like 20 health and fatigue, Warrior slams Cthulhu and it kills the Priest.
Boom.
So they just
the game plan for Warrior is deal with every threat the Priest plays, make my Cthulhu big and never play it, and eventually just kill him in fatigue, one-shot him. Don't let him into the Cthulhu.
Exactly. So a lot of times the players, even if they're running the Brand Doomcaller package, instead of going for 3 Cthulhu's with Brand Doomcaller, we'll just go Brand plus 2 Cthulhu minions to try and make 1 Cthulhu that's really big so they can one-shot them in fatigue, and they don't open themselves up being susceptible to their Cthulhu getting entombed or whatnot when they try and make 3 Cthulhu's and all of that sort of crazy nonsense. They instead just make 1 big, 24-24 Cthulhu and then one-shot them in fatigue.
This matchup kind of highlights the weakness of Mind Vision because when you steal a card from Cthulhu Warrior, a lot of the cards are synergy cards that are individually weak as a Priest card. Are a lot stronger on the Warrior side of the table when they play well together, right? I was trying to think, this matchup might not play out exactly the way you're describing because Tides of Time's deck's a little bit weird. I think he has that N'Zoth in there. And so maybe that gives him some more hope of somehow killing Cthulhu Warrior. Probably not, because Brawl is a thing, and that usually handles N'Zoth well enough when you have 100 life. But it's something to think about. If he gets a really good N'Zoth off, gets enough Shifting Shade value, maybe something works out.
Yeah, I mean, these Bishops have been insane. That's like a card that wasn't around when this matchup was played, and that card is really taking care of business here. Just able to, put a lot of pressure out on Tides of Time side of the board, allowing him to push Ness down a little bit, even forced out a Brawl. So
that's a win for Tides, right? Seeing that Brawl. Tides is hoping to get both of the Brawls gone, and then all of a sudden his N'Zoth is very intimidating. So if he can just jam dudes and force out a second Brawl, he'd be very happy.
Look at this corrupted Seer. Ness
he's got to have Curator.
Yeah, he's gonna have. Yeah, there's probably a Curator in the deck, and he's got lots of AOE, lots of removal, so you can.
I don't get it.
Follow through with
so
that.
It's good against Murloc Paladin. That's one thing it does, right? We're expecting a lot of Murloc Paladin in the format. When you play that Murloc and then it dies, it screws up the Murloc Paladin's Anyfin combos. So now you just fatigue the die. He can't kill you, right?
Exactly. He has Murlocs in his Warrior deck to beat Anyfin Paladin.
But the
great
question is, what's the rest of your Curator package? Like, Curator's pretty bad in Cthulhu Warrior because you have all those 7-drops, so adding another one in Curator is sketchy. And also, you're playing a deck with all these synergy cards, so you just don't have a lot of free slots to play around with to fit in the Curator package. So that's kind of, it's an interesting deck building choice. I don't know how he did it. I want to know what his other Curator package pieces are.
Maybe he's not running the Curator. Maybe he's just running the Murloc to help beat aggro and screw with
against
Murloc.
Shaman.
Yeah, it kills all the totems for Shaman. It's just AoE Warrior. AoE anti-Murloc Paladin Warrior. You've seen it here.
Sweet.
I mean, it is a really good call, predicting there's going to be a lot of Murloc Paladin and Tempo Mage that is aggressive as well.
Yeah, it's good against that. Kills mirror images and 3/2s. Against Shaman, there's just a billion things at 2 or less health, right?
Especially, everyone's got to go the mid-range Shaman route.
Maybe Corrupted Seer is just a good card now.
Yeah, maybe that is the card of the format. Corrupted Seer just breaks out with the card bans, and it's just, I like it. I think it's good.
Ness at the next level.
Yeah, he knows what's going on.
Do you think he's got a Curator package?
I think so. I think yeah. I don't think he's just playing the Murloc just to play the Murloc. I think there's the Curator package. But it is funny to think about. If he is just playing the Murloc just to play the Murloc.
I don't know, man. I thought the arguments you're making were pretty convincing. It's not as implausible as I first thought.
Yeah, it could be. We see Tides of Time here just buffing, I think, both of his guys. Because you just saw your opponent just halfway AoE your minions. So you got to expect there's some follow-up AoE to this. So
something's coming.
Yeah, I would like just healing them both back up to 6 and undoing what my opponent did the previous turn. But we'll see which way he goes with it. And maybe you add more pressure onto the board too. It's very tempting to do so, like any other minion. And he's going to hold on to the second Power Road Shield. Yeah, that's
like
fine,
this.
right? Your
he wants
opponent's not
to
going to
minions, right? He wants to bait that brawl.
Yeah, exactly.
Unlucky if the opponent has Excavated Evil.
Yeah. Excavated Evil.
Keeps being good against the priest somehow.
Yeah, the priest is trying to pressure, but has to use Excavated Evil in the earlier stages to be defensive, and then when they're trying to pressure, the Excavated Evil kills all their stuff.
He doesn't want to draw off Slam. He wants to play Fatigue.
Yeah, he is committed to the Fatigue line, so it is what we're talking about, like the game plan earlier of just, one-shotting your opponent in Fatigue with Cthulhu is the game plan Ness is playing too. It is going to be
saw this. He made a face. This is an important moment in the game where Ness is announcing to Tides of Time, I'm intending to fatigue you. Tides saw that and is like, all right, well, let's adjust the game plan.
That's probably why he didn't play the second Power Word Shield. He was thinking already, like, if Ness tries to switch to fatiguing here, I can't afford to draw cards.
Right.
So, yeah, both players adjusting to play for fatigue now. They've both committed, their early game push and decided enough of that. Ooh, Cthulhu drawn for Tides of Time. It's only
exactly
a 6/6,
what I was
right?
talking about earlier. Better for one side than the other.
Yeah, it's only a 6/6 Cthulhu at the moment. Or is it a 10/10?
I think it's a 6/6.
Okay. So it's not going to do very much unless he's able to also mind vision, Cthulhu cards or the Doom Caller.
So
he is going to draw the card here.
Maybe committing to losing in Fatigue and trying to win before then. I think that makes a lot of sense against Cthulhu Warrior.
Yeah, accepting that you can't win in Fatigue.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's trying to put up enough pressure so that Ness feels like he's forced to play the Cthulhu that's already in his hand, maybe. And then since he already has the Entomb, that can be a win.
They can win that way. Yeah, that's actually really good.
Because he's already
or if he baits the Brawl, as N'Zoth could work, right? Like either way, it makes sense. Just pressure as Tides.
I'm going to laugh so hard when there's no N'Zoth and you've been just making up this fictional N'Zoth. I haven't seen it. I don't know what you're talking about. It might not be there.
Yeah, I might have made it up.
His whole game plan hinges on this card that's not in his deck.
But man, does he need it.
Man, does he need it.
Please have this off.
All right, if all 6 missiles hit.
Yeah, that's a clear.
I mean, maybe you trade in the 3/3, go for the Cthulhu. No, I hate it. Yeah, there we go. That's the most pressure you can put out this turn. And
unlucky.
Ooh, that is gonna hurt. That is costly. There goes all of his pressure right out the window. That 6/6 is now gonna just die basically free for Ness, and he's gonna be able to develop anything that he wants this turn.
Yeah, this is Cthulhu Warrior does pretty well against Priest, much like most classes and decks.
Yeah. The choice to bring Priest, it didn't get anything banned from it, so you think maybe Priest is good enough to see play in the tournament, and it appears at this point in time that all 3 of Tides of Time's losses are going to be on consequences Priest, but he could still pull it out. It's not over yet. It's just...
To be fair, this is just one build of Priest. If you play Dragon Priest, maybe things are different. I was playing some Hentai Priest with the Tentacle of whatever yesterday. I think I managed a 67% win rate at rank not even Legend over a small sample size. So the deck's probably awesome.
Sure, yeah, I mean, we have more Priest in the tournament. Tides of Time is not the only player that brought Priest. We have Chalky and Oskaka both piloting Priest as well, so, maybe they're able to do some work.
Maybe they figured it out.
Or maybe all the players that bought Priest will just get punished.
They don't want to let that unicorn Priest meme die. You're going to figure it out.
They're going to figure it out. Probably with less Purifies than Tides of Time, but... Holding on
pass. That's a good turn. Yeah, I didn't play the Twin Amps. Kind of interesting, right?
Yeah, he's just waiting for Brawl value, I guess.
Well,
He's saying, if Tides of Time commits another minion, I'm going to have a sick Brawl, so then I can just Brawl and I don't have to worry about it. He can even play Acolyte and Brawl to give the Priest more card draw to win in Fatigue better.
Yeah, do you want to, though? That kind of play only makes sense if the Fatigue game is expected to be close. If you feel like you're winning the Fatigue battle easily, then you don't want to give your opponent card draw and increase their chances of killing you before Fatigue.
Okay.
So it's always a delicate balancing act. That's actually one of the things I love about Hearthstone as compared to a game like Magic. I think Fatigue games in Hearthstone are so much more interesting than they are in Magic.
Yeah, Ness really disappointed that Sylvanas is the minion that lived. He really wanted any other minion to live so that you could, use Cthulhu to clear later on, and Sylvanas just does the most damage, right? So,
I'm telling you, man, he's got Shifting Shade for N'Zoth.
Yeah, we could... If he does have N'Zoth, I like Tides of Time's chances right now. The armor count for Ness is nowhere near 100, and...
Both Brawls are gone.
Both Brawls are gone. He's taken a lot of heat.
This could be a big strategic victory from Tides in an unfavorable matchup just by pressuring to get those Brawls out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lining up the answers quite efficiently. Why do you think he's holding on to this Twin Imps so long?
Maybe he's hoping to Bran it, because those 4-attack minions are so obnoxious for Priest. How does a Priest deal with Bran Twin Imps?
I guess. I feel like it's just really good to just stop all of Tides' pressure right now by just jamming Twin Imps on the field.
I have to agree with you. But he's got something in mind. Yeah, it feels like every turn he's one card closer to that Bran, He's
it's so greedy to wait for the Bran, though. You're dying, man.
Now he's drawing cards. That's a lot of damage and fatigue. But okay, maybe all right. Shield Sense.
Able to find the removal there. That's the second Shield Sense. He hasn't seen a single execute thus far this game, so he knew all that removal was in there drawing for it, but getting deeper in his deck's going to make it even harder to win in the Fatigue game plan. And Tides of Time, though, is finally out of minions.
Oh, does he believe? Does he believe there's no Entomb?
I don't think he has to take that
risk. That's a sketchy bet. He did see Entomb last game, right?
Yeah, he saw Entomb. He knows there's Entomb.
Yeah, he was on a 4/6.
Yeah, I want to see him just play the Twin Emperors and armor up.
He could also just play the Doomcaller.
Yeah, one of those two plays. Not that play, not the Cthulhu. just put that card down, Ness.
Stop it. Maybe he's doing that as a bluff. He's like, yeah, this card's something other than Cthulhu. I could totally be thinking about playing this right now, Tides.
No way I would pick up Cthulhu right now. So
yeah.
That's not this card.
The mind games, man.
He's picking up every card now. He's like, oh crap, I'm signaling my cards. Better start.
Yeah, I've done that before.
They'll never read it.
Better start bluffing. This is an interesting Ravaging Ghoul. Just contest that 4/3. I don't know. I think I like Doomcaller. I don't think there's too much downside to it.
I mean, your opponent can entomb the Doomcaller and start applying pressure back to you. You get the Priest more minions.
But if he entombs the Doomcaller, then you have more freedom to play Cthulhu. I guess you just don't. Yeah, you don't want to.
Never play Cthulhu. He's just trying to set up. He's trying to set up a situation where Tides of Time can never add additional cards to his deck by entombing minions, because Ness is just never going to play a minion to entomb. So he's probably counting every single minion in Tides of Time's deck right now, and he's like, I have enough removal for every minion in Tides of Time's deck right now. So I don't actually need to play any minions for the rest of the game until I kill him with Cthulhu.
You missed value. If you play the Twin Imps there, you get an extra charge on your King's Defender. By the way, King's Defender, nice adaptation to the no Fiery War Axe meta. I like it. Really good.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just need an eagle horn bow. It's good enough.
It is. It's good enough for Hunter a lot of times. There's 2 in every Hunter deck, right?
There you go.
You know, why wouldn't you be including that in your Warrior deck? So you see Ness with the tech choice there.
That's pretty low value circle of healing.
Alright, so the execute finally drawn. Saved the Ghoul to use as an execute activator. Gets the swing in there, not too bad. So another good reason for not playing Doomcaller is if your Doomcaller gets entombed, Tides of Time play to Cthulhu.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
So, you know, Tides of Time would then be able to play the Doomcaller and get the Cthulhu.
Oh, wow, Gorehouse so good against Priest. They just can't stop it, man.
Yeah, that's insane.
Have we seen a Harrison from Priest ever?
We have not seen the Harrison from Priest yet.
Yeah, I think the Priest had to play against Harrison, but it didn't play with.
Yeah, Shadow or Death to Harrison, but we haven't seen one in Tides of Time deck yet. And really well played by Ness here. Just holding back on this Twin Emperors, holding back on these Doomcallers in situations that I thought I would have played them. But, you know, he just
counted that value.
Yeah, he counted all of Tides of Time's cards, and he was like, yeah, I have enough weapon charges in my deck to remove every minion he plays, and I think I have enough time to get it done. So I'm just going to play nothing and make sure my opponent is unable to, you know, get value off their Entomb, and I'm able to, you know...
This actually works out badly. Double Excavated Evil is such a clean answer to this. Now we're not getting brand value on any Cthulhu buffs, and we're feeding 2 cards to the 2 Excavated Evils.
The Double Excavated Evil is so good, though. That adds 2 cards to your deck.
Okay, so we don't even care. Oh, there isn't his off!
Oh, there you go. A good read on that. So, but the way that this does it, when you combine Bran with the... help me out here.
Sorry, any Cthulhu enabler?
Twin Emperors.
There we go.
when you combine Bran with Twin Emperors, it puts out enough pressure that your opponent can't afford to entomb one of the Twin Emperors, so they're still not being able to add a card to their deck, which helps you for fatigue. They have to Double Excavated Evil it, which adds 2 cards to your deck, helping you win fatigue. And if they don't Double Excavated Evil it, you just play Cthulhu and kill them. So you know, is it playing around Entomb here by playing into Entomb so hard that your opponent can't Entomb?
Well, I think we've seen 2 brawls, right? So we just Double Excavated Evil, and then the next turn we play N'Zoth with the intention of actually killing the warrior rather than fatiguing him.
If you're able to kill the warrior, then you're able to win for sure. Yeah, that is.
I mean, both brawls are gone. N'Zoth does a lot.
If you have to play Double Excavated Evil, there is no way you can win in fatigue. So yeah, that's why Ness set up this play here to try and make it so he can't win in fatigue. Tides of Time has to do Double Excavated Evil here. He can't afford to play the Entombs, and now he's got to hope that N'Zoth's able to get the job done by itself. Since
how big is Tides' Cthulhu? We saw a Beckoner from him, right? Is it at 8? So like if he entombed, yeah. So if he entombed a Twin Emperor, it would not get 2, just 1.
Just 1, yeah. But I mean, the important part about Entomb is adding another card to your deck to help with fatigue, and it's also just one more thing the warrior has to kill, right? So even any mid-range minion with Entomb is probably good enough.
Tank up pass, good turn from Ness. I like it a lot.
And then here comes the N'Zoth, and he's
Shifting Shades and Sylvanas.
Winces at the sight of the N'Zoth. Yeah. He's going to need to find that second Excavated Evil. I mean, the first one's good enough, though, right? He's able to...
The first one's probably good enough that he's not going to die.
Yeah.
He has Excavated Evil, a Weapon Swing, and Execute. That's clearing 4 of the 5 minions.
Yeah, that is beautiful. He's got enough armor to most likely to outlast it.
He wants to donate an Acolyte to fatigue him faster, is what he's thinking, but...
Yeah. And then he misses the armor up. I think you win in fatigue either way. Yeah, I think you're gonna want the life.
Need to donate the Acolyte. It's cute, but it's not needed.
Yeah, you want the life of the armor because you gotta imagine there's more cards coming from these Shifting Shades, potentially minions. It pulls a card from your deck, right? So it could be whatever.
Excavated Evil.
Yeah, it could be expanding Excavated Evils, which would be unhelpful for Tides of Time because he will die of fatigue in that case. But whatever minion Ness has left, it could be getting that if he has any minions left.
We know it's nothing too good. Tides doesn't know that it's not the Doomcaller. He knows it's not the Cthulhu because he's seen that from Mind Vision, right? And he's seen the Twin M, so he knows there's probably nothing too great off the Shifting Shade. Ness likes the fatigue value. Yeah, sure, he's consistently greedy. I'm fine with it.
Well,
this looks like it works. I don't think he's dying.
This gets punished by Circle of Healing really hard, though. Now he has no way to execute the Sylvanas, and the pressure's still going on. I'm not a big fan of that play. I think it was a bit too fancy to get that Acolyte out there, and this could actually really cost him. There's a lot of damage incoming now. Doesn't have great ways to clear it. Tides of Time. Wow. Just shield blocks to get that last minion in his deck. Just fully go hard in. Yeah. Oh my god, the second excavated evil top deck for Ness. That's going to allow him to stay in the game. That's the best top deck right there.
Yeah, that's absurd.
I like that pressure from Tides of Time, though. Even investing the shield block just to get that one last minion out there and start going ham.
Yeah, he understands that fatigue damage he's taking is just not relevant because either he kills Ness or he's going to lose to fatigue. It doesn't matter if he's taking extra damage. Yeah. Nice game sense right there. So what do we do here? We excavated evil. We execute Sylvanas. We punch this off. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that sounds exactly like what we're doing here. And then armor it up and just hoping Tides of Time doesn't get anything that allows him to pressure him. Shifting Shade's probably getting another shield block, right? That's like all that's left for Ness. Yeah,
there's only 6 attack value left on board for Tides. So I think Tides' Acolyte was reasonably safe. It doesn't look like he's close to dying to this.
Okay. Yeah, he's going to be able to stay in there. Well, is he going to be taking too much damage to be able to wait until Cthulhu kills him? Is he going to have to Cthulhu earlier? And
maybe run into it too?
Sylvanas gotten off the Shifting Shade. That is good. That is real good. The Gorehowl is down to 4 attack. Ness is going to be unable to kill the Sylvanas, so that he's going to have to Cthulhu into the Sylvanas. It looks like Tides of Time might have sealed this out.
Really? You think he's a favorite here?
Well, what does Ness do?
Probably, let's see. Yeah, the double entomb's pretty strong. Plays Sylvanas, gets entombed,
and then he gets to play another. It's over, man. The priest was able to out pressure the warrior just enough.
All thanks to N'Zoth.
Yeah, the N'Zoth. Good thing it was there. Good thing it was there. We didn't see it in 2 games, but Zalay was like, I know there's a N'Zoth in there.
I believe.
And it was there, and it's able to clutch this victory for Tides of Time, I think. Wow, that came down to the wire.
I don't feel comfortable calling it. To me, it's still not 100% clear. I just don't quite have the...
What is Ness going to do? There's no twist.
I don't know. I just feel like, to me, it still seems a little bit complicated. There's still some buttons we can click. I just don't see anything. You're right. But, like, what's that last card in Ness's deck?
A second shield block, I think, right? Or has he already played one?
I wonder...
Has he played 2 executes? So that's a card that could be a difference maker, right? If he's got an execute or a shield slam left. I think we've seen 2 shield slams. I know we've seen at least 1 execute. I think we saw
so, like, if we weapon
earlier.
the Onyx Bishop, and then next turn we weapon the Sylvanas and execute it, or maybe this turn we shield block into the execute.
Yeah, if it is execute, there is a world where Ness can come back in this game. I'm not sure what the card is, though, so it's going to be, if it's not execute, I'm not thinking of too many cards that can really make things happen here.
Man, Entomb's so strong in this position.
Yeah,
it's like incredible.
Yeah, when you're pressuring them. When you're not pressuring them, Entomb sucks, though, because they don't have to do anything. Yeah, and
that's not what he's looking for.
Yeah, that's not going to be enough to get it done. Wow.
This is what a 6 series.
How many Sylvanas got played this game?
Let's see. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I counted at least 5.
Yeah, at least 5. Holy crap.
That's the 6th one, right?
That's the 6th one, yeah. Holy smokes. Yeah, you get it out there, right?
Man, what a series. Shake up Hearthstone. Interesting things happening.
Yeah, N'Zoth Priest versus Cthulhu Warrior, both nerfed a little bit, go into extreme fatigue and flip-flops at the very last moment. Warrior controlling the game all game. We were like, Warrior's going to win. Warrior's doing great. And then suddenly Priest able to just barely clench out the victory, it looks like.
This is sick.
Well played.
GG.
This is going to be a good entomb.
He doesn't need to entomb it. He gets
to keep it, yeah.
Yeah, it's his.
Good 16-16.
Not bad.
All right. Dang.
Wow.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that was sick. So we have then Ness being eliminated, the open qualifier of the tournament for BatStone. He won the open qualifier. He had a good run. He's a really good player. You guys should check him out. He plays for Team Torpedo. You saw he played that series quite admirably. He played it very well. He's won Insomnia before. Yeah, that's his big accomplishment. But other than that, he always wins Swiss tournaments. I don't know what's up with that. I've ran like so many Swiss qualifiers, and Ness has won all of them. Like
he won Insomnia with Priest. He's kind of a Priest expert, I guess.
Yeah, he's a Priest expert, and then now Priest has betrayed him. He didn't bring Priest, and now gets slaughtered by Priest. So
Ooh.
you shouldn't betray Anduin. Anduin will get you. But congrats to Tides of Time. Tides of Time representing Team Cloud9 is advancing on to the second round to play against either Super JJ or Tice. That'll be the matchup we have next. We're gonna go to like a short, 60-second break while we get that matchup ready for you.
Cool. Yep.
Hey guys, welcome back to BatStone. I am Firebat, your host, and I am here joined with. I'm never gonna get that right, am I?
Yeah. Delay. What's up, guys? Hearthstone differently.
Yeah.
This is the first match we had. 5 full games. A lot of interesting decisions that impacted things. I want to mention, I felt like that last game came down to Ness felt like he had to use that second brawl early, and then he didn't have it for N'Zoth. He probably wasn't expecting the N'Zoth. Can't blame him for that. But I want to say if Ness maybe had drawn the Gorehowl earlier, maybe he would have felt more comfortable keeping the board clear that way. He would have randomly had the brawl at the end there for the N'Zoth and able to secure a clean victory that way. But the surprise N'Zoth got him.
The surprise N'Zoth. So Priest was able to actually get a win. Priest is on the board in the BatStone. First game goes to Priest, which I'm excited about. But anyway, let's take a look at the bracket, see what game is coming up next for you guys. I believe it's going to be Super JJ and Tice. Yeah, there we go. Super JJ and Tice.
Two of the absolute best players in the world right now. Just fantastic players. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah.
Tice, I think, has had more tournament success recently, question mark, but Super JJ, I think if you pulled pro players, might be argued to be the stronger, more solid technical player.
Sure,
they're both super good.
They're both really, really good. Definitely in the top 5 currently, I'd have to say. And so for classes, we got Super JJ bringing Shaman, Hunter, Paladin, and Mage, and Tice bringing Warlock, Warrior, Paladin, and Mage. So a lot of the same classes, a few differences there. We see Tice actually bringing up the Warlock with a lot of cards for Warlock being banned. Let's go to the card bans list and talk about that briefly.
Reno Lock, right? Did anything get banned from Reno Lock? I mean, I know it's kind of fallen out of favor, but with all these other powerful cards getting banned, maybe it's Reno Lock's time to shine. I think Tice likes that kind of strategy, right?
Sure, yeah. There is no cards for Reno Lock banned. We can look through here. There's what
about Ragnaros Firelord?
Ragnaros Firelord. Okay, I guess that Reno Lock card is banned if you prefer the Rag in your Reno Lock. But other than that, yeah, Reno Lock could be a pretty strong deck. Tice also bringing Warrior with the Warx is currently banned for Warrior, so interesting to see which direction he takes the Warrior. If he goes for the more aggressive Warrior, Dragon Warrior approach, or if he goes for what Ness did with the Control Warrior approach. Control Warrior didn't end up working out for Ness. And wasn't able to secure that win against.
Well, it only got the one chance, right? Like it went 0-1, whereas Ness's Priest went 1-2. So they both had like sort of a similar, more losses than wins by 1 success rate, right?
Sure.
And I felt like the Warrior had pretty good chances to win that game. It just didn't quite come together with the way that the cards were drawn.
Yeah,
So Tice not bringing Shaman, which is interesting to me. Tice has what I think is probably a control lineup, right? Warlock, Warrior, Paladin, Mage. I mean, the Mage probably has to be Temple Mage, but I'm thinking it's anything Murloc, Paladin. I'm thinking it's some kind of Control Warrior, and I'm thinking it's Reno Lock.
And then the Mage is just like a Control-y Temple Mage, kind of like what Ness brought.
Oh, maybe it's... No, there's no Ice Block. Reno Mage is... It's probably Temple Mage.
It's probably Temple Mage, yeah. That's some sort of crazy Reno Mage. And then
JJ, on the other hand, probably aggro, right? Shaman, maybe that's mid-range. Mid-range is really good and didn't get Doomhammer banned. And then Hunter's always pretty aggressive, right? Especially with Caldwell out of the way.
Yeah. So aggressive Hunter. And then, do you think he's running anything Paladin then if he's got Shaman and Hunter?
Probably. I think probably every Paladin is anything until we see otherwise.
All right. Well, let's get in there and see what's going on with it. I wouldn't be too surprised if he's got a aggressive Hunter, aggressive Paladin, aggressive Mage, aggressive Shaman, and just goes the Smork route. I'm always a big fan of the Smork lineups. So,
looking at bans, Tice banned Paladin from Super JJ.
Oh, so we won't even get to see it.
Well, but I think that's consistent with Tice being playing a control lineup, right? Because control lineups do not do well against anything can happen. That big burst at the end is really tough to outlast.
Yeah, and we see Tice here opening with the anything can happen Paladin, going with the control lineup, like you said, and Super JJ coming out with the mid-range Shaman. I'm just so baffled that we haven't seen more mid-range Shaman. Like, granted, this is only the first two matches, right? But I thought mid-range Shaman was just going to be a staple deck of the format. It is arguably
we don't
the best
know.
deck on ladder. And lost
we actually don't. Okay. Until I saw these cards, I didn't know that JJ was playing mid-range. I actually saw the Feral Spirits, and that's more of an aggro card than a mid-range card. You're more likely to see, you'll see 2 in every aggro deck, and a lot of mid-range Shaman are not playing 2 Feral Spirits. The other cards were just, I think, consistent 2-ups whether you're playing aggro or mid-range. I played 2 Maelstrom Portals in my Shaman, aggro Shaman.
Yeah. But
the Thunderbolt Valiant, that's an indicator. Now we know for sure it's mid-range. And mid-range is generally the expected run, right, with Doomhammer being banned.
Yeah, and all that aggro Shaman has lost since the Open Qualifier is Doomhammer, and in the Open Qualifier, Shaman had a 63% win rate, being the highest win rate class of the tournament, and the second highest win rate class was Warrior with 53%. So Shaman just blew everybody out of the water, even with the card bans. of them having Tuskar Totemic being banned, and now they have Doomhammer banned on top of it. But you got to assume it's still going to be a pretty strong class.
A lot of you guys probably don't study the win rates of various decks, so I just want to say Firebat is not being hyperbolic when he's not exaggerating when he says it blew it out of the water. 63% versus 53% is an insane difference in competitive Hearthstone. Like, oh my god, you never see numbers that are that different, right?
Yeah, 63% is like #1 legend win rate. Like that is just absolutely insane. And you shouldn't get #1 legend sort of win rates in a tournament of like high-level tournament players versus high-level tournament players.
Right.
So like that high of a win rate just screams broken to me. So
this is an interesting turn from Tice, by the way. He plays the Loot Hoarder instead of coining the Acolyte. The coined Acolyte contests that 1/1 Searing Totem, but it's vulnerable to maybe a Flame Tongue or Abusive Sergeant turn. You wouldn't expect that many Abusive Sergeants, because again, we're expecting mid-range. And is Flame Tongue on turn 3 good? Maybe not, because he didn't have a turn 1 to play, right? He didn't have a turn 1 play, so he probably doesn't have Flame Tongue 1-drop.
It's
so maybe
definitely
Coin Acolyte is good.
Holding onto the Coin Acolyte. He's definitely must be holding onto the coin for something, right? Like he really
well, now he has Coin True Silver. That's a reward, right?
Yeah, so he's able to, react more defensively on the board. So it's consistent with what the deck's trying to do, right? Survive till turn 10. So it's like, I could be greedy here and use my coin to get extra card draw, or I could hold on to my coin and use my coin to, not die. And
that seems good. Yeah,
that's going to be more profitable for his deck overall, because at the end of the day, the defensive play is better than the greedy play that gets you more cards for this style of deck. So I like Tice's line there. I think it's kind of an interesting line that not a lot of players would see, but I think it's actually correct.
And totem up from JJ, it's better than it looks because Thing from Below is getting 1 cheaper.
Yeah, what do you think I guess he's got the portal already, so holding onto the Thalnos has a lot of value, and he probably runs Spirit Claws in the deck with the addition of Thalnos there, so holding onto that for more value seems like a good play. And Tice
I'm a strong advocate of 2 of Spirit Claws in every shaman. Just don't overthink it. That card's good.
That card is really good. Yeah, the new Fiery Winx. Tice can
actually
take
Hero Power,
board
the Maelstrom Portal. No, Acolyte.
Acolyte, take it slow. Finally get that out there. Now the Flame Tongue Totem and the Abusive Sergeant don't threaten to trade up with it. Using the Bluegill the following turn to pave way for the Acolyte, he can potentially get more value off of it.
And the 4-mana 7/7 is actually really poor here because of how good Aldor is against it.
Yeah, Aldor just stops it dead in its tracks. And then the following turn, he can do an Equality Consecrate if he wants. Or he could use an Equality this turn if he wants to just kill it and hold on to the Aldor. But I like the
Aldor Bluegill. It's really good. The Bluegill clears the taunt. The Acolyte bumps that Flaming Faceless, draws an extra card. Sick.
Yep. It's disgusting.
Doesn't get any better.
Really doesn't. Just able to get so much card draw. And he's already got all the answers lined up in his hand, too. He's got the 2nd True Silver ready to go. One of the best cards for Paladin. And then he's got both Equalities already ready to go as well. So he's doing really great things.
Now, Flame Tongue Totem puts that 1/6 to good use.
Oh, yeah, it does.
That's not a bad draw.
And suffering from the overload, he looks like he's going with the Maelstrom Portal here, though. I mean, still, Shaman player able to keep up a lot of pressure. And now it's just trying to figure out.
You got 5 damage and a Fiery Bat out of a 2-mana card. It's pretty good.
Pretty good. It's absolutely insane. And he's got both Thunderbluff Valiants, so if he's able to force out like an Equality Consecrate and then set up the second Thunderbluff Valiant, he's got to be expecting that Tice isn't going to be able to deal with it super efficiently, and then just value train his way.
I like this. I like this patience from Tice. He could Equality Conk and full clear, but you know what? He's not in that much danger. He could be a little bit more greedy. He can just True Silver and chill.
Yeah, True Silver, and then he's playing the Doomsayer, which forces Super JJ to play more cards into the potential AoE. But having the Manatide Totem to be able to invest here is really good for Super JJ. He's able to, invest a card that is cycling a card, so he doesn't have to worry about running out of hand size issues. So I'd like to see, Flame Tongue, Manatide, and Hero Power this turn.
Roll that Taunt Totem, stop the True Silver.
Yeah.
Misplay.
Unlucky. This is one of those matchups where it's all about the board clears. It's all much like the previous game we just saw between the Priest versus Warrior. All about when you use those board clears, but in this case, instead of brawls, it's Equality Consecrates. The Shaman player is trying to force out the Equality Consecrates, and the Paladin player is trying to walk the line. It's like, if I hold on to Equality Consecrate, will I die? And you got to really walk that line and try and figure out how much damage on the board is too much damage on the board. And it's just an interesting back and forth of the Shaman trying to invest as little as possible without underinvesting, because if you underinvest, then suddenly Tyrion and those sort of things start coming out and causing huge problems. If you overinvest, the board clears kill you, then the Paladin's trying to, read the Shaman player and be like, is this enough on the board for me to get away with the quality consecrating, or do I have to be more patient? And it gets pretty
JJ does
crazy.
one more.
One more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One key card in this matchup is Bloodlust. If JJ has that in the deck, it makes it way more favorable for him. All of a sudden, any random board of idiots just lethals from no problem. And it becomes very tough for Tice to win. I feel like this matchup, I don't have a lot of experience on either side, but my guess is the Shaman would generally be favored. But the way this game is panning out, I have to feel like Tice is the favorite. Like, everything was so smooth. Like, the way things worked out was great for Tice. He had a good draw that lined up well against JJ's cards. But I think in general, cards like Flame Tongue and Manatide can be really problematic for the Murloc Paladin to get at when there's taunts in the way, like Think From Below and Feral Spirits and the Hero Power Totem.
This is an insane turn for Super JJ, able to get out this Things From Below to protect his Thunderbluff Valiant from dying from things like
True Silver plus Bluegill.
Or True Silver plus Keeper of Oldman sort of stuff. So yeah, just keeping it protected here, trying to force out, another board clear.
Well, we got the War Leader Bluegill combo, but is it relevant here?
It's just not quite enough.
This is the kind of thing. Tice had such a good start, and he had a quality clear on like an almost full board, and already JJ can repopulate the board with something that's very threatening. Like Thunderbluff Valiant on its own pretty much forces, you got to have something for it, or it's going to get you.
Yeah, exactly. And Tice only having one equality left has to figure out a way to deal with this board. I am honestly
probably don't deal with it this turn. Probably like Ivory Knight, right?
Don't deal with it this turn, then you need to get something off Ivory Knight or your natural draw to be able to deal with it next turn, right? Because you don't have the activator for equality right now. You don't have the Pyromancer or the second Consecrate. So I'm honestly tempted to do equality this turn so you don't have to rely on top deck and just live till turn 10 is the game plan. Then turn 10, you slam the Anyfin. Anyfin's able to clear enough to keep you alive, and then you hopefully find the other Anyfin by then is the game plan I like. So I like what Tice is doing here. I like how he's playing this game.
You play the War Leader as well?
I would play the War Leader as well, yeah. You're a little afraid that there's potentially a Hex sitting in Super JJ's hand and that it could, like, remove your Murlocs or something, but then you just kill him with Tyrion, so you don't really care.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I like this line.
Overloaded.
The benefit is setting up for the Anyfin on turn 10. That's the biggest benefit of this line. You cash in on the equality value while you can so that you can set up to be able to use Anyfin on turn 10 without having to worry about clearing the board on turn 10. And you're really sad to see the second Thunderbluff Valiant, but I like where his head was at.
Yep. Tice had a really good draw. 3 Murlocs dead already. One War Leader.
If he was patient, he would have been so rewarded because he was able to top deck there the Wild Pyromancer, but it was not in his favor to find it.
Just hit this equality, no big deal. Think it through. Don't snap pick it. That gives it away. You gotta be like, oh man, this is a tough decision.
Okay,
Do
good
I want
call.
equality or yes? Better think it through. Yep, I'm gonna take that equality, but maybe rope it out first.
Yeah, at least another 3 or 4 more seconds on this. Real tough.
What other 2-mana cards does JJ have to worry about? There's Holy Light.
And that's about it. That's the only other one people really take, right?
Are there any that people don't take that cost 2? Oh, there's the one that discovers the Death Rattle.
Okay, Light in the Darkness. Yeah, we're just going for that. We need the value.
Sometimes you get really bad discovers, and you got it like it's like 2 terrible secrets, right?
Yeah, they're in a call with each other, so they can see each other's faces too. So you see Tice there, kind of making like wincings, like, "Oh crap, I got to take this Holy Light. This
nice.
Isn't good." And
poker face, good stuff.
And it goes for the equality.
Well, Azure Drake's pretty good with that Ferals, with the Spirit Claws. Do we need to commit more stuff to the board?
18 damage for Super JJ with Azure Drake plus Hero Power plus Spirit Claws. So he's got 9 mana because he's only overloaded for 1.
3 off lethal.
If he's able to take
if he had a Lightning Bolt or a Rock Biter, it was just
off the Azure Drake. So there's 4 top decks potentially for Super JJ to get lethal here with Azure Drake. So I would like to see him go for it. I think
probably has less than 4 of those in his deck.
You don't think he runs double Lightning Bolt, double Biter?
A lot of times I think they run less than that. A lot of times it's more like just 2 Biter, no Lightning Bolt, something like that.
All right. Well, he feels like he doesn't want to go for lethal here. He saw his board stick around last turn. He just wants to get as strong of a board presence as possible, so we see him go for that route instead. Figures, he'll probably have lethal around for him next turn. So the Murlocs, Anyfin will bring back a War Leader and 2 Murlocs. Oh my gosh. I think it's a Pyro Equality heal time, and then you set up to just use the double
making Murlocs
to start clear in the next turn.
Now, it's worth mentioning, Tice's hand is starting to run low on stuff. He Pyro Quality heals this turn, he makes Murlocs the turn after. The turn after that, he might not have anything too good going on. He'll probably have something good, but there's some risk.
Yeah.
I don't play that much anything Paladin, but it feels like Tice's draw has been pretty insane this game. Like he's got 3 Murlocs going. This is his third equality clear.
This is
Like-
the third equality clear.
Yeah, he had equality conch, and then equality plus random stuff, and here's the pyro equality.
Yeah, the equality pyro forbidden.
Nice
healing.
sequencing here. You equality, then pyro forbidden healing. That way you see the 3/1 pyromancer strictly better than doing the autopilot pyro equality.
Yeah, always take time to think about your decisions. That's how you win the European Championship twice.
Oh my god.
And now Super JJ can
There's a lane
expand
wall.
on the board like reasonably unafraid of things because he's seen both equality clears. And I mean all three equality clears.
There's
That's
probably not a fourth, right?
That's probably one of the logic behind the giant board expansion last year. It was like, yeah, he doesn't have equality left. Just flood the board and win.
Yeah.
So, and these Frost Wolves put a really big damper on these Bluegill Warriors days.
I mean,
Tice can remove 4 damage from the board. I guess he
you
can
could
remove
clear 5, right? Just
Yeah,
put 2 thing from below, I guess.
Ugh.
Is Tice seriously going to lose this game after this good of a draw? If Tice can lose this game, it has to be Super Shaman favored, right?
That's what I was saying.
Matchup.
Shaman's win rate is ridiculous, even with the card bans. Like Shaman.
Well, that was like in general, like across the board. We're talking about this particular matchup.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
Still ridiculous.
it's still ridiculous how strong Shaman looks. It's just absolutely insane. Like Shaman's a deck that has so many good cards in its class that it doesn't matter if you take away 1 or 2 because they can run 30 class cards and have a good deck. It's just individually all of its cards are just better than almost every other class's cards. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Spell power totem for the 3 damage. Oh, I guess he's got to go with the storm. He can't get the free 1 drop then.
Unlucky.
Wow.
I rolled at 3/4, no big deal. Oh, the Tyrion's pretty good.
There's no Hex in the hand currently, but we haven't seen Super JJ draw a Hex yet the entire
Yeah, so
game.
he's probably drawing to 2 of them, like almost certainly.
He's got over half his deck gone through, so odds been finding it are pretty good.
Right,
But,
that's a good pickup. It goes with
that
Tyrion,
is-
right?
Yeah, that is the play. You get that Tyrion down there, and then that protects your Doomsayer. So you're able to heal for a lot of health this turn, or potentially clear the board.
Potentially die.
Yeah, is he dead? 3.
I can't see his mana. It's a bit blurry.
He's at 8 mana.
Okay.
So using
So
Fire
that's-
Elemental and the portal does 2. 2 isn't really great, but yeah, I think it's lethal.
Someone
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
It's lethal in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it's lethal like 6 different ways. So we see the Shaman come out, and it appeared behind
Just
in
crush.
the beginning and just absolutely crushed. And not a lot of players identified that Shaman was going to be this strong. We only have 4 players. 50% of the tournament field is bringing Shaman.
I wonder if some people chose to not bring it just because they didn't want to. They wanted to Hearthstone differently, and Shaman is not new
Sure.
or exciting at this point, right?
Yeah, in the spirit of
Like-
the tournament. Yeah.
Yeah, but then if that's your line of reasoning, you're probably banning Shaman every time you see it, right? It's a little bit weird to not bring it and not ban it.
I think we're going to dramatically see the amount of Shaman bans go up as we get further in the tournament. Like, people are going to start realizing, well, we should probably ban that, because we see
Yeah,
this
seems
game.
like a good class.
This game, neither player banned Shaman. I mean, like, Super JJ was the only one of the 2 players that brought Shaman, and it's able to just skate through. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the game goes as we get in there. Super JJ still has his Hunter and his Mage remaining. His Paladin was banned. So I believe Tice thinks that Paladin is the strongest deck in this format, right? He bans it and brings it.
Yep.
Leads with it. So
It's like anything lost nothing. It's the best.
Yeah,
Well, it turns
yeah.
out losing one thing doesn't change everything. Doesn't turn everything on its head, right? It's just one thing, and Shaman has a lot of good pieces. A lot of them.
Yeah, and we do see it looks like a Dragon
Yes.
Luck? Or
Sick.
Dragon Luck?
I've been
One of the
seeing
2.
some people streaming this lately. Yeah,
Okay.
some Dragon Reno lock. Good times. I don't know if it's Reno or not. Maybe it's not actually.
Yeah, it's
More I
Soulfire.
think about this, but like Dogbot brought Dragon Reno lock to a recent tournament.
Okay, so it's a real deck. It's out there.
Well, I know that's not what I said.
Alright. How do you think it does against Tempo Mage?
Bad.
Bad, yeah, not enough healing, huh?
Bad.
No
well, I
heal
mean,
bot?
Mortal Coil and Hellfire is good. Yeah, Mortal Coil and Hellfire. This is a good start for him. So there's hope. But I feel like there's a lot of burn in Temple Mage and not a lot of heal in this deck.
Yeah,
Argus.
Taunts, at least a little bit, but I mean, by that mage goes over the taunts. Like, you got to get control of the board early. If you don't get, if they get a bunch of damage in before you can start taunting, that's when those fireballs, those frostballs, that sort of stuff is just going to be able to kill you way too efficiently over the top. So these turns are super important for Tice. He's fortunate enough to have, you know, the Mortal Coil to stop that book from getting in there for a bunch of, and even just 1 or 2 chip damage, it adds up really quick to get you in range of where you need to start healing.
Kind of like this Elven Archer. Like imagine a Flame Waker comes down next turn.
Okay.
Maybe you could Hellfire and then Elven Archer the following turn or something. No, that's not a real thing. I don't know.
I don't know.
Flame Waker's not coming down.
There's no way they're playing Flame Waker and trading the 3/2.
They're killing this 2/2 with the spell is what they're doing.
Yeah, every time. You got to imagine he's going to ping face and then Forbidden Flame the 2/2 with the spell power. Get that 2 damage in there. Or
so
develop
if we
the
Sorcerer's Apprentice and Forbidden Flame, it deals 2, right?
Yep.
And then we get kind of wrecked by Coin Hellfire.
You do get wrecked by Coin Hellfire, but do you feel bad about it?
I think it's a risk you take as JJ.
Yeah, like as
you feel
Temple
bad
Mage,
about it happening, but you take the risk. You got to go for it, right? Like,
do you have to go for it?
you
I was on board with just the ping. I don't think it's
really?
terrible to keep 1 minion out there pressuring. Like how?
One's enough, huh?
Yeah, that was kind of my logic there. I mean, I'm on board with taking the risk. I think it's a worthwhile risk. Your opponent runs 1 Hellfire potentially if they're a Reno variant, 2 if they're not. Odds of them having it still in your favor that they don't have it. So
I don't know if 1's enough because like next turn there's like Twilight Drake, Twilight Guardian. That's more than
boss. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So maybe you just need the pressure to be able to get it through. But he hasn't seen the Dragon package yet, has he? So he doesn't know about Twilight Guardian being a threat yet.
Yeah, I mean he's pretty in the dark.
Yeah, he's got no idea what's going on here. He's assuming, you know, Reno lock, control, warlock. It
like
could be
this.
anything. But yeah,
It's tough to kill that Flame Waker.
for sure. Aside
Not
from
that
like
many Shadow
one
Bolts in
of
the
Shadow
world.
Bolt, yeah.
Wow, this turn feels super bad for Tice, not having that Twilight Drake to play. Unlucky.
Yeah. And we see double Ezra Drake, so it doesn't look like it's a Reno variant. So if JJ is able to get enough chip damage in, he is going to be able to kill Tice over the top, almost certainly. So
Yeah. Honestly, Temple Mage has so much burn, it can often like kill you even if you do Reno in a game.
holy
Maybe not
smokes.
often, but sometimes. Like, I don't know about in this matchup, but like the deck has a lot of burn.
Second Hellfire. I bet he was wishing he had that Elven Archer now. But the Twilight Drake's really good here. He's playing off curve, but it's just because he needs to react to the board immediately. And the Ezra Drake draws you a card for its extra mana cost, while as the Twilight Drake is able to just present more of a threat on the board, being a 4/8 instead of a 4/4. And interestingly enough, Super JJ going to clear it to protect his Flame Waker.
I like it. Couldn't deal with the Flame Waker last turn.
Sure.
Just gonna
Yeah.
keep getting value.
You think he missiles the? Yeah, he's missiling the face, setting up lethal with the Firelands Portal, right? Almost getting close.
That's a
there.
lot, man. Better have that Reno.
Yeah.
We know he doesn't. 2 Azure Drakes, there's no way.
He needs Reno this turn, and we can almost assume he doesn't play it in the deck.
Yeah.
As there's so many 2-ofs. We see 2 of Hellfire, 2 of Ezra Drake. He does not reveal any of the 2-ofs right now, so he does have to still win with this deck. So he
JJ's
needs
aggression.
to kind of keep JJ in the dark a little bit about what's going on with it. But JJ able to take a quick win here with a very aggressive Temple Mage deck. Unlike Ness's Temple Mage, which was a little bit more of the slow, control-y variant, Super JJ goes with the I'm going to get Mana Worm and kill you deck. So
Yeah. Aggression's paying off.
yeah,
So we're trying to Hearthstone differently, but maybe it's not as different as we had hoped.
yeah, it turns out aggro is still pretty good. Pretty good. We banned a lot of cards from a lot of classes.
We don't have to be 100% sold yet, but
I mean, it is only round 1. Aggro may be defeated later on, but for now, it's doing pretty good. And now Super JJ has only the Hunter remaining, which we saw in the previous series, a Hunter like archetype being played without Call of the Wild. We saw Tides of Time bring, you know, a faster Hunter archetype. It still had, you know, like Tundra Rhino and some slower cards in there. But
yeah, let's get into the next game. Or
yeah, we're just waiting for the players to get ready, and then we'll be jumping right in there. And there we are. So there's the Hunter deck.
Hunter vs. Warrior was Hunter favored when they had Call of the Wild. What about when they have Snipe?
Double snipe. Okay. I mean, what is he predicting that's in the meta for this double snipe?
More rogue.
Okay, it'll definitely eat up some rogues for sure.
How good is it against any Fin Paladin? It's fairly decent against the Paladin minions, right?
They run the 6-mana 4/4, so they have a lot of.
Yeah, and just killing like a Murloc War Leader's fine. It's okay against Doomsayer. It gets you part of the way there.
It stops pyro equality.
Yeah, that's sick, right?
Yeah,
it's bad against Bluegill, but it's not that bad.
And Tice bringing the Dragon Warrior with Fiery Warx nerfed, taking an early game 50-50. Oh, is able to win the 50-50, is not screwed over by the Firebat.
But the Grandma's here to recover, play a little bit of cleanup. It's not world over.
Yeah, gonna be sticking around, so at least you know, Super JJ is gonna have something to clean up this inevitable frothing berserker that comes down for Tice.
Yeah. So frothing and Smork, or yeah, we just what else?
Yeah. No reason to take that trade for him. You got to get that damage in there. It is a race at the end of the day.
Giving the trade sort of gives charge to the 3/2 in addition to missing 3 damage. Just full disaster.
Exactly. Well, this is awkward. Maybe Super JJ responds with a Smork? Okay, coins the Firebat, takes the trade. So the Frothing Berserker is going to be able to, you know, eat up that niche if it wants to.
I think we're Slam Executing. Unless we draw something, right? Slam Execute looks pretty good. Is there any chance we Finley for like a ping? No, because in the case where we hit a ping, we probably want to cycle the Slam, right?
I do like cycling the Slam. We could say that as a resource because we have 2 Azure Drakes, right? Like we have a lot of card draw and a lot of value in our hands, so maybe we want to be slamming a 3/2 later on. So I don't think it's totally unreasonable to go for the ping.
Right. Is there anything the Slam can hit that we would play? Like there's no War Axe.
Yeah, there's no War Axe. There's no, like, we're not going to be playing Fairy Dragon. You're not going to be playing Alex Strauss's Champion with the Slam.
We're trying to figure out it's a question of whether you play Finley first or Slam first, in case that wasn't clear.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
I think it's fine either way. I don't think it's too much of a difference. I like Finley first a little bit better, maybe, but I don't know. You could tell me on either, probably.
Probably go with Druid Hero Power, something that influences the board
presence.
Yeah, Tice agrees. Like Hunter is very tempting, but especially while you're frothing them.
You don't need Steady Shot against Hunter as much now that they don't have Call of the Wild. You don't need that that burst damage to finish out the game.
It's a lot of discipline by Tice there. Taking that trade with the frothing instead of jamming it to the face plays around things like a Leok being rolled, Abusive Sergeant, Direwolf Alpha being played. So yeah, I like the trade from the frothing. I think it's really heads-up play. I would have been way more tempted to start jamming that guy face. That's a lot of damage.
Missed 5 damage, SM work. Good discipline though.
It's real good play, yeah, for sure. Super JJ's in a lot more of an awkward position here. Unable to.
You're a god. You could abusive your Firebat into that Finley, right? And just win the 50-50.
Oh, it doesn't even need to have to with the Huffer.
A little more consistent.
Now the question is, do you want to trade with the Huffer or do you want to just Smork for 6? Oh, he is. He's going for the roll. He's chancing it. That was
for 2, never lucky.
That was really a greedy chance there. Interesting.
He didn't like his spot.
He felt like he needed to take the risk. I don't know if he needed to take the risk, and he is going to get whaled for 10.
Yeah, that's
Pyroblast to the face for the punish.
And, he's had enough of that.
Yeah, he doesn't want to reveal more cards in his Hunter deck. Going to try and conceal some of these secrets, for example, as his hand slowly devolves to all secrets. The odds of him winning that game, very low at that stage. So instead of playing out the secrets, trying to fight for a chance to win the game, he's just going to say, all right, you got me this game. I'm going to conceal the information. I have to play this deck again, and maybe I'll get you with the secrets on the next game. So players will be setting up for that.
I got to say, I really like JJ's chances. Like having Hunter against Reno Lock, that feels, or not Reno Lock, but Dragon Lock. He doesn't know that, does he?
He's
like,
seen
he didn't see the double
he saw Bookworm, but he didn't see any doubles. He could still be afraid of the Reno. Like I
would be afraid of the Reno.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you might not respect it, but I'd be afraid.
Yeah, it'll be interesting as we get into the game here to see if there is a Reno or, well, we pretty much know there's not a Reno, but it'd be interesting to see how long Tice is going to prioritize bluffing that, right? Like purposely not taking like the second best play to not play 2 of, so he can try and, hide the fact that he might have Reno so that Super JJ doesn't go like all in. I think there could be a lot of cute plays and mind games involved around that, so that's something to watch out for. But we are going to start off with Tice with the Paladin.
I really like this Loot Hoarder against Hunter. It doesn't do well against Kindly Grandma, but it does well against a variety of 2-mana 3/2s, and trading with the Firebat's fine.
Sure, yeah, not a bad card to have. I like even the True Silver as well, and the other two cards that say you pitch them. You look to try and go Loot Hoarder on 2 and to coin True Silver on 3, I think is the curve you want. Answer that Animal Companion efficiently. That's always the biggest fear in the early game is an Animal Companion sticks and starts snowballing like crazy.
Yep. Pretty good opening hands for both players. Everyone has a early game plan that's about as good as their deck can offer. Maybe Tice would like to see a Doomsayer.
Yeah.
Well, this Squire makes the Loot Hoarder look a lot worse.
Yeah, but Super JJ is leading off with a Firebat, not playing around the potential for a Loot Hoarder.
Nah, it's totally reasonable, right? It attacks for more.
Yeah, just base harder. Who wins this matchup while Call of the Wild is banned?
I still think Hunter.
You still think Hunter? Even they don't even need Call of the Wild to win this matchup, you think?
The thing is, like, Paladin AoE board clears just aren't that good against Hunter, because Hunter can do a lot of damage with not that many minions.
Sure. Yeah, that's reasonable, especially with the hero power.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the big assumptions a lot of these players had in this format, right? A lot of players were like, yeah, anything Paladin's going to be so good because its biggest nemesis, Hunter, is completely out of the format. And then we see here already, game 1, there's a Hunter, game 2, there's a Hunter. And it looks like they're both maybe farming this anything Paladin that everyone thought was going to be insane because the Call of the Wild ban. I guess Hunter doesn't even need Call of the Wild that badly.
I mean, it is an 8-mana card. Like, there's a lot of Hearthstone that happens before turn 8. I think Hunter does need Call of the Wild that badly, but everyone lost something, so, like...
Yeah, that's fair. As Super JJ here, are you tempted to maybe quick shot the Loot Hoarder, or is that just... Does that feel too bad?
It's one of those things where I'm definitely not... Tempted is not the word I would use. It's the kind of thing I would do and feel depressed about. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think you might have to do it.
Man, that feels bad.
Protects me.
Oh, he's just going to go with the secret instead.
He's like, this is a snake trap. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, there you go. Bluff the snakes. Saves that. He's saving the quick shot to be able to cycle it, right? Next turn, you know, he's getting pretty close to being able to cycle it.
Hand's almost empty. Makes sense. It won't be next turn because he's drawing a card, but
yeah,
maybe turn 5.
After, maybe, yeah. We don't know exactly the curve he's playing. He might not be going to high mains, and then his quick shot just has to cycle, basically.
So there's that Loot Hoarder doing work as called on the mulligan, right? Trading into a 3/2 and drawing a card. Sick.
It's absolutely disgusting. Definitely just from Tice here playing on curve, getting that body out there to help contest the board.
Yep. Threatening a bluegill. Ooh, these
Double
secret draws from JJ feels bad.
Yeah,
but even if he loses this, he's still a favorite to win against that Warlock, the Dragon Warlock.
Yeah, he may have just been able to target out a matchup just enough that, you know, if he's able to go up against more people with control Warlocks, just single out that matchup and win every time. Feels
like that Ragnaros Lightlord almost seals the game in Tice's favor.
Well,
it's a disaster of a start for JJ, and that's a really good finisher. Just the best.
He's got to get to turn 8, though.
He's got to get to turn 8, but
yeah.
I'm looking at things, and I'm liking his chances, right? He's got True Silver on 4, Ivory Knight on 6.
Yeah, JJ really needed a bow with this hand, like just string along this damage together, because infinite bow charges with all these traps slowing down the game is usually how this style of Hunter really gets a win. We saw Tides of Time in the first game playing just more of a minion-based Hunter, and now we see Super JJ going with the trap-based Hunter. So interesting. 2 archetypes of Hunter existing with the card bans with Call of the Wild gone now.
Yeah, I like the Cloaked Huntress. It's kind of a shame to see JJ keep drawing the secrets and not the Huntress. I'd like to see the deck doing what it's designed to do. How do you feel about this bluegill? I kind of thought I was playing True Silver and just not attacking with it, but this sort of contests the board better, but doesn't set up for future turns as well.
Yeah, I'm not really too big of a fan of the bluegill. I would have, True Silvered as well. I would have even been tempted to swing with the True Silver, as you got another one in your hand anyway.
Right? If you swing the True Silver on 4, then you swing with it on 5 and equip another one on 5, then you can play the Ivory Knight on 6 while swinging with the turn 5 True Silver.
Yeah, that was my train of play.
Heal to try and just live till Lightlord on 8.
Exactly, that's what I want to do. Just get all 4 healing out of both True Silvers. As awkward as that sounds, just swinging at stuff with True Silvers to stay alive. But,
so this is kind of what I was talking about. The strength of the Murloc Paladin in these Pyro quality turns, it just doesn't quite work against Hunter boards with the high mains and the
cat trick.
Yeah, there's problems.
The grandmother, the fact that they're killing you with just like 1/1s,
stupid
the field.
1/1s.
And Tice is under fire right now. He's feeling the pressure, and it's not a good thing.
Realistically, I think he's weathering this pressure. True Silver to Ivory to Knight to Reg, it's probably going to work out.
Super JJ does have a little bit of burst of extra firepower at the end. He's got the quick shot that's going to draw a card, you know?
Sure, it's true.
Makes
Game's not over.
Yeah.
Playing this War Leader, that feels bad. We're trading our 5-mana 3/3s are actually not that good, despite what you might have heard about Grim Patron. Like,
where is this True Silver going?
Just thinking about killing that 3/2. Clears the Beast, makes Kill Command and Houndmaster less threatening. We know they're not in the hand yet. Well, we know Houndmaster's not in the hand, but, you know, top decks happen.
Sure, yeah. Just getting the board under control. I like it. Get the Death Rattles out of the way. Ooh, Kill Command.
Yep, played around that, right?
Yeah, and now we have the Snipe coming down exactly on turn 6. And you want Snipe coming down on turn 6 against anything that Paladin because there's a card called Ivory Knight, which is a 6-mana 4/4 that Snipe perfectly kills. So now,
pew, pew.
I imagine Tice is still going to be playing the Ivory Knight here. You want to play it when you can, like when you have time to, and there's no pressure on the board. And oh my god,
we don't care about the Murlocs. We do care about 10 life.
Yeah, holy smokes, that could spell disaster for Super JJ. He was in a spot where he had a potential to take it there. He had 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage coming the following turn, and then could have potentially closed it out the turn after, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to get there. That is a lot of help.
True Silver.
Oh, there we go.
The bows. I mean, better late than never.
Yeah, get it going. But can he beat an extra 8?
17's a big number. That Reg's coming down soon.
Well, even after the rag comes down, he can take 50-50 shots at it, you know, like deal 1 damage to the rag and then...
But can he deal 1 to the rag? He's probably dealing 3 to it.
Yeah. So it's going to heal for 11 then, in that case, and then he's going to have to top deck the burn after. Otherwise, he's going to have to sink another 3 damage into it, and that chain just keeps continuing. It's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough. The card was drawn. Okay, launch and kill command. Emptying his hand for the quick shot. Able to get in there. I think
wow, already down to 10. That Ivory Knight heal was a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, if that Ivory Knight didn't heal for 10, this would be a lot more awkward for Tice. He would have whatever the Ivory Knight healed for right here as his life total. Instead of...
Although his War Leader's got damage on it.
Yeah, good heal the War Leader. Oh.
JJ made a nice face with that, too.
Yeah, I mean, it still has the ability to heal the War Leader at this moment. So Super JJ could still get away with this if he wins these Ragnaros flips, especially with that kill command being drawn here.
Wow.
Going in for the bow.
You gotta root for JJ in this spot, right? Like,
he's so close. Oh, the Ultimate can guarantee the heal. That's gonna be it right there. All Dice has to do is Ultimate his War Leader and then pass for the rest of the game.
Just trying to proc an explosive trap, a freezing trap, anything. Just get this thing out of here. Although if you proc an explosive, you can attack for 8 with your Rag Light Lord and then ultimate down to a 3/3 so that it heals your face.
So he knows that there is a cat trick now, right? It could be a dart trap potentially. These sort of things.
Let's not risk it.
Yeah, I don't think you want to risk the dart trap, so I don't think you hero power. I think you just ultimate your 3/3 and pass. And I guess swing with the True Silver, equip another True Silver, set up lethal, maximize health gain.
Did we talk about it? I feel like there was probably a way for Tice to set this up so that the Rag was a guaranteed heal.
He did?
No. The Rag was a 50-50 heal on 8. I'm talking about the previous turn.
Yeah. If he had not extended the Murlocs the turn before, potentially he wouldn't have had to rely on winning that 50-50 there. So there was ways he could have cleared the board without extending Murlocs onto the field that were then damaged, so that he wouldn't have to rely on a 50-50 flip. So a slight misplay there by Tice on turn 7. You know, otherwise he wouldn't have had to rely on that 50-50. But fortunately enough for him, he's able to win that 50-50. He's able to take the game. He was in a pretty, seemed favored and dominant position the whole game. I'm not sure if the cut from Call of the Wild makes that matchup as bad as it looks, because we saw a pretty underwhelming draw for Super JJ and a pretty good draw for Tice, but it definitely hurts it, right?
Yep. So, going to game 5 again.
Is it game 5? Wasn't that the first match? It's game 5. Okay, yeah, sure.
These have been quick ones. We've had some aggro games instead of all control mirrors.
Super JJ's been going hard with the aggro, so yeah, it makes it seem like Chalky's playing. Anyway, game 5, we have Super JJ with the Hunter up against the Dragon Warlock for Tice. Oh my god,
Secret Keeper.
Wow. That is...
What a high variance Hunter deck this is.
Yeah, this Hunter deck, you know, it either works or it works really, really good, or it does absolutely nothing, huh? And, okay. If Tice's able to string along a Dragon here, he's got a really solid hand for being able to deal with some things. The Hellfire...
Something like Freezing Trap's really good against Tice's hand.
Oh, yeah. Shuts down the Imp Gang boss and buffs the Secret Keeper. It'd be absolutely insane. But Super JJ drawing back-to-back kill commands this early in the game is not great for his deck.
But he's got the turn 1 and 2, so, like... Even though they're both one-attack minions, they've got potential to be much more than that. And, you know, he's developing while Tice isn't, so...
Yeah, Tice is just hitting himself in the face right now.
Well, there's the Huntress. Just where's the secrets?
If he's able to top deck Freezing Trap, it's going to be absolutely insane. He gets to develop a 3/4, get +1/+1 on his Secret Keeper, and stop the Imp Gang boss dead in its tracks all at once.
Wow.
And... No, not quite that cool. But, you know, he can flood the board with a lot of minions.
So do we kill command this Imp Gang boss, trade our Grandma in? Or maybe we trade the Secret Keeper to be resilient against the Hellfire turn?
Oh, it feels so defensive.
Maybe...
If we run Unleash, we have a whole bunch of traps that can then interact with his minion that's on the board, right? Like explosives and whatnot. I am not opposed to, you know, just Huntress and all face sort of line. That's because you're resilient to Hellfire that way, right? You have 2 minions that your opponent needs to kill for Hellfire to really work.
Sure.
So you're going to get some damage through Hellfire, and you just push a lot more pressure that way. I don't think you want to be kill commanding. I think that's the only way you lose is start throwing burn at minions and trying to play like the board control value game against a Dragon Warlock. They have the best hero power for value in the game, and they're running the best minion set for value in the game in, you know, Dragons. So you're not going to outvalue them. So
but they just can't stop that steady shot if you just push the damage. Makes a lot of sense. I like what you're thinking there.
Yeah, you just need to get the damage in now, and then you have the 15 in your hand, you know, double kill command, quick shot hero power to get him done. If you just figure out some way to get 10 more. So for example, if they're Hellfiring to clear this board, you know, they're taking another 6 on top of that. So then now you're just looking at trying to find 8 more damage somehow, 4 steady shots, you win the game.
Sounds doable.
Yeah. And he's already got the beast to activate the kill commands as well, so he's able to set all of that up if he holds on to Firebat.
He's going for Soulfire. This way he's only taking 1 next turn instead of 3, and he's not taking a 3 from Hellfire. Might never Hellfire the way this board looks, right?
Yeah, this is definitely the best play that turn for sure from Tice. They're able to, you know, control the board while taking the minimum amount of damage possible. Really like it.
Any Huffers?
Huffer would be huge.
If you attack first, you're not playing Animal Companion because it means you're not rolling Leok.
Yeah, I'm kind of favoring Animal Companion plus coin hero power.
Because if you don't Companion now, it's just getting worse later, right? Oh, never Huffer. Unlucky.
All the companions are pretty good at this point. Like even this Misha here slows down your opponent. You could trade into the 1/1 if you wanted to play around Blackwing Corruptor. From a Dragon deck, Blackwing Corruptor is usually pretty expected. And then the question is if you want a Firebat or if you want to coin the hero power. Goes with the Firebat. I
like the Firebat. It's consistent with the Misha. Now this Blackwing Corruptor is really strong.
Yeah, JJ takes the risk for Blackwing Corruptor. He maybe still thinks it's a Reno deck, but we did see 2 Imp Gang bosses played, so you have to kind of...
I think he saw 2 Hellfires in the first game, maybe.
Yeah, so I don't know. Risking against Blackwing Corruptor on 5 is pretty scary, but it's not like that crazy of a risk to take. But he is going to get slightly punished for it, as Tice is able to maintain these Imp Gang bosses on the board and clear off minions. But
yeah, this is the kind of game where Tice could win.
Yeah, it definitely is. But
he's got that pressure going. He might be able to clock him fast enough.
Unleash the Hounds?
That's gonna be strong against these Imp Gang bosses, yeah.
Yeah,
and you have to think he's playing it, right? Especially in the Shaman format.
Yeah, you expect Shamans to be out there, and Unleash the Hounds is just such a great aggro card. Typically, the board for Warlock for, you know, the Control Warlock variants is never super vulnerable to Unleash the Hound. So it's kind of funny that we see that instance pop up, and he's cashing in on one of the kill commands now, just going in deep. Knows that there's most likely no Reno, as duplicates have been seen, so he feels pretty comfortable just going in like this, making like the only heal cards being Earthen Ring Farseers and Refreshment Vendors available.
Yep. This explosive trap's gonna really help him win the race. It was a big pickup for JJ. All of JJ's cards are pretty well contributed to this plan of just, I'm just gonna push face damage. I'm a face hunter.
Yeah, he's got 12 damage in the hand, right? He's got 5, 8, 9, 10 from the explosive trap, and then, you know, you get the extra 2 from the hero power. So he's got 2 more turns after this to be able to shut down Tice, and Tice has to figure out some way that he's able to kill his opponent fast enough. But
well, this is 11.
Yeah, the explosive trap shuts down 4 damage here, so that leaves him with 12.
He did have a lethal setup if it weren't for this explosive trap. Wow,
he's got the Peddler to fish for either Power Overwhelming or Soulfire for the lethal.
Power Overwhelming does more damage than Soulfire because it like gets a 2/2 to connect, right?
Yeah, you can either get the Imp Gang Boss or the Abusive Sergeant to connect. Malagos isn't going to do it. So now he's got to recognize if he doesn't find a lethal, he's dead. So he's got to go in for the lethal here. So yeah, at 9 health, the bow's been procced. He knows he needs that lethal. He's got 15 on the board. He can either tap for lethal if he thinks his odds are higher that way, or go for the Dark Peddler. And the Dark Peddler is higher odds, so you see him go with the Dark Peddler here, and he gets Stone Touch 4, and it's just not enough. He's got 5, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16 damage. He has 1 damage off lethal.
Never lucky. So now he's thinking, I'm going to have lethal set up for the next turn no matter what I do, so I just want to make the most defensive play I can, which is nothing.
Can he tap into Soulfire? 5, 10, 11, 12, 13. He can tap into the second Soulfire if he runs it, or Power Overwhelming if he runs it with the Stone Tusk board pickup. So he's got the life
2 Soulfires.
He would have to run 2 Soulfires, which is usually unlikely in these kind of Warlock decks, but he could be there.
I think I've been seeing it the last time I've seen this kind of list.
Does he feel like he can survive, or does he feel like he needs to go for the tap?
He's probably going to try and survive 4 damage rather than tap for Soulfire.
He thinks he can. He thinks Super JJ just doesn't have 4 damage, and bad news for Tice. Super JJ does have the 4 damage, so 3rd time's the charm for this aggressive Hunter deck featuring secrets. Super JJ able to take this over Tice, knocking Tice out of the tournament and advancing to the 2nd round to meet Tides of Time.
So, kind of the expected result. Took a while for that Hunter to get a win, but it got there eventually. It never really drew well. Like.
No, it was.
He had the Secret Keeper and the Huntress and the Secrets, and he kept drawing just like the Secret Keeper Huntress or the Secrets, but never a good mix.
And it seems like a sort of deck that's very inconsistent, and we saw the definite inconsistent side, like you said. But when all that stuff comes together, though, we saw like in the moment where you had the Secret Keeper on the field, and turn 3 he could have played the Huntress, and if he had a secret with that, it's just whoa, sort of just crazy strong. But he just wasn't able to make all of that come together. But he was able to take the victory. Interesting 200s advance without Call the Wild.
Heck yeah.
It's kind of interesting how the bands sort of worked out in that favor. Let's show the bracket so we can see what's coming up for next. I believe it's Chalky versus Calento in the next match, so that should be a pretty interesting one to see. One of the best players currently from North America, having some great tournament performance, Chalky, and then you got Calento, a player that hasn't been competing in too many recent tournaments, but you know,
God Lento, right?
God Lento is his name, basically. He's been he's been done very, very well in the past, so it's going to be crazy to see what they've come up with. Calento usually brings some kind of wacky decks to these sort of things, and Chalky's no slouch either. You know, DreamHack Austin, he brought Priest and was able to win in a new meta with Priest, so he's definitely a player to look out for in sort of new metas. So I'm really excited to see that matchup, but we'll get right to that after a short, couple-minute break while we try and get the players set up. So All right. Welcome back to BatStone. I am your host, Firebat, and I am joined here with Zalay. How are you doing?
Greetings. Doing good, man. Sweet tournament.
Sweet tournament. All right. So we've already seen a few players play, but let's just briefly go over what's going on with BatStone. Why is it called Hearthstone differently? What's different? And this right here is why it's different.
Bans. So the community bans, we got Yogg-Saron, Tuskar Totemic, Fiery War-X, Barnes, and Call of the Wild not allowed in this tournament. And then we also had each of the 8 contestants ban a card. Tice banned Doomhammer, Darkshire Councilman from Strifecode, Shocky banned Ice Block, possibly because he likes to play aggressive decks, doesn't want to see that Freeze Mage. Super JJ banning Innervate, Kaleno banning Fandral, Oskak banning Ragnaros, Tides of Time banning Doomguard, and Ness banned Preparation.
Yeah, well, they have we've already gotten the players ready and they're just going to start the game, but notice you'll not see any of these cards seeing play in the game, so we'll get right into it. No more Talkstone, right into the action. We see Kalento up at the top. His Mage is banned, and he has brought Paladin, Shaman, and Warlock. Then we have Chalky on the bottom screen. His Mage is also banned. Both players bringing Mage and banning Mage, both of them expecting Mage to be an extremely powerful deck in the format. And then he has Paladin, Priest, and Warrior.
So I saw Chalky had a Fool's Bane in this, what I assume is Worgen Warrior based on that Rampage.
All right, sick.
So we got something going on here. Runic Egg. Oh my god.
The Rampage Runic Egg deck. What is this? Is it a deck that can keep up with Shaman, though? Because we see Chalky not bringing Shaman. We see Shaman having, 100% win rate in the tournament when it's been played all of the one times. But it's an interesting deck. It's probably aimed at, slow control decks, right? It's aimed at, your Priest and your Anyfin Paladin sort of decks.
Well, I think the Worgen Warrior has really good AoE for the Shaman boards. Shaman plays a lot of low health minions, and then you get those nice Pyromancer, Commanding Shout, random spell turns, clear it all off.
So you would put the Runic Egg Worgen Warrior as okay. I was gonna say it looks questionable to me. It's going to be interesting, though. Usually these decks are better against control decks rather than being against, mid-range decks, which mid-range Shaman, pretty mid-range oriented most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about mid-range Shaman is even though their board can be cleared by a Pyromancer, Commanding Shout, whatever, they can Maelstrom Portal to clean up all those 1-health minions from the Pyromancer, Commanding Shout turn, and then just repopulate with a cheap thing from below, a Feral Spirits, whatever. They're really good at just flooding the board turn after turn after turn. You keep having to have the answer, and eventually, maybe you don't, you die.
Exactly, yeah. And we saw that happen earlier on in the tournament where, the Super JJ Shaman was up against Tice's Murloc Paladin, and Tice Pyro quality cleared 3 times, and the Shaman was able to continue repopulating. So Chalky's going to have to use these board clears sparingly, and Kalento, he's intimidated by this egg, expecting some sort of Rampage or something.
Battle Rage,
or Battle Rage as well, and is just deciding to take off the egg so that he doesn't have to worry about that.
Fool's Bane, by the way, is sick against Shaman. Clean up those Feral Spirits, the Tunnel Trogs, maybe whatever spell damage totem that's threatening because of the Spirit Claws weapon. I mean, that does really good work against Shaman. Yeah,
I mean, a really good work against a lot of the meta choices right now, right? Shaman's expected to be a meta choice as well as Tempo Mage. You got to imagine Fool's Bane cleans up pretty nice against a lot of Tempo Mage minions as well,
So what if we just push the tempo here with Execute Acolyte into Fool's Bane next turn to keep his board clear that way? We might Rampage and Acolyte this game. That could be a cool way to draw some cards and apply some pressure.
Yeah, it seems pretty solid for sure.
It's vulnerable to Hex.
Yeah, real vulnerable to Hex. You got to worry about that. Right now, Kalento has to be assuming, I guess, it's Worgen Warrior.
Yeah, he saw that Runic Egg. That tells a lot of information.
It tells there's Rampages and Battle Rages, right?
Yeah, there's Pyromancers, Commanding Shouts.
Wow.
Man, Azure Drake with Spirit Claws is just disturbingly powerful. It's so efficient. And all of a sudden, the Fool's Bane not as clean against this Azure Drake as we had hoped.
Wow, that is a lot of damage to have to take. And another Azure Drake is going to be coming down after this for Kalento. Kalento making some faces here at Chalky. Chalky responding with laughs to those faces as he sees 8 damage being taken using the Fool's Bane.
Now, this Azure Drake's a lot easier to clean up. We can use something like Blood to Ichor or Slam instead of taking 8.
Sure, yeah.
But man, that Spirit Claws.
That card got value.
What a 1-mana card.
Yeah. So I imagine we see... I think he's going with the cycle first. This indicates that there's likely no shield blocks in his deck if he's going to go for
shield slam,
shield slams, yeah. if he goes for this before, you know, committing to a way to kill the Drake. So he doesn't want to give that away. And there's a chance he plays Shield Slam, right? So, you know, keep Kalento guessing a little bit.
There's the charge. He's picking up combo pieces, which is really not what you want to see in the early phases of the game. You want just everything but the combo pieces, right? You want ways to clear. But he's not under any pressure, so he's not feeling too bad just yet.
Well, he's under a little bit of pressure.
Well, that
for
thing
sure.
attacks for 6.
Yeah, that is...
Slam plus Fool's Bane is a thing.
It's a thing, but still, you're taking a lot of damage. That's the last charge of the Fool's Bane gone. It did control the board quite nicely, but at a really expensive cost. You know, you took 14 damage while clearing things with that Fool's Bane. Or no, 18 damage while killing things.
Yeah, but we killed those things so they don't kill us. Like,
true.
It's better 18 than 30, right?
Yeah, but Kalento's still got a lot of cards in his hand to keep putting pressure on the board.
Yeah, it's scary. But I mean, if we're gonna slam and hit this, right? We're not gonna go for some kind of Pyro Slam Battle Rage because we just need more value out of our Pyromancer than that. That card needs to be an all-star at this point in the game, and we're reasonably far into our deck, so like there's good chances to draw a Commanding Shout at any time. Anytime you do Pyromancer, you can assemble the Pyromancer Commanding Shout thing. It's sick. Also, even without the Commanding Shout, we have this Rampage, right? So if we just go Pyro, Spell, Rampage, then the Rampage acts as a pseudo Commanding Shout. You don't draw a card. It's not quite as good at protecting your other minions, but it might get the job done.
I think that's what Chaki's waiting for. He's trying to save up, you know, the amount of cards in hand that he can go Pyro, Slam, Rampage stuff. So next turn he can go Pyro, Slam, Rampage, Battle Rage, and he's able to, you know, take down the Fire Elemental.
Right. So he's face tanking 6 either way. This way he saves the weapon charge.
Yeah, it heads up play for sure. I would have been very tempted to just immediately slam it, but he takes his time, thinks about it, able to find, you know, a potentially even better line here that allows him to cycle the Battle Rage while clearing a lot of minions. Because that's 3 damage AoE on the board plus your weapon swing. So whatever the next minion Kalento plays is, you're most likely going to be able to kill it as well. Until he hits you with this, and then gets another 4 in there. Oh, jeez.
So God Lento's paying attention here. He saw that Chaki like skipped turn 7, so he's kind of expecting, you know, something's up. He's trying not to overcommit. Yeah. He
knows what's going on here. This isn't his first rodeo. So I like the play there by Kalento, just taking it slow, getting up the upgrade and cashing in the value on that on the Fire Elemental while it's out there. And now Chaki's in an awkward spot because of the way Kalento adapted to the giveaway of his hesitation and then his just armor pass turn. So now what do you do?
Well, I'm probably starting with Pyro Slam, but I don't know. This is tricky.
Yeah.
Are we slamming the 4/5? Because we like have to find something else for the 4/6, or?
He's maybe. Yeah, I guess he's hoping to find Inner Rage. It's interesting. I would have definitely considered slamming the 4/5 there.
Alright, well, how much damage do we have now? Because now we've got Raging Organ Charge.
Maybe he just miscounted. He's taking an extra 4 here for no reason. He could have cleared the entire board that turn. And that mistake's going to cost him. That is going to give Kalento lethal. The mistake
that was a quick 1-0.
Yeah, it's slamming the wrong minion there. You know, he had the setup for the Wild Pyromancer set up, and then 6 is not equal to 5.
All right.
Sometimes that'll get you.
Yeah. I mean, these things happen.
Yeah.
It's a bummer.
It's a bummer for sure. It could have been a little more interesting to see how long that goes, but it was definitely going to be really hard for Chaki to catch up in that position. He was just taking under so much pressure and so long. And, you know, he had the Fool's Bane, which gave him a little bit of removal, but the cost of how much damage he was taking for that removal was just crazily high. So again,
he was actually pretty close to lethal damage if he had survived another turn. He had Raging Organ Charge, that's 5 attack. He Ichors it, now it's enraged, so it's up to 6 attack with Wind Fury. Rampages it, that's up to 9 attacks, so that's 18 damage.
Out of the 20. Yeah. So he was 2 damage off lethal the following turn if he had survived.
I don't know if he had mana for all that, I didn't count.
You could top deck an Inner Rage and to make it all happen. So
yeah,
dude. It was close. Maybe he'll be able to get it next game. Let's get into the game, see if he's able to maybe do it, if he's queuing that back up again. He also has to try and figure out how to win with Priest, so it's looking scary for Chaki right now. It's looking...
Well, maybe he brought a more effective... Maybe there's no Purify in this one.
Maybe no Purify. There you go. Ooh, Kalento going off with the Reno Lock, it looks like. Reno Lock or Dragon Warlock, some sort of Control Warlock variant. Chalky queuing back up with the OTK Worgen Warrior, no War X. So who do you think's favored in this matchup?
It's got to be the Worgen Warrior. Because the Reno Lock tends to give you time, and time is what the Worgen Warrior wants to assemble that combo. It's really tough to stop that combo. Like, the Reno is just not a very effective defense against it. You hit him for 30, like, whatever.
Yeah. Well, maybe if he has enough taunts, like, maybe he's got, like, the Bog Creeper or whatever in there.
I've tried that. It doesn't work as well.
It doesn't work?
I would like. Yeah, usually what you want is the pressure. You gotta kill that guy before he draws the lethal. Or, apply enough pressure so that he has to use his offensive tools defensively, and maybe that gets there somehow.
So then Kalento's game plan throughout this match shouldn't be trying to minimize the damage he's taking. It should be trying to maximize the damage he's doing to his opponent.
Right. He just wants to put pressure out there, get to work.
So we do see him think about playing a 3-drop here. Would you be then... You just always play a 3-drop here, right? Then try and maximize the pressure.
I'm slamming that Imp Gang boss every time. Yeah. Farseer hits for 3, Imp Gang hits for 2, but there's something to be said for durability, right? Like,
sure,
the Farseer just dies so much easier. What if the guy has what's that thing? King's
Defender, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about War X, but you definitely got to worry about King's Defender being a decent card in the format. Well, yeah, we can see how awkward this Imp Gang boss is. Like, not great ways for Chalky to clear it. He can just draw with his Acolyte.
I think playing that Acolyte's pretty good. I don't really want to coin the Ichor.
Yeah, save coin for potentially Emperor or whatnot. And
yeah, coin does a lot of good stuff.
You're already threatening to draw with the Acolyte on the board anyway.
Twilight Drake's a pretty good pickup, although it does mean that you're allowing that Acolyte to get multiple draws.
And Kalento says it's worth it. He's like, the pressure is so good that screw it. We're going to kill this Acolyte and continue pressure. So, yeah, he's sticking with the game plan of just maximize pressure over concern for your own life.
Yep, smart.
Yeah, at the end of the day, if you can pressure them enough that they don't have enough time, they can have all the cards in the world and just not, be at 10 mana yet, so they can't unleash the combo yet, then we'd
look at this Fool's Bane. Smack that Twilight Drake twice, trade your Acolyte into it. You'd start by trading the Acolyte in, right? That draws you up to 10 cards, then you coin Fool's Bane, take 8, take 2 more to hit the Imp Gang boss once, and then you've got a board of 1 health minions set up for you to AoE down somehow the next turn. You'll find a way. Okay,
so you want to coin Fool's Bane, double hit the 4/7.
Yep.
Trade in the 1/1. In the next turn, you can slam the Imp Gang boss and play like Ghoul, for example.
Oh, yeah. Maybe we don't hit the Imp Gang boss because you want to slam it next turn. That's interesting. But if you're going for the Fool's Bane play, you probably start by drawing a card off the Acolyte into the Twilight Drake, right? Yeah, it's just sequencing.
A slight sequencing here, yeah. The Raging Worgen's not going to do it. He's got to find...
Pretty good pickup because he already has the charge. He actually has enough combo pieces that it's relevant. He actually did
how much
that combo
damage
piece.
Is that?
It's a lot.
Yeah, he's got...
With the Emperor, it's a big number. It's going to be turn 7 at the soonest, right? So you go turn 6 Emperor, turn 7 you have Worgen charge is 5 attack, Inner Rage is up to 8 attack, Taskmaster is up to 10 attack,
20.
Twice is 20.
Holy smokes. 20 damage available turn 7 for Chalky if he's able to live that long. Kalento is at 28 life, though, so he is outside of that range and has an Earthen Ring Farseer at the moment. No taunts in the hand, though. And it doesn't look like there's going to be a Reno. It looks like this is similar to the direction that Tice took his Control Warlock deck, in that it's just a bunch of dragons.
So is there any chance we're going to, like, Ichor our own Taskmaster to Battle Rage for 2 this turn? Like, what if I punch his Azure Drake, Taskmaster it, then Ichor my Taskmaster in Battle Rage?
I think we want to hold on to this Taskmaster
for damage.
Yeah. Right now, if he taps and we get a Rampage, we win, right? That was my thought with the Taskmaster. But
yeah, we have
2/2s on the board aren't that bad.
Well, he does need to consider, like, surviving, because next turn he's going to play Emperor, which puts up 0 defense. So
yeah,
if he left a board for Kalento and then Kalento, like, develops an even bigger board, he might just die to burst the following turn.
Yeah.
And indeed, Kalento does have a pretty bursty hand with Soulfire, Blackwing Corruptor.
Double Blackwing Corruptor, and Blackwing Corruptor with the
Brand.
Look at turn 10, how much damage Kalento has.
Hold on, does Kalento have lethal set up here? With Brand Corruptor is 6, Soulfire is 10, plus the 6 on board is 1. Yeah.
So not quite lethal on board. Chalky playing double Cruel Taskmaster, which is a little uncommon for the deck, but...
Well, it's because he has the egg, right?
because he has the egg, yeah. It's going to allow him to clear this quite efficiently while drawing cards off Battle Rage. He's filling up his hand a lot.
Icker execute to clear, or no, you save the execute, just trade the 4-1 in. You don't need to push that damage, right?
Yeah. You Icker, and then this way you can
Player
develop the
on
Mimic Egg, so you can get more card draw set up. So he's got a big board, lots of card draw set up. Ooh.
It's looking really good for Chalky.
Shadow Flame's not a bad pickup, though.
I mean, clearing the board's like not nearly good enough. You really need pressure, and he's a long ways off from pressure because he has to clear the board first.
Well, he does have 16 damage in his hand if he were to save, Brand, plus the double Blackwing Soulfire. But going off looking for power overwhelmings and Soulfires to kind of add up the damage here for that pressure. Flame Imp, obviously not what you want in this situation. Not really a great card.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it does disrespect his life total and apply pressure, which we were saying we wanted earlier, but it's... Now, the Voidwalker is pretty nice. Like, that one little taunt could be pretty annoying.
You could eat up an entire attack from a Worgen. Second Runic Egg drawn. If Chalky plays the Emperor now, does he have enough mana to do the Worgen combo and squeeze in the Faceless? He does, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. So he could play the Emperor.
Not next turn.
Not next turn, but it would
In
be
general.
turn 9. So yeah, he could potentially do it. But that would be, leaving a Bran up for Dragon Warrior.
Scary.
Squeeze out the Emperor is really scary. So that's one of the main reasons why Kalento probably, played the Bran that turn. Not only just the peddler value, but he's played it, because it forces Chalky to have to deal with it, so Chalky can't play his own Emperor, which Chalky has a very high % chance to have his Emperor in his hand right now because of how many cards he's drawn this game.
Probably around 50%.
And we are going to see the Bran stay up, so that's lethal.
Dang.
That lethal setup by Kalento there, that was pretty dirty. That was pretty dirty. He definitely set this up, so he should be aware of it, right? Double Blackwing Corruptor face, go face, Soulfire face.
Yeah.
That is disgusting. That was a really...
Wow.
really
Let's
sick
watch
lethal
Chalky's
set.
face for this.
Yeah. So Kalento knew, like...
I want to see when he knows. When he sees his Blackwing Corruptor face, is that when he knows?
So many possibilities.
He usually figures it out pretty quick.
Did he set this up, or is this just a happy coincidence?
I mean, he's just quadruple checking the math.
Okay.
Maybe not.
He's got 8 mana, right?
Yeah, because the Warrior had Quinn.
There it goes.
There we go.
There we go. just counting a few times. Double, triple checking. And then the I greet you. That is such a sick setup. So he knew, like, the odds of Chalky having, Emperor at this point are really high. Chalky really wants to play Emperor because after he plays Emperor, he can likely kill Kalento with the amount of cards being drawn. So he's able to clear the board, set up the Bran on the field, figures Chalky will play the odds there, disrespect the Bran, and then double Blackwing Corruptor Soulfire. All 3 discounted by Emperor for the 1 over lethal there.
Chalky with just a poker face through that. Like a true professional. It's like, yeah, man. I left Bran up. It's a risk I took.
Yeah. Like 1% of the time you die there. So it's very reasonable for Chalky to take that risk, but it's really well played for Kalento, identifying that he can set up that lethal that way, and getting the Bran out there instead of holding on to it for the burst later on to set up the immediate lethal, that turn. So yeah, really well played from both sides there.
Do you think it's fair to say that's a punish? Like, he was sort of punished for leaving the Bran up, but then again, leaving the Bran up arguably was not a mistake, and so is it a punish when it doesn't work out well?
1% of the time you die, right? Like maybe even less than 1%. They need 3 Emperor discounted cards. The odds of you dying there are astronomically low. You can't make reads on the fact that they have double Blackwing Corruptor Soulfire, and when they play Emperor, they discounted all 3. There's no possible way you can expect you're dead there. So I think I would leave up Bran 100% of the time. I think it's totally right by Chalky to do so. I think the odds of him dying there are super low. But that's why it's such a great play by Kalento to try and set that up with the Bran there, because it's like, well, my opponent's always going to play Emperor here. So let's set up the Bran, set up lethal, we win. Like, it's not something that a lot of people would notice and see, that setting up the Bran there is so strong and so powerful. Instead, a lot of people would be like, well, I have this Bran, I have these discounted Blackwing Corruptors, let's save it so we can play them all together later on in the game and get massive value.
Right.
When there's like a 100% lethal if your opponent plays the odds correctly. So
we have an Anyfin mirror here. So basically nobody ever plays an Anyfin until it's lethal, right? Because if you play the first Anyfin and it's not lethal, then the other guy's Anyfin just kills you.
Yeah.
Right? Because you've got all these war leaders on the board that make his just ridiculously massive. So nobody ever plays an Anyfin until it's lethal, probably. And what that means is both players are trying to like be ahead so that you can set up a lethal with the first anyfin kind of thing.
Or just straight up kill them with their just standard paladin board. Just do paladin things. And we see Chalky bringing some weird cards here. Moat Lurker.
Oh, baby.
The deck, and he's got a N'Zoth. Or,
he's got to have N'Zoth, right?
Yeah, he's got to have N'Zoth, but he's got Karen in there.
So N'Zoth should be a big advantage in this matchup, right? Because it helps with the game plan of winning without playing an anyfin. Or winning with the first anyfin.
Moat Lurker as well, if you're able to, hit some of your death rattles with it and then power up your N'Zoth even more and do all sorts of weird, janky stuff with that. So it's going to be
So it's on Kaleno to figure out a way to kind of steal this one, maybe.
Yeah, and I imagine that's why Chalky chose to queue, his Paladin up into Kalento's Paladin, because he's assuming Kalento's bringing, Murloc Paladin, and then he's already teched his to be able to win the Murloc Paladin mirror by adding extra threats into it so that he doesn't have to rely on anything to win. And we see Kalento added extra draw to his Murloc Paladin. We see the Azure Drake in there, which maybe is signaling a Curator and also just extra draw to help out control mirrors so you can get to your anyfin faster, which normally is a good thing. But in this matchup, not great. In every other control matchup, you just want to double anyfin him as fast as possible and you just kill him. But not going to work here.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure this out. I'm trying to think, like, what can Kaleno do besides
Islefin Inquisitor?
Okay, so he's not Murloc. He's just N'Zoth Paladin, and that's his tech card for beating Murloc Paladin, right?
Anti-Murloc Paladin, N'Zoth Paladin.
This is the second guy with anti-Murloc Paladin.
Yeah.
Cards, right? You just put some Murlocs in your deck so that they die, and the other guy's anyfin. Instead of spawning chargers and buffers, it spawns stupid 1/1s.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And now Kaleno is just looking at this and like, do I concede?
Yeah, like
it conceals information for future games, right?
Yeah, you can hide the Curator package, the Kodo Azure Drake sort of thing. So that has to be in the back of his mind if conceding here is the correct play.
It seems pretty unwinnable. Sorry. Like, look at this War Leader right now, just casually buffing the opponent's dudes.
Yeah. Able to get the solid visual off, get a few more cards
some
going.
Value. I mean, he's not giving away too much information with this turn, so it's fine to not concede, right? Like, Chalky knew those cards were there.
Another aspect of this game is, as Chalky creates minions, it dilutes the anyfins, but there's still the chance you double anyfin and just high roll them and get 30 damage. That's true. Like,
technically, there's a chance.
Like, there's an out there.
We got that 0.001%er that after he hero powers 16 times, we don't just spawn any of those. Doesn't sound so good when I say it that way, does it?
You gotta find your narrow outs. Maybe you can force him situations where he doesn't hero power too often. Like if you can force him not to hero power, and then sort of keep your anyfin chance high, and then you play anyfin. Then when they play anyfin, they low roll their anyfin, get all the 1/1s, and then you anyfin their anyfin, and you can get in there.
No, Chalky doesn't have anyfin, right? He's just N'Zoth without.
If he doesn't have anyfin,
there's no way he has anyfin with that card.
Okay, that's true.
He's just in N'Zoth Paladin.
I mean, you could play that card as a 1-of and just never play it in non-anyfin.
Okay,
that makes your deck a lot worse. It's possible. It got to be a Karen Bloodhoof, right? Oh, he's going to prioritize getting the hero powers in there. He's really working on diluting that anyfin.
Yeah, I'm smart.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, so you're 1% now. Oop, now you're 0.1%.
Yeah, just taking away those markers there. He's going to take suboptimal plays to try and force hero powering every turn to just ruin Kalento's Murloc package.
Yeah, he's in no rush to kill Kaleno. He's just got to make sure Kaleno doesn't kill him.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, Chalky's going to have way more value. Unless Kalento's also packing a N'Zoth in his Murloc Paladin to try
Which is unlikely, because we've seen that Curator package.
That's true. It's really hard to fit that in there with the Curator package.
Oh, Kaleno's giving away information. He's committing to this, playing to this 0.001% outs instead of concealing information.
So he is going to be playing the game out then, which I like. I think it helps for being the guy running the tournament. It makes it more entertaining than seeing the guy just concede.
I don't know. To me, a concede's pretty entertaining. Like, just that turn 3, like, you know what? This is not going to work out. I like,
knowing
game sense.
Yeah, I mean,
I can see both ways.
Yeah. There's got to be something in his deck that's giving him a chance, then, right?
Well, no, just like you said, they're technically maybe high rolls the heck out of these anything.
Yeah, there you go.
32, got you.
Yeah. And he didn't know that Chaki's playing like N'Zoth yet. He hasn't seen. Well, now he's seen the Karen, so now he can expect the N'Zoth. So.
Man, I want to see this Moat Lurker stuff going on. I want to see that happen.
Well, the Karen's turned into a 1/5. So
counter the Aldor.
yeah, we could be seeing that happen right now.
Get 1 damage worth of value on that Kodo.
Yeah, and then Moat Lurker.
So do you just try and leave this Murloc War Leader up because it makes your hero power so good?
Yeah, just make it 3-2
like, wow,
right now.
Great.
Make it 3-2, kill the Kodo, and Moat Lurker the Karen, right?
That's a good turn.
You
That's
get a
really
sick
effective.
board. That is insane. This deck is definitely built
to counter to anything. This is a sick meta call. I like it.
Yeah, it's a cool deck for sure. But he's gonna take it a little bit slower, not go off with the Moat Lurker yet. Gonna get value out of these Ivory Knights. So Forbidden Healing?
Forbidden Healing, yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of a dead giveaway, 0, but whatever. Who cares?
Yeah. Card draw doesn't seem too relevant. Silver Moon Portal doesn't seem to accomplish anything, and he does want the card draw though, it seems.
Huh. The argument against card draw is that you're hero powering a lot, so you just don't have much need for cards.
Yeah.
You don't have time to play those cards because you're spending so much mana on your hero power.
Interesting.
But maybe he's like, look, the only way I lose is if I don't draw whatever out.
To consecrate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. That's probably why he went
a quality activator. I don't know.
He's looking for Consecrate, Avenging Wrath, enter the Colosseum, those sort of things, because he's like, the only way I lose is if I get zooed down, so let's play both of our Ivory Knights, try and find our AoEs, and stop the Murloc Paladin from zooing us.
The thought of getting zooed down here is really funny, because it's just so unlikely. Nice trade with the War Leader, debuffing that hero power. Do what you gotta do.
It's the only way he loses, right? So he's gotta...
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
He's like, well, you don't have a whole lot of outs. I'll just play around those.
Yep. You just maximize your win percentage. That's how you win tournaments. You got to get that extra 1-2% by just figuring out how does my opponent possibly come back, and then just squishing their dreams.
Yes. Like the way you put that. So we didn't get to do the Moat Lurker thing, which is a little bit of a bummer.
Well, you could do it on the Doomsayer. Then your opponent has to kill the Moat Lurker to get their Doomsayer back.
Yeah, that's an interesting...
It's a line.
Circumstance.
Is it a quality?
Oh, we're gonna quality? I feel uncomfortable with this.
This seems a little rushed.
I mean, maybe he just knows the matchup. It's like, yeah, this just doesn't do anything in this matchup.
Okay. He's able to get some card draw out of this for sure.
It seems like you might need the equality, though, because when they anything... Like, sometimes they get some war leaders, and the board's big enough that, like, a conch won't kill it without an equality.
I mean, if they have 2 war leaders, quality conch doesn't kill it either way. Because the war leaders give them back up to 3 health. Yeah. So, you need the Pyro conch to be able to kill those sort of boards.
Didn't hero power this turn. Probably have enough Murlocs dead, to be honest.
Well,
Doomsayer setting up for a Tyrion.
Yeah. You see, when you see your opponent set up a Doomsayer, so we saw Kalento set up a Doomsayer last turn, you expect them to be setting up to try and play Tyrion or Rag Lightlord, right? Like one of those 2 big 8-drops. So Chaki was realizing there's probably one of those 2 big 8-drops out that turn, so that's why he plays his own Doomsayer, so now Kalento can't play any of his 8-drops, and now Chaki ends up being the first one to get an 8-drop down.
Look at this. Chaki's got the N'Zoth already. Karen already died. He's got Sylvanas, Tyrion, and Infested Tauren. He's got the full package in hand. He's just got to play some Death Rattles and get him dead. Yeah.
He's worried about, Sylvanas being able to take the Tyrion. When you play your Tyrion first, that's always a fear. One of the ways that they can do that is, the Sylvanas Pyro Equality. Take your opponent's Tyrion. That is a crazy powerful play.
Yep. Something you want to set up. Although, is Kaleno going to have Sylvanas? No, right? But Chaki doesn't know that, right?
Yeah, Chaki doesn't know that. That's like definitely a reasonable card to throw in your Anything Paladin, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you're expecting the meta to be kind of slow and have Anything Paladin mirrors, things like that. Like, it's definitely a card that you'd have to heavily consider.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely and out of favor if they're not playing N'Zoth, but we don't really know that. And also, like, you can sort of play around everything as Chaki, or virtually everything.
So his play last turn set up for the ability to have an extra minion out with Tyrion to play around Sylvanas. Like, not pyro quality, I guess, but Sylvanas-y things.
All right. Well, he's got the pyro quality part. No Sylvanas. The Ivory Knight like competes with Sylvanas for a slot, right? They're at the oh.
Look at all these Murlocs.
All right. Well, we got 3 good ones. Only 4 bad ones.
With double War Leader, they do not die to equality, like equality consecrate.
The first anyfin's a huge factor in your chances of winning, right? Because the more good ones you get and the less bad ones you get, the better your odds on the second anyfin.
Yeah, getting 2 War Leaders is insane. Absolutely insane. Milchaki had only hero powered how many times this game? He'd only hero powered 4, right? He was guaranteed to get 2 special Murlocs, I guess. How many Bluegills has Kalento played?
I'm not sure.
I don't think he's played any. So I think I think Kalento actually was
No,
guaranteed.
we just saw a Bluegill, right?
All right, so yeah, then he played 1 Bluegill. So there were 8 Murlocs played this game, and he was pulling 7 of them. So he had a really high chance of hitting double War Leader here. So that's probably why he got the anyfin out of the way when he did. There's a few more hero powers from Chalky, and the chance for War Leaders goes down. And the higher the chance for War Leaders are, the easier it is for him to create boards that aren't cleared by AoE.
Makes sense.
And Tyrion round 2.
Right now.
Oh man, that is a juicy.
2 taunts and a Karen's not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
Just buys a bunch of time to get more Murlocs out there. If not just killing the guy, then that would be okay too.
Yeah.
Not picky.
This is a lot of resources gone for Chalky though once Kalento clears this board somehow. So if he's able to clear it kind of efficiently, maybe the anyfins can compete. It's gonna be close. I have no idea which way this game's going. I'm not 100% convinced that this whole like Chalky's gonna outvalue him thing is true, because the second anyfin could potentially be really powerful too. It's not like a bad thing to do.
So you think Kalento's very much in this?
I think he's got a chance. I wouldn't say very much in this. He has the 11% chance for a third anyfin too. That's always a thing.
Sure.
Like that he's got 2 Ivory Knights still, right? They each have 11% chance for anyfin number 3. So if he gets anyfin 3 and 4, he's gonna win. So there's
first
still
things
always...
first. There's like 20 power in play, so let's try and deal with some of that.
Sure, yeah, get that out of the way first. So we see the first pyro quality going down. Following
Is there a line with the quality before the pyro, or?
There was if you wanted to play Forbidden Healing, but he wants to get the Ivory Knight out of the way.
Sure.
Takes Blessing of Wisdom.
Probably not the best card.
Not the best. Acidic Swamp Ooze as well. Yeah, Chalky's got all the tech for this matchup. Acidic Swamp Ooze is just huge in this matchup. And we maybe even see Chalky's entire lineup designed to beat anyfin Paladin. We saw already,
cool.
The Raging Worgen Warrior is going to be extremely good against anyfin Paladin as well. So
but
then
he's Priest?
Yeah, that one. Well, let's see about that one.
Right. He's like, all right, guys, got 2 Thought Steal, 2 Mind Vision, and a whole lot of Murlocs. I don't know.
I mean, Murloc Priest? Maybe
no, he's Dragon Priest with a Curator package so that he's got a Murloc in his deck to dilute the anyfins. He's got 2 Entombs to further try and dilute the anyfins. You just entomb that War Leader. Play some janky Murloc. I mean, maybe he just has that 1 mana 1. What if you just hear me out. What if you just tech in that 1 mana 1/3? Oh no, that's a Paladin only card.
That's a
dang.
That would be good.
That would be such a hard counter to this lineup, right? Like in Conquest, it's like nice
all 3 decks with
2 of those.
Yeah, the Vile Fit Inquisitor.
Just hero power your way to a 3-0 victory over anyfin Paladin. That'd be hilarious.
Emperor Thorsan in here for the Moat Lurker combos. He can now Sylvanas Moat Lurker if he plays Emperor Thorsan, which is kind of cute. And he still has Sylvanas Pyro quality in his hand for whenever Kalento decides to play Tyrion. He can then just insta-take Tyrion, which is just disgusting.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
And Kalento's in like a desperate enough situation that he probably just has to lay Tyrion out there eventually, and then...
Oh, yeah.
And then it's just going to get wrapped up. Yeah.
So you like Emperor Hero Power this turn?
I do like Emperor Hero Power, yeah. We're squeezing the hero powers while we can, and why not Emperor discount this massive hand?
So killing the Bluegill means Consecration won't deal with the Emperor.
Yeah. Try and get 2 procs off of it, which isn't crazy. Ooh, anything.
Do you want to go for it?
I think you roll for it. You trade into 1/1 and try and get lethal.
Yeah, you trade into the Emperor, not his 1/1, because you don't want to give him an extra chance to
Okay, yeah, sure. Trade into the Emperor and try and go for lethal is a play that I endorse.
Yeah, I was all for it.
Yeah,
I don't think things are getting better.
The Tyrion comes down. Chalky has the ability to take this Tyrion if he so chooses. He's got a youthful Brewmaster. He can...
For the N'Zoth, right? That's why he has the Emperor.
Yeah.
If you Emperor on N'Zoth and Brewmaster, then against control decks, you can N'Zoth, Brewmaster, N'Zoth.
He can pick up the Moat Lurker.
Oh,
He can
man.
Moat Lurker the Tyrion and pick up the Moat Lurker so that their opponent doesn't get a Tyrion.
That's pretty cool.
And then punch him in the face for 10. Or he can take a Tyrion, but he loses the Emperor. I'm on board with Moat Lurker, pick it back up. That is disgusting.
That's a good time.
We got some wacky combos coming out here in this deck. This deck's crazy.
But is it better to steal the Tyrion so you have a taunt?
Do you expect to die?
Let me think.
Well, I don't know how else I lose.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like...
I mean, if you blow that entire combo up, then you might get outvalued, is the fear, right? But look at this play. He removes the Ashbringer, puts so much pressure on, like
just stone cold.
he didn't even react. Yeah, he's like, I knew this was a risk. Yeah.
Everyone plays this.
Chalky's laughing a little bit, like.
Yeah, Chalky's having a party this game. He's just like sitting there, like, yeah, I won this game on turn 1 when I queued into it.
Kalento's still not going for the lethal here. I would. He's clearing the board, which is good, but
is it good? That's one extra Murloc dead.
One extra Murloc. Reporting for duty. I mean, what are the odds he gets lethal though? It's got to be really low.
Higher than 0.
It is higher than 0.
And getting lower.
It is getting lower. That's true.
That's the whole argument.
Yeah. Because I mean, his win condition is still like the 3rd any event if he misses, right? So
I like this Ivory Knight. I might have hit first, but the point is you want to heal up so that you're like he has to high roll even higher on his anyfin to kill you. Yeah, that's his out, right? Like,
yeah, take the highest value card too.
Let's get some more death rattles. We need some more value.
Oh God!
7/7 tier. Well,
smokes.
Dies the BJs. Did you think about that?
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's a downside. Might as well not even play it at that point.
Yeah, just give up. Sylvanas. Neither of these guys are respecting the anyfin YOLO lethal.
He's at 21. Let's YOLO lethal. We got
Come on, man. We got this.
This is your highest chance to win, man.
He's going to Blessing of Wisdom, draw a card, and True Silver.
Yeah, he probably will.
Heal himself for 10. 12 total.
Just go for it, man.
You got this, Colino. Suicide at 1/1.
2 war leaders die, right?
More than that, because the first
we've seen 4 war leaders, 2 bluegills. So if there's 4 war leaders and 2 bluegills spawning,
I think 4 war leaders and 3 bluegills.
There was no bluegill respawned on the anything.
Yeah, there was.
The max damage. No, there wasn't. It was. Oh, there was. I thought it was Vilefin, Inquisitor, and 4 1/1s and 2 war leaders on the anything.
No, it's Vilefin, 3 1/1s, a bluegill, and 2 war leaders. He traded the bluegill in.
Oh, okay, okay. Then if that's the case, and he can get all 3, then he can get the odds of it half big are ridiculously low, but
no, there's
greater than
in the
0.
Way.
Yeah,
it's just got a lot harder. It takes a lot of hits. Oh, jeez. Bit late.
He wouldn't have gotten.
Not even close.
Not even a little bit correct there on the RNG of that one. So
yeah.
He can plow through this Tyrion, but doing so means he is dead. So that is going to be
having a giggle.
The meaniest Paladin deck ever. the anti-Murloc Paladin, the Zoth Paladin craziness. Able to take the win over Murloc Paladin. I'm interested to see what's going on with this priest, right?
That's exactly what I'm thinking. What's he? Because he got in Conquest. Yeah, in Conquest, the strategy, you target somebody, right? Everyone's expecting anything Paladin to be everywhere. Mm-hmm. He clearly teched this Paladin to beat the heck out of it. But how does this Priest do it?
Yeah, Priest typically a deck that loses to anything Paladin. So
what if it's Murloc Priest?
If it's that's what I'm saying. It's got to be Murloc Priest, right? Like,
it's got to be just like lose to literally everything, including Murloc Paladin, because your cards are so bad.
All right, I want to just get in this game and see what's going on. See if it is the Murloc Priest. I want to see this Priest. How does it beat anything Paladin? Like, the Warrior, we know will beat it, right? It's Raging Warrior, OTK Warrior. That's an extremely strong deck against anything can happen Paladin.
Yep.
What is going on? Now he's going with the Warrior. He's teasing us. I want to see the Priest.
This could work out for Kalento. I think it's very favorable for Chalky, but You know,
Yeah.
not 100%. Sometimes things don't happen the way you want.
Sometimes Raging Wargunner Charge is your last card, or Emperor is
Yeah.
your last card, and they just kill you before then. But we also see Kalento is rocking the Curator package, so he's able to draw through his deck a little bit more efficiently, able to get the Murloc combos on 10 a little bit faster, so his odds of being able to close the game out by like turn 11, 12, you know, one of those earlier turns it's possible. You know,
Maybe Kalento gets to Kodo and Acolyte of Pain. That's a big swing, although Chucky did see the Kodo, so that's kind of on his mind.
Yeah, he's got Runic Eggs to play around the Kodo
The
as
power
well.
draw. Turn 1 Runic Egg, turn 2 Taskmaster.
That's insane. Yeah, it pushes out a lot of power.
It's like he played a 2/2 and then another 2/2.
Yeah, you could trade in the Runic
draws a
Egg,
card.
or you could just Cruel Taskmaster the Loot Order.
I like trading it in.
You like going for the draw out. He's already got a turn 3 play, so I like just killing off the Loot Order, keeping it on board for Battle Rage and what have you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like cycling that thing as fast as possible is generally in my favor because that thing sucks. That was my experience playing with it.
Sure. And now Kalento can, you know, hold back on making the dude here to play around Battle Rage, play around the weapon, King's Defender, allowing Chucky to take damage and play around Acolyte of Pain coming down. Or he's just going to commit the Pyro with equality.
Stranding the equality, wow.
Yeah. That's really aggressive. Just try to force all the minions off the board so he doesn't have to worry about Battle Rage as much.
Yeah, I mean, he's
That is
really playing
aggressive.
to the matchup. That's like not a standard play, but maybe in this matchup it's correct.
Yeah, maybe. It's interesting for sure. Second Runic Egg.
Eggs. Now, if we had another card in hand, we might have a way to activate this Acolyte, but instead we have a Runic Egg in play.
Yeah, double Runic Egg just sitting there doing nothing does not look great for Chucky. He's got this 5 armor too, so it's going to be a lot harder for himself to, you know, enable Battle Rage unless Kalento starts putting on some face damage pretty quick.
Nice value trade with the Murloc. Good. Yeah, just Tempo True Silver. It's efficient.
Seems good, yeah. Get it out so you can maybe kill something the following turn and then draw cards.
Fool's Bane doing its thing. One cool thing about Fool's Bane in this deck is it can help you to activate Battle Rage in scenarios where you have a lot of armor.
Yeah, you definitely get to beat your face against a lot of things if you want to. No question about that.
Upside!
Oh,
All right.
Chucky just out of card draw, these Runic Eggs sitting there, not allowing him to do anything. He may... Battle Raging for 1 is not what you want to be doing in this matchup, so I don't think he's going to do it. He's going to just have to wait patiently, I think, try and find ways to get cards, but it is a temptation.
This is my experience with the egg. You play it and you're like, man, I don't have good turns because I have an egg instead of a card.
Yeah, so
Like
you may have been right, the Cruel Taskmaster earlier on. I was in favor of what Chucky did, but you know, as it turns out, that extra card might have been something that allowed you to combo the second one and so on and so forth, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you can see the appeal of Runic Egg. It's like cycling through your deck cheaper and faster is awesome, but sometimes you just get stuck like this.
Yeah, it's definitely biting him here.
All right, if we bluegill, or sorry, if we faceless that bluegill, no, not real, just trolling.
Just
Bad times.
kill the 3/3 armor passes. Do you want a Battle Rage or not? Is the real question here.
Right, and no, because I still kind of want to win.
But like maybe you hit the card draw that helps you somehow.
Nah, you need that Battle Rage to draw to you.
At least 2.
Yeah.
What's the cutoff point then for the matchup?
Like dead.
Like how many cards do you need to draw for Battle Rage for it to be worth playing in the matchup?
Oh, I mean, if it's 2, it's enough to keep going. But like playing it for 1, it's like, no, I'm just gonna wait until I find my spot. Like,
yeah, it's because you need at least 2 because in the Raging Warrior deck, 1 card usually doesn't cycle, right? Like all of your cycles come in combos, like your big draw thing. It's all like Acolyte of Pain plus stuff, or you know, Battle Rage plus stuff, Wild Pyromancer plus stuff, or how you draw.
There we
cards.
go. We're getting somewhere. It's really awkward. We can't play these things other than Battle Rage.
Oh my
no!
He needs any spell, and then he can really.
It's
start
so
playing.
awkward.
Is he gonna
Do you execute? This hand is.
If he YOLO Battle Rages, he can execute to cycle both the eggs. There we go. Yeah, that'll work.
Better than dying. Much better than dying.
I agree with that.
Man, that felt bad. But hey,
You got there.
yeah, you gotta do it, right? He's
Yeah.
thinking about rampaging his Pyromancer.
You only need 1 rampage, right, with the faceless, so...
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm on board.
It puts the curator down to 4. Slam does 3. So if you draw into you'd have to be like playing an inner rage. That's not very good.
Yeah, so you'd still have to execute it. So you get to keep a minion on the field, but your opponent just has True Silver to whack it off anyway. So I think I'm more on the line of just execute it. Yeah, but it's worth thinking about for sure.
Yeah.
Any top decks that make it happen, because you are about to draw 2 additional cards here for the turn.
Well,
he's got some cards. Still not really great draw combos. Looking for like Acolyte of Pain really to pull this hand together. Meanwhile, Kalento just playing whatever gets up the most pressure.
It's got a lot of pressure, yeah. That's an 8/8.
You gotta waste a lot of spells executing it, which is gonna allow you to have less spells to go off with your cycling for your Acolyte or your second Wild Pyromancer or what have you.
Well, we're happy to cycle the Slam, I think.
Well,
now, do we have enough damage to faceless this? Probably
not. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. With double Rampage and double Inner Rage, right, you can actually deal 30 without the faceless. So I think you can, if you want to, faceless this and Icar execute, right? Because you get the Worgen charge is 5, Inner Rage gets it up to 8, and then each Rampage is another 6. 3. Or I mean, yeah, 3. So that's 6. So 8
14.
plus 6, 14. 14 doubled, 28, and then with the second Inner Rage
there's no War X, but yeah, that's the Inner Rage would be another 8, right? Because we have a faceless. Mm-hmm. No, we're talking about using the faceless. Sorry,
we're talking about using the faceless.
Yeah, it's certainly more than 2.
So you need the second Cruel Taskmaster and both Inner Rages to make it all work. But he doesn't need the health. He's against any Fin Paladin, and it's only turn 8. So I guess he's saying, I don't need the health. It's fine. We can just kill this minion the way we can, cycle some cards, and rely on the faceless instead. It's just less cards to kill him with faceless.
I like this. He does need the Emperor with the faceless. I think he needed the Emperor either way, though.
Yeah, you definitely need the Emperor either way.
Yeah. So he's got Pyro Commanding Shout, so that'll help to cycle while stemming the bleeding. Well, he doesn't have a lot to go with it, but he gets, a draw for the turn, a draw for the Commanding Shout. Maybe that draws into more stuff.
Sure. How many Battle Rages
used, though, so...
Yeah, but normally you want to hit the Battle Rage with that Pyro Commanding Shout, like in ideal circumstances, perfect world sort of thing. Kalento's played how many War Leaders and Bluegills?
To be honest, I wasn't keeping track. I feel like I remember at least 1 War Leader.
Yeah, same.
And at least 1 Bluegill.
Yeah, I think that's the correct count. There was the War Leader early on that traded with the Acolyte of Pain, took the value trade, and then also bluffed a Bluegill early on. So
we're at 2 Bluegills, 1 War Leader.
Mm-hmm. So if he has Anyfin turn 10, he's going to be wanting to play it. So you see him draw there, trying to find that Anyfin so he can get that out there. So once you get the first Anyfin out there, then the second one's lethal whenever you draw it. So...
Tyrion is also an argument for saving Faceless on Chalky's end. Like, sure, you could Faceless the Rag, but Facelessing Tyrion seems better, right?
Yeah. Kalento YOLO's out both Pyros. Like, each Pyro has been used just as a 3-2 to pressure in this matchup, really showing good game sense of the matchup. He hasn't had any situation where he needed to equality at all this game with the Pyros. So just getting the Pyro out there for board control has been working out really well for him.
This one's an easier decision because he has the Consecration and to activate the equality. The first one really, it took some thought.
Yeah, it worked out quite nicely.
So do we go for Pyro Commanding Shout? Is our life total that low? Our desire to cycle that high? I mean, we're not going to find a Battle Rage anyways, so...
Yeah, you're not going to find a Battle Rage. If you find an Acolyte of Pain, well, you just already played the Pyro and the spells, so it's not that great anymore. I think it might just be an Armor Pass turn.
Okay, just get more.
Yeah, just wait a little bit, and then maybe you Pyro can cycle into other draw spells, better. But it is turn 10 for Kalento, Like, I like having the Pyro Commanding Shout if they Anyfin you, right? Like, they Anyfin you, you don't have Pyro Commanding Shout, suddenly you can't kill the Murlocs that are staring you in the face.
Mm-hmm. Slam your own Pyro so you get the draw.
Yep, of course. So his desire to cycle is high enough, though, that he's just looking for it, and we do see him find the Raging Worgen, but he still doesn't have enough to set up for lethal because he has no charge with it, no Emperor yet with it. So it looks like that's the end of the cycling for Chucky, and he's hoping to try and find something.
Pressure Taskmaster.
Does it set up lethal to pressure Taskmaster? If he finds charge. So if he finds charge, he goes Worgen, charge, Inner Rage, Rampage. And how much damage is that? That's a lot of damage.
20. Yeah. It's 5, 8 plus 6 is 14, twice is 28. So if the Taskmaster sticks, right?
Yep.
Then it's lethal.
So yeah, he's setting up lethal off of a top deck if Kalento isn't able to clear the entire board while staying at full health. So this play looks really awkward and suspicious. So I imagine Kalento is going to, be investigating here. What is going on? Why did Chalky just tempo Taskmaster here like this? Is there some way I die? He saw the rampages earlier on in the previous game with this Worgen Warrior being used quite early. He may be expecting, double rampage. So it is feasible for him to, figure out that 28 damage is a viable thing coming out from Chalky the following turn.
Yep.
And we'll see how he reacts to that.
And
is it going to be the Consecrate here?
He did this before attacking with a True Silver, so I guess he's going to Consecration, yeah.
Yeah, Consecrate will play around all possible lethals from Chalky. So good read by Kalento there, playing around the 28 damage top deck lethal. So
I mean, what do you think about Tyrion instead? Just put a taunt in the way, probably does it.
How many executes have been used? I think it's kind of scary.
Both.
Both executes have been used? Are you worried about Tyrion getting faceless?
It's interesting.
Yeah, it gets weird, right? Like, yeah.
Well, this is a rough spot for Chalky, though.
Well, he's got time.
He's not dead yet.
As long as there's no Tyrion, he's got time. So in his mind,
as long as there's no anything.
Anything as well, yeah.
A lot of pressure.
So he's got to be worried about Tyrion, anything. And at this point, Kalento's pretty deep in his deck, so the odds of him having one of those is pretty good. So that gets really scary and disconcerting. 6 cards.
But like, if he had anything, he would have played it, right? And just traded the bluegills into the 2 minions. So you can kind of rule that out.
Okay, yeah, that's true. The first anything would definitely be used for that. So anything's ruled out, so now your only fear is like Tyrion. He's setting up another 2 damage there. If the True Silver Swing from Kalento goes into that without Kalento taunting, then if Chalky top decks charge, he has lethal.
Cool.
So. And
outside of that, he could draw Emperor so that at any time charge is like super lethal. And outside of that, hopefully he draws Cycle. Bloodacre was one of the worst draws in his deck for that turn.
Looks like Kings plus Kodo.
Baby.
Putting on the pressure.
Doing it the hard way.
Yeah, and Kalento's just preserving this Tyrion here because he wants to play Tyrion after Chalky has played Emperor, or in a situation where Chalky's going to die the following turn, right? So otherwise it gives Chalky time to, remove the threat of the board from Kalento, which would be Tyrion at the time. And then
this is a concede, right?
Yeah, this is the concede, the game's over. And then Chalky could then kill Kalento the following turn. This way, if Chalky expends resources to remove the pressure Kalento's putting up, then he didn't spend those resources killing the taunt from Kalento, so then Kalento can then play the taunt the turn after, and Chalky no longer has the resources to kill the taunt. So I really like the sequencing there by Kalento, knowing that he is alive because Chalky's max damage is 28, 1 Inner Rage had been used, and he just could play around that all game quite comfortably and did so really, really nicely. Really high-level play identifying that.
Yeah, it's kind of a sweet game. We saw some interesting stuff going on. There was also just as early as turn 2 the decision with Taskmaster: do we trade this Runic Egg to cycle into a new card, or do we try and develop a bigger board for a bigger Battle Rage? He kind of took the high risk, high reward play, and it didn't pay off that time.
And I'm upset we didn't get to see the Priest. Chalky is now out of the tournament. Chalky's eliminated. Kalento will be advancing out of the next round to verse either Strife Crow or Osaka. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in 2 or 3 minutes with Osaka versus Strife Crow. Strife Crow brought Druid, and just a reminder, Innervate's banned.
Fandral
banned, and Fandral is banned.
Yeah.
And Strife Crow is still like, yeah, Druid's pretty good. We're gonna rock Druid. So
no big deal.
I'm excited to see what happens there. But anyway, guys, be right back. Stay tuned, and we'll get that match ready for you. Hey guys, welcome back to BatStone. I am your host Firebat, and I am joined with my co-caster here, Zalay. How you doing?
Ooh. Doing great, man. Excited to watch some Druid. Let's see what's up.
I'm really hyped to see what StrifeCro is doing with this Druid. Let's take a look quick at the bracket and see what we've seen today. So far, we started off with Tides of Time versus Ness. Tides of Time taking a victory over Ness. That series went to Game 5. We had Priest versus Control Warrior to close it out. And then we have Super JJ versus Tice was the next match that happened. Super JJ was able to outsmork Tice. That series also went to Game 5. And Tice's Control Warlock just falling short against the all-smork lineup of Super JJ. Next up, we had Kalento versus Chalky. Kalento was playing, Anyfin Paladin and some of the more predictable metagame decks, and Chalky was just playing all decks that tried to counter Anyfin Paladin, including the craziest anti-Anyfin Paladin I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was amazing. Those tech cards. I don't even know what that card is. It's a 1-mana 1/3 that turns your hero power into Murlocs. Inquisitor, right?
Inquisitor, yeah. That card's sick. But unfortunately for Chalky, it just wasn't quite enough. He wasn't able to string it together with the combo warrior to get the job done. But last up, we have StrifeCro versus Ostkaka. StrifeCro playing Druid. Unique, never before seen class in this tournament with. Let's look at these banned cards just to show you how crazy it is that someone decided to bring Druid in this format. You see that the community voted for a bunch of cards and got rid of Yogg-Saron #1. That's a card that kind of hurts Druid, but not that bad. You could still see Druid seeing play with that. So then we gave the players a chance after the community bans to, choose cards that they wanted to ban for the tournament. And Super JJ picked Innervate. So Innervate's banned for the tournament. So StrifeCro's Druid does not have access to Innervate. And Kalento picked Fandral, so it's not going to have access to Fandral either. So I'm really curious to see how this Druid performs without any of these really, really important, super good Druid cards available to it.
Yeah, I mean, the Innervate ban alone, I think, does more than the other two combined, probably by a good margin. The Innervate ban alone makes it just really tough to play Druid. I think it rules out aggressive Druids, and you have to be playing some kind of wild growth Druid, is my perspective.
I have no idea. I can't wait to get into the game and see what's going on with this Druid. Hopefully we get to see him StrifeCro try and get a win with this Druid. But maybe you think one of the reasons why he brings it is people are going to see the bans and he's like, no one's going to prepare for Druid. I'm just going to sneak it in there and get him. Maybe it's still good against Anyfin Paladin or something. And the more predictable decks, maybe it keeps up with mid-range shots. So it's just so hard to imagine. Yeah, it's so hard to imagine that without Innervate being in there that it's able to beat anything. So I don't know. I'm excited to see what goes on with that. And then the other decks, on the other side of things, Ostkaka has a Priest in his lineup. You can see the classes there on the screen now. Ostkaka with the Priest, the Shaman, and the Warrior, and then his Mage is banned.
This is a different kind of Priest. This looks like a combo Priest, right? Or is this not his Priest deck? It's Power Shield. This is Priest deck.
This is Priest deck. Yeah, he's got the OTK Priest. It looks like he's going to be trying to cycle towards OTK combos. Looks like it's aimed at beating Murloc Paladin. So lucky enough for him, lines up the Priest conveniently with StrifeCro's Murloc Paladin. And just another note, both players in this series also banned Mage. Mage is the #1 banned class in the tournament and the #1 brought class in the tournament, but has about the 4th highest win rate out of any class so far. So kind of interesting to see how many players are respecting the Tempo Mage compared to how well its win rate actually is currently.
Yeah, people are bringing Mage, banning Mage, bringing Anyfin Paladin, countering Anyfin Paladin, and somehow ignoring Shaman.
Yeah, somehow Shamans just flew off everybody's radar.
No big I mean, half the players brought it, but only half? What?
Yeah.
I thought it was just the best deck.
Yeah, I thought for sure every single player would be bringing Shaman, and every ban would have been Shaman. That was my biggest fear when I saw all these bans come out. So I'm really happy that didn't end up being the case. But StrifeCro here sees the Loot Hoarder from Ostkaka. This immediately signals into his brain that, oh crap, there's going to be 2 Mind Blasts. There's going to be...
Hold on. Technically, maybe it's just a N'Zoth build. Maybe it's Cycle N'Zoth Priest.
Cycle N'Zoth. No, you got to
Probably not.
Immediately, you're afraid about getting OTK'd.
He's like, all right, I need a new plan. This is gonna be rough.
So maybe you save the coin for Anyfin to try to get it out as fast as possible. We also see StrifeCro's deck has the Azure Drake as well as Kalento's Anyfin Paladin did. So they both most likely also runs the Curator package, just like Kalento did, which can help it against OTK decks. So you're able to cycle your deck faster. You're able to get towards your Anyfins faster. You're able to get towards your Murlocs faster. So it's interesting. They're both kind of prepared their Anyfin Paladin in the same exact way to be a little bit faster.
This is a strong opening for StrifeCro. If he had gone with Doomsayer, he would deny the potential turn 3 Acolyte of Pain. But War Leader into War Leader, not only is that 2 potential 3-mana 5/4s, which is whoa, but also it's 2 Murlocs for the Anyfin. Like you were talking about maybe saving the coin for Anyfin on turn 9, which is a little bit optimistic. Like maybe that's the best line of play, but a lot of times you just don't have enough Murlocs dead that you want to Anyfin on turn. It's hard to find them all and play them and get them dead that fast.
Yeah, this way you can get a Murloc out this turn, a Murloc out next turn, and then it just fits perfectly up into your True Silver and then Azure Drake. So the curve checks out. You know, it goes 1 to 5 really smooth for him. And now Skaka's got the decision of if he wants to play around the second War Leader or what he wants to do with this. And you see him, he trades in the Loot Hoarder. Is this Holy Smite to be used? You gotta, like, how much damage does Skaka really have? Is he playing the, like, 20 burst damage, or do you think he's also playing the,
He's definitely set up to deal 30 in a turn. He brought this to beat Anyfin Paladin.
Sure. So you think he's got the Flash Heal plus the
Embrace the Shadow.
Yeah, Embrace the Shadow card.
Yeah, I think so.
So how many cards is that? That's to be Velen, Mind Blast, Embrace the Shadow, and Holy Light. So it's a 5-card combo he needs to find.
And then with an Emperor.
Rock. Yeah.
Yeah. So 6. This is actually, I think, a pretty bad hand for Skaka because he has these cards like Mind Blast and Emperor already, which you just really don't want to draw until you've drawn most of your deck and you're ready to try and kill him.
Yeah, and you don't even want to be playing this Alchemy Soul Priest here because you got to like wait for Alchemy Circle. If you play it now, it just lines up perfectly for Strife's True Silver to chop it right down.
Yeah, so it's just pass.
I think
can't really powered shield that Murloc War Leader. Sometimes that's a play you can powered shield your opponent's dude to cycle, but in this case, probably not as much.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's gonna go for the risk it against the True Silver. You can see Strife.
Well, is the True Silver even that bad? Maybe it's just good to play this way.
It works well with the circle. I guess you know the question is how many threats does Murloc Paladin have? Are they really going to zoo you down with minions? Is that a thing they can do? We see Strife has the addition of the Azure Drake in his deck, which might actually allow him to do that and punish Skaka a little bit for this play.
Yeah.
But ordinarily, there's no Azure Drake on 5 for Murloc Paladin, right? Like Anyfin Paladin, what is their curve? Like they have the Murlocs and then True Silver on 4, and then Solemn Vigil is their 5-drop, and then they got
that sounds right, yeah.
The Ivory Knight on 6, and then just 8 drops, and that's the whole deck. So these extra minions, you know, filling out the curve, are going to allow Strife to pressure a little bit more efficiently.
Which is very good news. That's exactly what he needs, right?
Yeah. Couldn't have worked out better, and now that Skaka's getting a little bit punished for playing out the Alchemy Soul Priest. He's got the Embrace the Shadow in his hand. We don't know if he runs 2 or 1, but if he only runs 1, then he can't use this until he's, you know, killing Strife Crow.
So he's got 4 combo pieces in hand. He needs a Mind Blast and a Velen, and that's the whole thing.
Yeah, he's really close, honestly, to getting all of it.
That's kind of a disaster.
Yeah, it's really
his options are so restricted.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, how many Emperor discounts does he need to pull this whole thing off, right? Is 3 enough? Apparently.
7 plus 4, 11, 12, 13.
Seems like he's one off.
He needs 4 Emperor discounts to get the whole thing off.
And he took 3.
He took 3, yes. So he is going to be unable to do 30 damage in 1 turn.
No, if he finds Flash Heal instead of Mind Blast, it works, right?
Oh, yeah, if he finds second Flash Heal, then he can...
But if he finds Mind Blast instead of Flash Heal, then he's 1 off.
Then he's 1 off, yeah. But he can still do it. He can still do it with 2 Flash Heals. Maybe he only runs 1 Mind Blast. You know?
That's a possibility.
Maybe he just like always wants to do the combo with 2 Flash Heals, because Flash Heal is a better card.
More flexible, yeah.
So, yeah, that would make a lot of sense that he then Emperor discounts here, because then he only needs 3 procs to do it, and he can get the job done. Yeah, so I don't think he's playing a second Mind Blast. I think it's just 1 Mind Blast, Embrace the Shadow, 2 Flash Heals for the lethal. So
cool. It's an interesting read. Have you seen people playing this kind of deck with 1 Mind Blast before? Is that like a thing?
Yeah, you
like
are.
How unusual is that?
It's usually yeah, it's pretty common. If you're gonna do the OTK Priest, you either run like all of the damage, and then you'd be running things like Holy Fire and whatnot, which is better for, you know, ladder situations because you're able to, you know, win against some decks by just bursting them down with damage over time, and then you don't need the full string, the full 30. But if you're designing it to do 30, then you want as little combo pieces as possible, and the rest to just be cycle.
Right. Holy Wrath pickup. You could potentially hit for 8 off of Tyrion or Ragnar's Lightlord.
That'll put some pressure, and use the spell damage. You'll hit for 9.
Woo! I don't think he's doing it anytime soon. It's probably just for like a surprise random burst lethal somewhere. Like True Silver Holy Wrath 1 turn. Got him.
Yeah. And unfortunately for Strife Crow, he's drawn, you know, his 1 beast most likely and his 1 dragon. So this curator is only going to be drawing a Murloc, but it does draw The second bluegill, right? So he's going to have all 4 Murlocs have been played.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Do you think he only plays 1 Azure Drake?
If he plays 2 and gets another Azure Drake, that's even sicker. I have no idea. Like, I don't usually see anything curator Murloc Paladin, but it's like a meta call for this tournament with the bans being focused in. Just remove some of the things that are more mid-rangey, so you can be a little bit more flexible with your mid-range line in anything Paladin.
He'll pass standard priest stuff.
He does run 2 Kodo, so he has to be
he's
running
probably
2
got 2
Drakes.
Azure Drakes. Yeah, Drake's better than Kodo, right?
Yeah. So he didn't play the curator last turn out of fear of overdrawing.
The menagerie is for guests.
So he would have drawn 3
then.
cards. So yeah, there's the second Azure Drake. Oh, he must have already played the bluegill.
Okay.
So yeah, he has the second.
Oh, we can
bluegill already
cycle
and
finally.
Yeah. Scott has just been waiting to cycle the entire game, finally able to get some momentum going.
Of course, if we play the second powered shield, it has too much health and won't. Oh, we can put it on the Acolyte now. That's nice.
Yeah, get some extra draws that
Our
way.
shield's way better on Acolyte than Loot Hoarder.
He's so close to being dead. Strifegrow's going on 9 mana next turn. Strifegrow's going to be able to, play the sword and then Holy Wrath the face.
Do we think? Are we looking at potential Embrace the Shadow clears with Circle of Healing?
He can't. That's the
Yeah, we
discounted
need that.
Embrace the Shadow. Then he can't do 30. So he is going to be taking 4, 8, 12 damage from this board. And, 16 with the True Silver. Then Holy Wrath needs to hit a 1 mana card. So as long as it doesn't hit Forbidden Healing, Strifegrow will have lethal. Oh, he can just play the bluegill. Oh, no, the heal. I'm not factoring in the heal. I'm sorry. All right, so
Smite.
Skak is going to be at 20 life at the end of this sequence. Unless he gets greedy and heals the Acolyte. So, yeah, 20 life. So 4, 8, 12 on the board for Strifegrow, plus the True Silver makes 16. If he's able to hit, 3 damage. Oh, there's 3 damage right there with the Spell Power Consecrate. That is going to be lethal. 7 out of hand, right? 7 plus 12, 19? Nope, never mind. I'm really bad at this. You gotta start taking over the leave accounting. I don't know how I keep messing this up.
Yeah, it's a...
All right.
So we've got
1
the Holy
damage
Wrath
off lethal.
chances, right?
Yeah. Do you go for it?
Mark life.
Because at any moment, you could be dead. The Emperor's been
I
played.
guess... Right, so if you miss on the Holy Wrath lethal, you can't Kodo the Acolyte to deny a draw. That's one thing on your mind. But I still think,
Odds are pretty good, right?
Oh.
Just 1 damage off lethal, a 2 mana card drawn. He needed a 3 mana card or higher. So 1 damage off lethal.
Move quickly.
So now you want to try and focus on minimizing draw. So I think you should kill the Acolyte of Pain, so that your opponent can't heal it, do weird pyro stuff.
Or you could just really try and be able to kill him next turn. That's another way to do it.
The Prophet Valen?
I didn't
No
do
second
that.
flash
He doesn't
shield?
have the other thing, right? He's missing the
Second
flash
flash?
shield.
You can't draw with
Loot
the...
Hoarder's too big.
It's too big.
It's the
Too
power
much
shield.
health. If he distributed his power with shields, he would have had another draw here.
Yeah, I think he was trying to draw before playing the Acolyte. He was trying to draw something other than Acolyte for the turn to play.
Oh, okay.
I didn't figure out what it was.
He could have powered shielded one of his opponent's minions. They aren't dying anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that misplay of powered shielding the Loot Hoarder, like he could have powered shielded anything else. Like your opponent's board didn't matter, right? Or does it?
I mean,
Is he able to clear here?
well, technically, yes, he can clear. It's a bit of a concede play.
Yeah, then he's not going to have the combo.
All right, Pyromancer spell. What spell can we play? Circle? Nope, that's not very good. Pyromancer.
He's got to throw away the Mind Blast. If he would have went Pyromancer Circle, then Excavated Evil, he would have cleared while keeping the Mind Blast in his hand.
Of course, he is going to just die to True Silver Conch on the way back, but whatever.
Yeah.
He tried.
A valiant effort for sure for the OTK Priest. Losing the matchup it's designed to win, which is a little bit
Yeah.
unfortunate. We saw
It
some
kind of does
issues-
that.
Yeah, it's a questionable deck. I've had some issues with it as well in the Starlighter Qualifier. I brought it during the time of N'Zoth Paladin to target out, the Paladins and try and OTK them. So it just has like such trouble with the draw engine of Priest. Sometimes you get those crazy turns where you're able to go Northshire Cleric plus Wild Pyromancer plus Spell plus Circle, draw your whole deck and win the game and feel like the greatest deck in the game. and then other times that happens, like where you just sit there and can't draw.
Yeah, it's kind of just like sort of a low power inconsistent deck. Like it's very tempting to say, oh well, you know, his deck's super slow. And he can't go above 30. I'm just going to combo him out every time. But the reality is his mediocre beatdown pressure plan is actually good enough sometimes to make your deck awkwardly stumble and just not quite get there.
Yeah, just not enough cycle in there. So
if it had
now that Osaka is stuck with this priest, he has to figure out if he can get a win with the priest against Strifecrow's Warlock or Strifecrow's Druid. And Druid is, although Druid without Innervate sucks, it probably beats OTK Priest, right? Like it's gotta be, it puts out enough mid-range pressure. I just really want to see the Druid. Let's get in this game once the players get started and see if there is the Druid out there. I think Osaka's the type of player that, you know, when he loses with a deck, he usually recues it, and he's also the type of player that like plays his lowest win rate deck and just 0-3s with it instead of trying to take it to the full count every time. He's just like, I need to get a win with this regardless, so let's just jam it out there until we get there.
Get it done.
Yeah, it's usually
not this time.
Not this time. He is gonna
the Jukes
going out with the Shaman.
Another Reno lock. All these locks are Reno lock today. Everyone's like, you know what? Not Zoo, not for me.
Well, they haven't been Reno. They've all been Dragon lock, no Reno.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I meant non-Zoo lock.
Yeah, sure. Control Warlocks, for sure. I would have thought people would have still kind of leaned towards Zoo. Like, there's a lot of talk, and, you know, Reddit was so scared. They were like, everyone's going to play discard Zoo. All they lost was Imp Gang Boss and... I mean, all they lost was Councilman and Doomguard, and a lot of people are starting to cut some of those things. They could just play Leroy and Sea Giants or whatever.
There's no way you play discard Zoo without Doomguard, right? That sounds crazy to me.
Oh, yeah. I meant just Zoo in general.
Yeah. I think you could play Zoo with Zoo bans that happened. Like, if I wanted to ban out Zoo personally, I'd be looking at cards like Flame Imp, Abusive Sergeant. I feel like those are two of the better cards in the deck.
Oh, Abusive Sergeant for sure is busted. Like, when I saw the nerfs first, like, going into Standard, and they changed Leper Gnome instead of Abusive Sergeant, I was very questionable. Like, they both deal 2 damage to the hero, right? But Abusive Sergeant also allows you to trade and get board control. It's just like a Leper Gnome that's better. Like, I don't know.
Abusive's a really strong neutral.
Yeah, one of the strongest neutrals in the game, in my opinion. It's just absolutely bonkers. But none of the players felt like it was worth banning out. So, but none of the players playing Zoo. And
that's weird. Nobody wanted to, right? This is kind of like the kind of guys who do want to play these Control Warlocks.
Oh yeah, they want to play fun stuff. We have a lot of Control Warlock players. Interesting to see so much Dragon Lock, but it looks like this is not going to be the Dragon Lock. This is going to be the Reno Lock. Yeah.
I did play against a Handlock guy, like an actual guy on ladder. I played like a 4-game series with him, went 2-2 somehow. He just had 2 ofs.
Maybe Strifecrow's rocking the Handlock. We haven't seen any 2 ofs yet, so no way really to tell. But Osaka's got a pretty sick clear here if he wants to take it. Able to buff up his totem. He also had the coin second Flame Tongue totem play, which would extend a little bit into Hellfire though. So I like this play slightly better. It's such a great cleanup for the Imp Gang boss.
These Flame Tongues and Mana Tides are a real problem for a deck like Reno Lock to deal with. Like, if you don't have board presence, cleaning up those 0-attack totems is a nightmare. Like, you don't want to use a spell on it if you even have... Like, you probably have to use a spell on it if you have the option to, but a lot of times you don't have that Shadow Bowl, right? There's just one of them. And it just sucks when you don't have a minion to trade into it.
Yeah. We can see, you know, Strifecrow has got this Doomsayer here, and it doesn't technically die on board, but if Osaka has coin Ezra Drake, and we know Osaka has the coin, that he's able to efficiently clear this Doomsayer while developing, so it makes the Doomsayer kind of a risky proposition here. But how does Strifecrow play around that? Like, he doesn't have any cards that play around coin Ezra Drake, so I think his best play is still just tap Doomsayer. Like, Brand
even if it dies,
but it's so bad.
It's eating 7, right? It's not the worst 2-mana card. Now, this Totemic Might's interesting. All of a sudden, you have the option to slam a whole bunch of totems. Like, what if you go, like, Flame Tongue, Mana Tide, Totemic Might? Because now they're not dying to Hellfire.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane. The Mana Tide totem's going to stick around and just continually draw cards. Wow. And you're able to clear the Doomsayer. The whole board lives through Hellfire. I think you do that. That is crazy.
Totemic Might.
Even stronger than Coin Ezra Drake.
Wow.
But
the positioning's a bit awkward. So the Flame Tongue goes on the left, and then the Mana Tide goes on the far left. Totemic Might is 8 health for a card.
Well, the Flame Tongue goes in the middle. If you're going that.
Oh
way.
yeah, okay, yeah, it buffs the flame tongue, of course.
But no, Osaka's going to be patient. He's going to wait on more value out of his Totemic Might.
I mean, this is good too.
Yeah, this is good too. It's like, yeah, it's so many great, or two really, really amazing plays there. It's hard to tell which one's better.
Leroy, so he's a combo Reno Lock. He's probably got Power Overwhelming and Faceless Manipulator for a 20 damage burst from hand on. It's
Yeah,
11
makes sense.
mana. You need an Emperor discount, but it's a late game plan. It's a thing that's really effective against those Anyfin Paladins, right? Everyone's playing Anyfin or trying to beat it. This is trying to beat it.
Exactly, yeah. Everybody's got text in there for those slow control decks. It's going to be really great against Priest as well, just being able to 30 down some Priest and whatnot. So it's like it does the same thing as the Mind Blast Priest, except you're Warlock and you draw cards for free. So, you know, I imagine that the Warlock's going to have an easy time against any sort of slow deck. And we see Osaka has Priest after this and Warrior, potentially two slow decks that can get farmed by the setup here that Strifegrow's got going with this deck.
Man, I want to see his Druid.
Yeah, me too. What's going on with the Druid?
What's in the box? This Bloodlust also great against those slow decks. Another card kind of like the Leroy combo. It's just like this big bursty thing to punish those Paladin decks.
Yeah. Is there a way for Osaka, if Osaka just plays Flame Tongue and things from below, or I mean, I guess any minion at this point just goes all face, he can set up lethal, right? Like with the Bloodlust, if the board sticks around. But you gotta be
there's
worried
a
about,
Shadow Flame, right?
yeah, you can play around the Shadow Flame by face tank.
Like it.
Okay. And does he still set up lethal while doing this? Because if he sets up lethal while doing this, then this is
I'm gonna say
definitely the
yes.
best play.
It's my
8,
estimation.
9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah.
14.
Bloodlust is 12,
Yeah.
and the board is more than
He's-
6.
He's got like 29 damage, 29 for sure, something like that.
It's
think it's 29.
10, 12, 24.
24.
Oh,
24.
plus the Rock Biter, 27.
27. And not a bad little amount of damage there for turn 6.
Yeah.
And Strifegrow's got no
So if we
counterplay there.
Siphon Soul on the Azure Drake, then it won't be enough, right? Because we're cutting off 9, go to 21.
Okay, sure. Is Bloodlust something you feel like you can beat, though?
Yeah, I mean, like Siphon Soul to Azure Drake does not feel like a winning play. We're leaving that mana tied up and taking more damage than we're like it's just
Yeah.
just got him easy.
Yeah,
Getting
you have to
dumped on.
risk
What are you
it.
gonna do?
Like if you Siphon Soul the Azure Drake, you lose the game eventually. Like it's not a
Yes.
play that puts you in you get so far behind on the board that you're guaranteed to lose. So you need to set up the Sylvanas, hope your opponent doesn't have Hex, Shadow Flame at the following turn, find your Reno and recover that way. So Strifegrow's playing to his only out to be able to win the game, which is stabilizing the board, which to do that he needs to take a big risk around, you know, possibly dying to Bloodlust that turn. So them's the breaks.
take
when
risks.
You gotta take risks. You gotta play to win instead of playing just to not lose in the immediate and then throwing away all of the advantage on the board and losing anyway. So I like the play there from Strifegrow. Osaka able to get himself on the board with the Shaman. Shaman still has 100% win rate throughout the tournament.
Good deck.
Yeah, we were saying that round one. We were like,
yeah,
Shaman's
it's so-
crushing it.
Right, like it's just so weird to me how everyone's like super prepared for Anyfin Paladin and just not respecting Shaman at all.
Yeah.
Like I could sort of see that, but you published that statistic like it was
Yeah.
60% in the qualifier, and then it just lost almost nothing in the player bans. Like it pulled ahead in the player bans by far relative to other classes.
Yep. Yeah, so it's really interesting. And then the huge fear of Mage. Every player except one brought Mage, and almost every player has banned Mage. And when the Mage was not banned, it went 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So, like, this huge fear of Mage may just be kind of, you know, overblown. It hasn't been doing as much work as you'd expect it to be doing. And, yeah.
Yeah, there's Spite Historian, my man.
So it is a Dragon Warlock. Maybe Dragon Reno Warlock, because we didn't
It's
see any
Dragon Reno
tools
Lock,
yet.
right?
Yeah, I
How
think
do
it's
you
Dragon
fit?
Reno.
How do you fit Dragon Reno Lock in with a Leroy package? Like, what are you cutting? That's crazy.
There's a lot of cards. And Osaka sticking with the OTK lineup here. He's got the OTK Warrior to go with his OTK Priest to try and target the Anyfin that Strifegrow has already gotten a win with. So
It's a consistent, logical lineup that's not working out great with how these games have played out.
Mhm. So
Pretty good opening hand for Osaka. A bunch of cycle for the early turns. That's exactly what you want to do. Pretty good opening hand for Strifegrow too. He's got He's got early plays. He doesn't have a turn 4 play, which is kind of the big one when you're playing Arena Warlock.
Yeah.
So do you tap or Peddler?
There's no War Axe to fear. So it's interesting, isn't it? But without a turn 4, like, isn't your priority just finding, the Drake or the Giant, sticking true with the game plan of your deck?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. And then worst case, on 4, you play Peddler and tap on 4. Like, if you're not able to find a power 4 play. So even though, you got to pressure the Warrior, he didn't know it was OTK Warrior, but you can kind of assume it's going to be OTK Warrior because of the Priest.
Yep, it's just logical.
Yeah, so even though that matchup pressures the priority, the best way for you to pressure is to get a 4-drop on 4. So improving your odds to do that is the better way to pressure in this scenario.
Yeah, a lot of times if you go for the turn 2 Peddler, turn 3 Imp Gang boss, you just end up having a really awkward turn 4 and 5. It's better to skip a turn 2. Especially looking at how the Peddler would potentially be trading with the Loot Hoarder. You'd much rather have the Loot Hoarder be bumping into an Imp Gang boss and accomplishing less.
Exactly, yeah. So this guy could go into just start cycling off his Acolyte a little bit. Yeah. Plays around Defender of Argus to be able to cycling your Acolyte like this instead of just waiting, hoping it's able to farm off the Imps. Also
plays around Spellbreaker.
Spellbreaker, sure, yeah. And it allows your Loot Hoarder to potentially continue getting in there for 2. Because Strifecrow is most likely going to be killing the 1/2 Acolyte with his Imp Gang boss to prevent further card draws.
And this chip damage for Osaka is pretty relevant. Like, it's annoying for Strifecrow to have to heal it, but if you don't heal it, there's just increased risk of randomly dying to a partial combo in the earlier turns, or a partial combo without needing to Emperor, that kind of thing.
Yeah, we saw Chalky playing this Worgen Warrior OTK style deck in the previous series, and he was 2 damage off the entire game. Like, just 2 is all he needed. So just a little bit of chip damage can go a really long way. So Osaka is shoring himself up 1 extra chip damage with that play.
So Osaka's face still not damaged for that Battle Rage. Doesn't have War Axe to accomplish that. I wonder if he's also playing the, Fool's Bane.
Yeah, maybe. Either the Fool's Bane or the King's Defender, right?
Yeah, maybe both.
Maybe both.
Play like 2 Defender, 1 Fool's Bane? Nah, probably not.
Battle Rage is not great. The ghouls don't accomplish much. It might be some sort of like Loot Hoarder turn.
Yeah, you trade Loot Hoarder, see what you draw, and then Loot Hoarder.
Play another Loot Hoarder.
Do we like Taskmaster kills 3/3?
Why?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like a thing you could do.
He's thinking about maybe.
It doesn't make too much sense. I think you just Loot Hoarder, armor up, and go face. Okay.
Yeah, I was a fan of the Loot Hoarder armor up as well. It looks like he's just setting up. He's not worrying about chip damage at all. Maybe he doesn't run, double Rampage, so maybe chip damage isn't too relevant for him, and he's just going to try and go for the 30, and he's just trying to slow down the board progression, take as little as damage as possible, and just go that route with the game.
So note the Blackwing Corruptor not active, no dragon in hand. These things happen. There's no way to discover a 1-mana dragon, unfortunately, right? It's just a 2-mana guy.
Yeah, we see earlier on the control warlocks of Kalento and of Tice both had way more dragons. They weren't Reno oriented, so they had like probably twice as many dragons as Strifecrow's Dragon Warlock has. So that Blackwing Corruptor is going to be a lot harder for Strifecrow to get active than it is for some of the other decks we've seen.
Goes for the Villager, which does die to a lot of the AoE in Osaka's deck. He could have taken Soulfire for potential burst to finish off the game. It's kind of a difficult decision.
Yeah, I don't think he's running Malagos, though. So the burst is a little bit less. Yeah.
But the thing is, does the 1/1 Death Rattle 1 push 4 damage?
Probably not.
No. Why not just have a Soulfire in hand the whole game?
Yeah, you might be right. I mean, maybe it sticks around. You did see a Ghoul last turn. You're probably not. Your opponent's been playing really defensively, so that kind of shows that they don't have like the big wild Pyromancer clear. So maybe it pushes in at least 1 or threatens to trade with something.
So if we play Loot Hoarder Acolyte, are we going to get overdrawn?
You can potentially get overdrawn, right? But if both die for just cycling 1 card, you don't get overdrawn. So it depends how risky Strifecrow wants to play with that.
Well, he has to go 1/1 into the Acolyte to overdraw you, right? Is that correct? We have Loot Hoarder cycles.
Loot Hoarder cycles, so you have 7 cards in hand. So if then Acolyte draws 3, then your natural draw overdraws.
Yeah. So he really has to work to make you overdraw if you go Lord or Acolyte.
Yeah, I'm a fan of it. I'm a fan of it for sure.
The problem with the play is it doesn't guarantee 2 draws off the Acolyte, where if you're patient with the Acolyte, you can guarantee 2 or maybe even more.
Sure, yeah. You have the Battle Rage, you got the Pyromancer. All the pieces are coming together for those big power draw turns, and you got time to make it happen. So might as well just wait and make it happen. Strife Crow does have enough combo pieces in hand to play Emperor this turn if he wants to. He can just play Emperor, discount the Faceless, and then later on in the game, you can go Leroy, Power Overwhelming Faceless for the huge burst damage. Or you can just storm the board with this Blackwing Corruptor this turn.
Yeah, because he picked up that dragon finally.
Yeah. So
it's just a matter of time.
Just good options all around this turn.
I like the Emperor on 6.
Yeah, me too. I feel like the Blackwing Corruptor is always going to be gaining value, and getting the Emperor down as early as possible is kind of awkward for Osaka to clear, and maybe gets an Execute out of the way so your taunts are a little bit stickier, but Strife Crow wants more value out of his Emperor. He wants it in a situation that's even harder for Osaka to kill. Again, maybe to try and guarantee that it eats up an Execute, because once you get those Executes out of the way, then you're able to then put down taunts, and it's really hard for the OTK warrior to get through them. So Strife Crow being patient with that Emperor, trying to prioritize using it to eat up an Execute.
That Commanding Shout is a big pickup for Osaka. It allows him to do turns with Pyromancer, Commanding Shout, something like Blood Acre maybe, and ultimately a Battle Rage. Not only clearing the opponent's board and developing a board, but also drawing a bunch of cards to replace it, drawing towards that lethal combo. That's how he wins the matchup.
Yeah, I think he wants to be more patient with it than using it right here. But yeah, it's really good, like you said, just to have it, just to have all of that in the presence. I imagine this turn is maybe just like take 2 cards off your Acolyte.
Are we going to slam our own Acolyte? Is that a thing?
Oh, no, I was just going to say Acolyte, Cruel Taskmaster, the Acolyte. The second card is when they kill it, sort of thing. But he is just going to go for the Wild Pyromancer this turn. He's going to cash in on those draws and clear the board. Hold on to the Commanding Shot. The second Wild Pyromancer is going to be really strong, but he's just super aggressively drawing, playing this super fast, which is good, honestly, right? The way you lose is when they're able to set up taunts in time or pressure you out in time, and you know, his deck is not going to let that happen. He feels like he gets enough cycle off this that he's able to, you know, thin his deck out enough. And he's still got the Acolyte in hand to draw some more.
So check this out. Osaka's got the Arathi Weaponsmith. Players are feeling the loss of Fiery War Axe in this Worgen Warrior deck because part of what that weapon does is enables you to damage your own face so you get more value off of the Battle Rage. And so without the Fire War Axe, you kind of have to find some sort of weapon to put in there. One guy goes with Fool's Bane, another guy goes with Arathi Weaponsmith.
Yeah, kind of interesting. I think I like the Fool's Bane a little bit more, but you know, Arathi Weaponsmith gets the job done. You're able to damage yourself a little bit there. And we see the Execute coming down on Emperor. So now there's only 1 Execute present in Osaka's deck to be able to deal with taunts efficiently while trying to, you know, do the OTK. So Strife Crow knows that, and he's going to be able to set up taunts efficiently. Meanwhile, Strife Crow's drawn 20 damage combo. If he's able to live till turn 9, he can deploy the 20 damage combo. So he needs to figure out some way to get 8 more damage in. And that Alex Straza.
Alex Straza, oh my god.
That'll get the job
This might
done.
be a quick one, yeah.
He's just drawn all of the perfect
Taunting
pieces
up
to assemble his combo. He's got the taunt up now that the Execute's gone. It's all coming together for him.
Well, we have a Pyromancer Commanding Shout Battle Rage. It's like pretty awful here compared to what it could potentially be on other board states.
Yeah, it's not fantastic, that's for sure.
Man, this Alex Strauss is just going to hammer him into full combo.
Wow, that is so dirty. Just how many Rado Lock games do you actually draw that Alex on 9 into Emperor discounted combo? It's so uncommon.
Yeah,
it's so devastatingly strong when it happens.
This is what we call a high roll.
Yeah, that's
What now?
holy smokes.
Strife Crow's like not paying attention, just feeling confident.
Well, he's looking at his hand
blame
saying,
him.
I've already got the game won. Easy game. Osaka needs to try and figure out a way how he can, you know, get Emperor down next turn and then kill his opponent, basically. And he's feeling the pressure so much, he's facelessing. He's afraid of the 20 damage combo. Because he's already seen the Emperor come down from Strife Crow, which signals that he has, you know, at least 1 combo piece.
Still just like Alex. I mean, that's an 8/8 and 10 damage.
And your opponent's used 1 Execute, and you have a taunt on the field and an 8/8 now. So I like just using Alex and then holding the attack on your taunt, so you don't have to worry as much about it dying.
I wonder.
This is so tough for Osaka to win.
Yeah.
So we Alex him down to 17. And then he has 9 mana for some kind of pyro. What makes the attack? Pyro commanding.
Alright, he's got charge now. The Battle Rage is live thanks to the attack as well, if he wants to just draw 2 to find more options. He also has the Commanding Shout that he can utilize with the...
I think you're definitely going Pyro, Commanding Shout, Battle Rage.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Just drawing a lot of cards in your deck.
That's 4 right there.
He needs to somehow get above 20 health during this. Well, he's got the taunt still.
He keeps the taunt, and he can shield slam the Alex.
Yeah. Osaka might have just found the way to get this. That faceless play might have won him the game. That just sick faceless play.
Well, we're trying to stay in the game at this point, to be honest.
Well, he's got Worgen Charge Interrage already. How much damage is Worgen Charge Interrage? And he gets the 2 face damage there.
Worgen Charge is 5, Interrage is 8, so 16 plus the 2 weapon is 18 if the board is cleared.
So only 18 damage if the board's cleared. He's got top decks for lethal though. Second Interrage is still in there, right?
Wait, he has Worgen Charge Rampage with Interrage.
Oh yeah, he had lethal set up there. So his faceless there was able to keep him alive through the Leroy combo while setting up lethal there. So that was a really sick sequence of using that faceless on that Twilight Guardian by Osaka that, you know, it shouldn't be, you know, just skipped over. No one would have really made that faceless play on that Twilight Guardian. Like,
yeah, that was sick.
That was sick. That was a really next level play. And
if he shield block Emperor, he dies.
Yeah, now he's still playing around the 20 damage combo. He's putting a Strifecrow on it by the way like Strifecrow has been holding cards and such. He knows he has the combo, and that's indicative of how he's played the previous turn. He hits the execute here. So he's going to be able to play around the combo while setting up lethal again.
Yeah, and playing Acolyte for a little bit more cycle, because why not, right?
Yeah, now Strifecrow needs the Reno to really get outside of the range of this.
Or another taunt.
Or another taunt, yeah. Holy smokes.
This game's awesome.
Yeah, I would have lost this game for sure.
Yep.
There's no way I was faceless in that Twilight Guardian. There's absolutely no way. That's disgusting.
Yeah, World Champion Osaka, huh?
Wow.
The Interrage is even more damage.
Even more damage.
So the damage count, Worgen's at 3, Charge is 5, Interrage is 8, Interrage is 10, Rampage is 13, Twice is 26, with the weapon is 28.
Oh, he gets the Reno!
Oh my god, he's 1
one
off
damage
with the
off
Acolyte.
lethal thanks to the Reno.
Are
getting
you
him up.
kidding me?
Holy smokes. Holy crap. He's got to play it, though. He's got to recognize the threat level here.
Yep.
Which, you know, can be difficult to do in this sort of situation.
Yeah, what if he goes Drake Siphon Soul, he just dies?
Yeah, he would just die if he goes Drake. And it's very tempting to Siphon Soul the Acolyte. You got to be putting your opponent, trying to figure out what your opponent's range is here, and that's very difficult.
Reno is respectful, but maybe he can afford to be respectful. He's got that 20 damage combo. Like, 20 is a lot. Don't need to get too much more done.
Yeah, with 20
from
plus
the Reno.
20 plus the Reno is 24, right?
Yeah.
And then he just needs like Abusive Sergeant or something on top of that, and it closes the game out. So the correct play, tap Reno.
Will he make it? He's thinking about like draking and hitting a taunt or something.
Oh, he goes with the Drake Siphon.
He's a dead man.
Draw. And that's gonna be it.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
What a game by Osaka.
Yeah, that was disgusting. Osaka definitely deserves this win. He played that very, very well. Giving up the Faceless, which is normally, you know, one of the key components of your win condition here, to play around a 3-card combo while in the midst of just being under so much pressure throughout the entire game that that's crazy. And the odds of your opponent having that 3-card combo, extremely limited, but he was able to make the read based on the cards that Strifecrow has been holding on to, and that's high-level Hearthstone right there. That was dirty.
I really enjoyed that game a lot. And now we get to see... Oh, wait, no, we don't necessarily get to see the Druid. I was assuming Strifecrow won.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. So now Osaka is on the board. It's 1-1. Osaka's warrior is able to take a win. The Worgen OTK warrior piloted quite beautifully up against Strifecrow's warlock. So now Strifecrow still has to get a win with the warlock. The paladin's out of the way, though. So now Osaka's left with this priest that could really fumble him, which is a little unlucky. And... Osaka got a win with the shaman as well. So now he just needs to get a win with the priest, right?
Yeah, and
Undo it.
you need to
And
see a
Strife Pro
Druid
needs-
and Arena Lock.
Yeah. Druid and Reno Lock remaining for Strife Pro, and Osaka has just Priest remaining. So we'll have to see if he's able to try and figure out a way to win with his Mind Blast, OTK Priest, or if that's going to be the downfall. And we see the mulligan going in quickly. Osaka holding on to just Power Word Shield, trying to find cycle cards to cycle for his OTK combos, and Strife Pro concealing his Druid potentially, which I'm sure all of the fans would have wanted to see how Strife Pro is making this Druid work without Innervate, but it may just be the end of the road here for him if he's not able to get a win with this. And you got to imagine the Mind Blast Priest is not too bad against Reno Lock.
So as Reno Lock against this combo Priest, what I think I'm looking for off the mulligan is a high threat turn 4 play. And also maybe something for turn 3, because on the coin as Reno Lock, you can't turn 2 tap, turn 3 tap without playing anything, or else you overdraw. Mm-hmm. So you need like a 3-mana play on turn 3 or some kind of 1-mana card like a Possessed Villager or whatever. But yeah, you really want to have that 4-mana card. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah,
like
something that can clean up loot orders is also pretty good too. So like an Imp Gang boss or the Ring, whatever. Just something, because you expect your opponent to play a loot order on turn 2 in these sort of cycle decks. That's what they're looking for off the mulligan. Mm-hmm. So adapting your mulligan to choice to look for what they're mulliganing for is oftentimes pretty good as well.
Imp Gang's good for that. What do you think about this Hellfire Keep? Just clean up a loot hoarder acolyte curve?
I think that's what he's going for, yeah. Just to guarantee he's got answers for that, so he just doesn't take too much immediate chip damage, so he's not afraid of, just getting bursted over the top randomly.
Right. It's a lot harder for the Priest to assemble 30 than 20, for instance. It's like way more cards they have to have in hand and discounted kind of thing.
Yeah. So if Striker can stay above 20 for the entire game, his win condition is less cards. So oftentimes he'll be able to get his win condition off before the Priest can get their win condition off, giving him a good chance of winning the game.
What about coin Imp Gang boss? Does that make any sense here? Because we can potentially, it value trades into a 3/2, and we have the Farseer to heal it back up next turn. So there is a curve, curving into Twilight Guardian on 4, Azure Drake on 5. There is a 2, 3, 4, 5 curve here.
Yeah, I'm all for it. Puts out a lot of pressure. Priest has a hard time dealing with that. Osaka, for him, he has a actually kind of convenient way to deal with it. He can
the power shield. That's a 1-card answer. You really got to worry about that as Strife Pro. Like, do I want to go for this? But you're probably going for it next turn anyways, right? So maybe just go for it now. There's all that upside if he doesn't have the powered shield.
Yeah, I like it. You're able to heal it up and everything. So
it's kind of a weird play. Almost always you're tapping on 2, right? But this time, with the way the hand works out.
Yeah, it's just because it's dragons, right? Not like Mountain Giant Twilight Drake. So it's like dragons that doesn't matter how many cards you have in your hand, and you're going to refill your hand anyway with Azure Drake on 5. So it's not that big of a deal. And Osaka can draw a lot of cards here if he wants to.
Yeah, Northshire Cleric, Powered Shield, Circle of Healing. Would you Northshire Cleric, Powered Shield bump the Imp Gang Circle of Healing? Like, it kills the Imp Gang, but you don't draw another card, right?
Yeah, that seems better. The Imp Gang boss, though, on turn 5, it's going away for you, right? It's not going to be a problem anymore. So maybe the card's better. Maybe you just don't care that it's doming you for 2 every turn. Maybe you're on the plan where just try and draw your deck. You already have Emperor, but
right, you are a combo deck.
No, clearing the board.
And again, if you clear it, it helps protect your girl, right? So you can draw more cards next turn that way.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, this board looks a lot more appealing than an Imp Gang boss threatening to kill all your stuff again. And already, Osaka's got the Emperor. He's got the Embrace the Shadow. He's got the Mind Blast. He is halfway there as far as combo pieces are concerned, which isn't too great for him, but Strife Pro doesn't have too much counterplay for this. This girl is going to continue drawing cards and being a threat.
It sets up for the Hellfire clear. If you just tap that turn, then the Pyromancer gets healed to 4 health and survives a Hellfire. Still just heal the Pyromancer, and it's so good for Osaka, but I mean, I guess Strife Pro felt like he had to do it.
An option here.
Wow.
The cycle for Osaka is going crazy.
Gadget with Powered Shield, with Circle of Healing.
With the Emperor discount, he's almost gotten enough cards that he can play Emperor. He needs 1 more combo piece, and then he can Emperor while still being able to hit for 30. And then he can have an Emperor discounted Gadget. And the Hellfire Keep for Strife Pro working out. I guess he just knew that was going to happen. That did seem like a very strange keep, but it works out great. A way to kill Northshire Cleric, which is super important.
Yep. I mean, maybe he just figures like I'm heavily favored because I have such a more consistent draw engine. Like life tap always works, and I just need to avoid those scenarios where I get wrecked by Wild Pyromancer Northshire Cleric combo stuff, right?
Yeah, and Osaka did draw the nuts this game. He was able to have, you know, the full draw combo of Northshire Cleric, Wild Pyromancer, Spell, and Circle. You know, a 4-card combo in the early stages. Not too easy to come by, but when you get it and you draw 4 or 5 cards off of it, you know, you're in pretty good shape. But
heal pass.
Yeah, yeah. the analysis on this one is you can't play any of these cards because you need them.
Yep.
So Priest.
You don't want the girl out there. It's just gonna die in one attack to any minion that's played. I don't think Strife goes playing a 1/1 on turn. Oh,
the girl is coming out to play. Maybe
interesting.
Osaka thinks Strife Girl will use removal on it instead of developing a minion out of fear of buffs.
Powered Shield number 2.
Yeah, and Strife Girl had the option to kill it with a removal spell, but is not giving it that much respect. Yeah.
Yeah. Just a stupid girl. Who cares?
Oh, there's the 3rd combo piece. So now, if Osaka wants, he can play the Emperor's Orison, and he can deal 30 with the double flash heal combo.
Okay. And the Emperor also makes Gadget cheaper, so that cycling is potentially more doable. So here, the Azure Drake spell damage makes Shadow Bolt clean up the Emperor. That's really clean.
Yeah, disgustingly clean. Unfortunately for Strife Girl, he can't do much while doing that, though.
Yeah, I mean, tap Shadow Bolt, eat your girl. It's like pretty good clear.
It's not a bad turn, I guess. Not a great turn.
The part where Priest played Emperor is always scary, but it's a nice Shadow Bolt.
Oh, he does run double Mind
Blast.
Blast, so he is going to be able to deal a lot of damage really flexibly.
Yeah, so this is
with
an easy
Emperor
15.
only 3 pieces, though, he needs the 2nd Flash Heal to do the 30 combo. He can't do the 30 combo with double Mind Blast.
Let me ask you something.
Okay.
Do you think Osaka played that Northshire Cleric to set up for Excavated Evil to clear an Azure Drake?
I think that's reasonable, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, definitely high-level players doing stuff like that all the time. We see Emperor Thorstein picked up for Strife Girl. He's able to play that this turn to be able to Alexstrasza his opponent the next turn if he wanted to. Start threatening some real damage output.
So, Gadget Shadow or Death start cycling.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to... I don't think you're going to be playing around Gadget Shadow or Death. We haven't seen the Gadget revealed for Osaka's deck, so it's not something that you would consider, but...
Oh, no, I'm not talking about playing around it. I'm just looking ahead.
Okay. All right, yeah. I mean, it's something that you may... Like, if you know there's a Gadget in the deck, maybe you don't play Emperor to allow them to be able to use their Shadow or Death, right? Like, that's like a real thing you could do.
So if we want to see that Druid, we need Reno Lock to win this game.
Oh, it's looking tough for Reno Lock right now. This Gadget's about to draw 2 cards.
Holy smite your head.
Yeah, right to the dome. There's still no Velen yet. Oh, Osaka's deck's getting pretty thin, though.
So it's a 17 damage combo from hand for a total of 6 mana.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that coming into effect potentially. If the Gadgetzin sticks around, that's lethal. Strife Girl has an ability to remove it using the Sylvanas here plus the Power Overwhelming. Can even taunt up while doing so to get some more things on the field. Potentially play the Refreshment Vendor if he wants to, get a little more life. He's getting pretty low. He's got to start worrying about those sort of things.
Yep.
Gadget's a 4-attack minion. Pretty struggles with that. Excavated Evil, not quite enough to make too much happen.
Tough turn.
This is real tough.
I like the Loot Hoarder. The rest of it, I don't like.
Yeah, there's not a lot going on here. If you
The
use
question is there any way to play the Alkani and just hero power something? Does that make any sense? Like, what if you just hero power the Gadget to set up for Excavated Evil next turn?
Okay, sure. That seems like a fine play. Is there any way you can set up lethal on a top deck? How many cards does this guy have left? That might be the better play. Adding Excavated Evil to your opponent's deck is better, too. So you play the Excavated Evil this turn over the Alkani, because you also have circle outs for Alkani as well. So it makes sense to do it this way, to set up for the Alkali instead of using the Alkali to set up for the circle.
Okay. It's
Spells.
worse if Strifecrow plays small minions that would have died to Excavated Evil, but that is clearly not happening from what we can see.
Reno Lock typically has just big minions. Not a lot going on
Earth
here.
Ring Farseer comes to mind, but that was already played, right?
And the Imp Gang Plus. So Strifecrow's got to be worried about either 20 burst or 30 burst, right? Like, it's either 15, 20, or 30, right? Those are the burst ranges that he's expecting. So this 2 damage from the Loot Hoarder is actually insignificant. So I would actually be really tempted to see Strifecrow go for an Alexstrasza face, all face sort of play. Something like that. Because the Loot Hoarder damage doesn't matter with the ranges of damage that the Burst Priest can do. So it's just kind of like an all-in. If you got Velen, I'm dead. And so Oskaka here is on a draw for Velen. If he's unable to find it, you know, Strifecrow's on a draw for Leroy, and it starts getting intense.
All right, so the Loot Hoarder with Alkanai Circle Hero Power is a board clear.
And he can hold on to the death if he wants.
We're going to start by bumping that Alexstrasza and see what happens.
Sure, makes sense to me.
I like that play from Strifecrow. Even if the Loot Hoarder was relevant for a combo lethal breakpoint, I think just the pressure of putting a Priest on a clock is really worthwhile. Just give him so much less time to draw into his combos. You can't give Priest all the time in the world, or he will kill you.
Yeah,
and,
10 cards left. So Scott has a 10%er to draw the Velen here and have lethal.
He's going to use the death. He pushes 2 damage this way.
Oh wait, he can only do
Gets to
20
heal
damage.
himself.
So he wouldn't have lethal anyway. So even if he drew the Velen, only 20 damage if he drew the Velen. Because that's how much damage he has in hand right now. So he doesn't have the second flash heal yet. So if this Alkanai is able to connect, that is lethal for Oskaka. So Strifecrow knows that there's a potential for 20 damage, so he should be playing, you know, around 20 damage. So you got to expect he's going to be killing this Alkanai. Now it's kind of tempting to ignore it because you do need your damage to connect to be able to... no, you don't. 12 is enough, right? Leroy Faceless. So you just kill it off and then maybe play Doomsayer to get rid of any potential taunts that come down. Or taunt up yourself. Or taunt up and play Doomsayer.
Yeah, this is just more pressure, right?
Sure. Able to plow through the taunt and... As Oskaka, 1 damage off lethal with this Priest.
Well, we could Velen flash heal ourselves. That doesn't really set up to win the game ever, huh?
I mean, you can Velen flash heal, hit your opponent for 20, and then next turn embrace the Shadow Hero Power them if they don't find exactly Reno off the top. Or have it in their hand. Can you make a read that they don't have Reno? Can you make a read that they're going to kill you?
It's not just Reno. There's other cards. Cult Apothecary. We already see? We saw Refreshment Vendor. We saw Earthen Ring Farseer.
Yeah. So
did we see Siphon Soul?
We haven't seen Siphon Soul. There's Siphon Soul and Reno. That's it. There's no way there's Cult Apothecary in Dragon Reno Warlock. Like,
okay, fair enough.
Dragon Reno Warlock with the combo. There's no Cult Apothecary. There's no way. You can't fit it.
You're right.
So I think if you put your opponent on having the damage to kill you, which I don't know how you make that read, but if you are able to make that read, then you do have plays here that involve, you know, healing yourself and trying to set up lethal. And we see the removal of the minion and the setup for the 20 damage lethal next turn. So he's setting up lethal. He's got good intentions, but not expecting the Leroy Faceless.
It's just too much burst.
Yeah.
All right, well, good news for us. We get to see that Druid.
Yeah, the Druid! I'm hyped. I would have been so disappointed if, you know, we didn't get to see the chalky anti-Eddie Finn crazy Priest. And if we didn't get to see the Druid, I would have just been so sad. So I'm extremely excited to see what the hell is going on with Strifecrow's Druid. There's Innervate banned from the format. There is Fandral banned from the format. There is Yogg banned from the format. So many of these cards that would be great in a Druid deck completely removed. So somehow he's got to...
Maybe it's Astral Communion.
Astral Communion? What? How did Astral Communion get better?
Well, it didn't lose as much. It's nice high roll deck.
It just lost Ragnaros the Fire Lord, I guess.
Yeah, I don't even play that in mine, personally.
Oh, okay, there you go. It lost nothing. So
well, Innervate's pretty good.
Yeah, Innervate's a pretty good card in Astral Druid. So,
but it's not as good in that deck as others because it's such a bad top deck, right?
But Druid's like well-rounded enough that I guess it's okay in so many matchups that maybe you expect a lot of people to be countering things, and we have seen a lot of countering. Like everyone's countering Anyfin Paladin and bringing Anyfin Paladin. Then Strife goes just here like, yeah, you guys got all your counter decks. I'm just gonna play Druid, and then it just does mediocre Druid things, and that's good enough to beat all these counter decks.
Druid without Innervate. Okay,
he's got Darnassus Aspirant though, which kind of went up in value in the format, I guess.
Because Warax is gone. That's one reason.
Sure, yeah, you can snowball like crazy off of the Aspirant.
Zoo is less common. That makes Aspirant much more likely to stick around.
Okay.
Aspirant's quite good against these arena locks, these control warlocks that we keep seeing, right? They have a heart. There's no Dark Bomb.
Yeah, there's no Dark Bomb. I mean, there's not a lot of ways to kill a 2/3 for any of the control decks. So Druid's still not a bad anti-control deck. Really interesting to see.
Aspirant's good against Paladin too, right? They just don't have a lot of ways to kill it on curve.
Yeah.
There's an Doomsayer out there.
Oh, the Life Tap is
Life Tap's
so
a nice
good.
one.
So insane against any sort of control deck there. So we see Striker obviously picking that one up off the Finley. And as Oskaka, do you play around Abusive Sergeant here, or do you just YOLO out the Northshire Cleric?
Well, he does have the Pyromancer in hand, but he doesn't have the Circle, right? If he had the Circle, he would keep the girl for sure. I'm fine with this, yeah.
Yeah.
He's an aggro deck, we know. So let's just put things in play.
You've seen the Finley. Let's just try and not die.
Get a card next turn. We can actually kill the Aspirant, right? We bump the Aspirant, draw a card, and then coin out Holy Smite.
Sure, yeah. Get the job done at least.
It hurts to use the coin because you have this Pyromancer, but I feel like killing Aspirant's a big deal.
We can also just paint it if we don't want to use the coin, but then we don't transfer the coin into a card. So I think it's better to turn the coin into a new card, right? And pain's more valuable than Holy Smite is. But
what paint targets do we have in the matchup?
Well, Beast Druid, they got the 2/5 on 3.
Right.
They have a lot of 3/5s. Oftentimes, Violet Teacher is still played in these sort of Druid decks just because it's a good card, works with Power of the Wild. So,
especially seeing this Wrath, that makes Violet Teacher more likely.
Yeah.
Not that that was a relevant argument for Oskaka, but for us.
Yeah, so I'm not so sure that I'm convinced that the coin's worth more. It's a very niche thing, though. It's really hard to say. And Oskaka feels like the coin's worth more than the Shadow Word Pain in that scenario.
So I think I like Heal Pass here because we have this Excavated Evil. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Although the issue is, what if he just plays like a Savage Combatant or a Teacher next turn? Do we Holy Smite it and pass again?
Then you got to worry about the +2/+2.
Oh god.
That's another card that could come out to play. Marcus Yasiraj, and that just ruins all your AoE setups. Yeah, that's why the reactive deck is never really super fantastic, because buff cards just destroy it, and your opponent can oftentimes play around the AoE. So Oskaka looks like he's going for the maximum defensive route, and then just getting out this Wild Pyromancer to contest.
Oh yeah, value trade, draw a card off the girl.
Yeah, you're just too weak if you try and set up AoEs to any sort of big minions that get dropped.
This play just really punishes if Strifecrow were to play a 4-mana minion, which is the strongest play, right? Like, Oskaka's setting up to be strong against Strifecrow's strongest play, which is just good, solid Hearthstone.
Yep. And I imagine we're going to see Oskaka again just tempo out the 3/5 here. He has somehow managed to secure tempo against Druid as Priest.
What happened there?
Yeah.
Holy Smite. Oh, well, what happened is Strifecrow had a really weak turn 4.
Yeah, he just didn't have anything that he could really do with it.
All right, let's see if Strifecrow draws his Shadow Word Pain. Unlucky.
Just a bunch of small minions right now. So lucky enough for him, he's got this Life Tap power. Otherwise, these small minions would be quite awkward.
Yeah, I mean, it still is quite awkward. This Alkani is about to do a lot of powerful things.
Yeah, he can get down to 2/5 though, so it's not too bad. The pain's already been seen. The way Strifecrow wins this game, right? Like, from his perspective right now, he can just outvalue the Priest since he has the Life Tap hero power, and just win by just slowly grinding the Priest out of resources and tapping every turn and then just playing his whole hand, basically. Kind of like what Zoo does in most matchups, right?
Yeah, so, he is Zoo now.
Yeah, he's basically Zoo now. So you can basically Zoo out Oskaka, and Oskaka can't Life Tap, so Oskaka is eventually going to run out of cards, and Strifecrow is just never going to run out of cards. So I honestly don't think he's in that bad of a spot.
Right, but with that, those Life Taps do put him closer and closer to Mind Blast range. At some point, that stuff does kill him. He goes. This is an interesting play. He doesn't go for the 2/5. He plays a 2/2 that just dies to a ping on board.
He may be baiting out like Excavated Evil or something. Try to at least force it.
Well, I mean, the Wrath is
Skaka
going to
wants to
next turn.
Yeah, it forces the Alkali to trade into something for sure, and then maybe get some value out of it.
Now, committing the North Shore Clerics, I guess it's reasonable. It does feel risky, like you'd really love to be drawing cards off that, and it's kind of okay to surrender tempo when you have Excavated Evil in hand. But, I mean, I guess by keeping the tempo, he gets to maybe pressure Strifecrow's life total a little bit, or more importantly, just keep getting value trades here and there.
Yeah, that North Shore Cleric does seem a bit strange. I guess you're thinking that Oskaka must be thinking he's losing the board right now, right? Like the Alkali is going to die. He has no minions except Thalnos in play. So when is the next time he's going to be able to cycle off this North Shore Cleric? It would be with the second Pyromancer or right now off the Finley if he plays it, right? So he's kind of feels like this is the only time he's going to be able to get draws off of it, I think. Because he's like for sure losing the board. You know, just any removal spell removes him from the board, and it looks like Strifecrow is going to go on priority mode for denying that one card draw. So you can see Strifecrow's game sense here, realizing I got the life tap hero power. As long as I keep drawing cards and deny my opponent from drawing cards, I will outvalue him at the end of the day, and sticking with that game plan.
Look at this. Powered Shield picked up.
No,
now if he had a girl, but of course, if he hadn't played the girl last turn, the Thalnos probably would have died, and so this opportunity would not have been available to Oskaka.
Well, he could have known that Thalnos was going to die, then played the girl, healed up the Finley the following turn, and guaranteed one card draw out of it that way. But this way was a risk, and the reward was potentially to stabilize with the girl on the field and be able to draw off of it more than one turn. So a little greedy and punished a little bit for it, but not too bad. And Bear Force 1 just coming down.
The gadget.
Gadget coin, Mind Blast for 6.
I don't know. Like, is it the gadget turn or are we patient?
I think you want to get the 4/4 body out there to set up your AoEs.
Okay.
So I want to go gadget coin Mind Blast, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, like 2's pretty good. It's not easy to get to a point where you draw a third off of it because we're using all of our mana right now.
Yeah, I mean, your opponent's already getting pretty low. You're going to get them into the spot where you only need to hit them for 10 is, I think, the goal. Get them down to that life total. Because they're going to be tapping, right? So...
I'll go for it.
Yeah, I say go for it, but Oskaka may choose to be patient. Now, if he's patient, he can factor in like another card draw with it. Also, he's got to worry about how much damage is he expending. We didn't see any Holy Fires in the deck earlier, so that card, which would really help this matchup, is not there.
Well, Alkali has a pretty good draw.
Yeah. Emperor's not too bad. Just it's a 5/5.
Emperor is okay, yeah. As a 5/5, it's fine.
Oh, Marky Yasiraj is pretty sick. Strifecrow here with 8 mana to continue doing stuff.
It's funny how Priest is the beatdown against Druid.
Yeah. He can get this Marky Yasiraj down on the 2/5, making it a 4/7. Make it super hard for the Priest to kill. He could have expended all of his mana that turn, but chooses to tap instead. He's got these Stranglethorn Tigers and things like that he can start setting up to have really big, high damage roar turns.
Yeah, it's an interesting tap from him. I might have liked to hand dump and start tapping later.
He's been trying to tap every turn, so he's been really consistent with this game plan of trying to outvalue his opponent. But it's getting kind of scary. But you do see your opponent already launch one Mind Blast, which tells you something that's really important: is that there's no combo in their hand currently. Like they don't have, the 10 Velen. Yeah, they don't have the damage combo yet. Otherwise, they would have, been a lot less decisive about launching that Mind Blast. They would have held on to it for the 10 damage combo. So you can be a little bit risky with your life total for now.
Yeah, but it's not just about the life total. A lot of it is being ahead on board so that you're the guy, getting those value attacks in every turn.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he is ahead at this point, I guess, and he's like ahead enough, so maybe he's just right.
Yeah, you don't want to get too far ahead. The Priest deck is all drawing power clears, right? Yeah. If he's able to, keep buffing this Tiger while it's stealthed, you can cycle, the Marky Yasiraj on it and look for Menagerie Warden to make a clone of the Tiger. And get that just the crazy one-turn kill damage with the Savage Roar with some Cloaked Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. And the defensive Emperor coming down just to force out removal from Strifecrow. And it looks like it's going to do just that. Now that Marky Yasraj isn't going on the Tiger, it's going to have to go on the Bear so the Bear can land up the trade. And at this point, when you see your opponent kind of struggling this much to deal with your board, you got to wonder if you just charge a Druid with a claw at the face. I like playing...
prefer playing 2 minions.
Yeah, playing both 2/5s.
Raptor's a little more pressure. It's kind of like similarly vulnerable to stuff.
Well, how much damage do we have? Let's say we take the trade with the 6/3. We play both 2/5s, and then we have the 5/5 on the field. Next turn, we can play Druid of the Claw in charge mode. So that's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 on the field, and then 5 bodies for Savage Roar would be another 10. So 23 damage the following turn. And you get to push 5 this turn, so you're 1 damage off lethal. So yeah, you have to play the 3/2. The 3/2 sets up for the exact lethal in that scenario. So that's kind of the math that Strifecro was doing in his head, and that's why he decides to go with the 3/2 and the 2/5. So, but that top deck from Oskaka, that Emperor discount, allowing him to double Excavated Evil, clean up every minion on this board. That could just seal the game in his favor now, because now he just bought himself so much time. To work
and it puts terrible draws in Strifecro's deck.
Yeah, those roots though. Those roots are insanely good. He's able to, he's seen both the AoE cards used, and now he can maybe get those roots down to make it a lot harder, or make his Savage Roar do a lot more damage really fast.
4/7? 4-attack minions, tough to deal with.
Okay, 4/7, sure.
Can't Shadow or Death that guy, right?
Yes, how much damage is this now? We have 10, 18,
24.
20. Oh, is it 24?
6, 10. Oh, maybe it is 20, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's 20. So he's looking for 4 more damage for lethal, which isn't in any one draw, but he can, he's putting on the pressure. That's the important thing. And Oskaka is nowhere near stringing together the cards.
There is one draw. It's the 2/1 Charger guy, right?
The 2.
Oh, yeah.
The 2/1 Charger. He's got 1 out because he's already played 1 this game. Druid of the Saber.
And that's assuming the Priest doesn't heal or clear anything, which not a great assumption.
Yeah, the Priest is likely going to heal. Do you think you Alkani? If you Alkani and use the Flash Heal, you're already down a lot of the...
That hurts, man. That really hurts.
Yeah, I mean...
But he gets the cycle a lot.
He gets the cycle a lot. So now remaining in the deck list is 1 Mind Blast and 1 Flash Heal for damage.
And the Velen.
And the Velen.
Yeah, the Velen, yeah.
So you get into a spot where you might run out of potential damage to actually kill your opponent if you use more of the resources.
Just 2 taps.
Yeah, and we see the
using this Excavated Evil. This happens so much today, right?
Yeah, all of these sort of combo priests, they get to a point whenever they try and start stabilizing for board, Excavated Evil starts screwing them. And does charge set up lethal, or do you want to be taunting it so that you can get a bigger minion to go with the Menagerie Ward? I like charging it because then the copy gets a charge as well. I like just taking the super aggressive line with it.
Oh, that's cute. Somehow I haven't seen that before. I must have seen that before.
So you knock him down to 20, then the following turn you can copy it again, and then you can copy it, and then it's 8 damage coming in at them, and then you can roar for another 6 on top of that. So the damage really piles up.
Acolyte with Powered Shield, that's some nice synergy. Sets up for an Excavated Evil clear. We sure love those.
Yeah, not able to really get there. Both Holy Smites have been used, right? So an Excavated Evil Holy Smite's not now. Off the top here, the Curator.
Oh, wow.
Pretty beefy.
It's life tap, right?
Yeah, I think you do probably Curator. Then next turn you go for the Menagerie Warden plus the Roar, right? This way,
Curator is trying to hit a cheap beast.
Well, the main thing is just the taunt presence on the board. Like, Menagerie Warden's vulnerable to Shadow or Death. Curator's not vulnerable to Shadow or Death. 1 card's been sitting in your opponent's hand the entire game. If it was Velen, they would have played it just for, like, Velen heal for the tempo of Velen, because Druid doesn't have great single target removal, and you're likely not playing Mulch in your Beast Druid. So I have to put my opponent here on, having the Shadow or Death in their hand, and they have a pretty good chance of finding Excavated Evil because there's so many of them floating around between the 2 decks, passing it back and forth. So I really like this Curator play, protecting yourself around Excavated Evil, protecting yourself around Shadow or Death, and then next turn you can play Menagerie Warden and then still Roar because it's got charge, because you copy the 4/4 that has charge. So you're able to just deal a bunch of damage that way.
And Nixia.
And
Not Azure Drake.
I would be
It's really good with the Savage Roar.
Yeah, it is. It's a little
Doesn't
too
tap.
late. Yeah, I think I'd be hesitant to tap as well.
You don't like being 11?
Well, you die to Mind Blast plus Embrace the Shadow, Flash Heal, Hero Power. So
Right.
you don't want that to happen. That Shadow or Death that's been sitting around could also be Embrace the Shadow, right? That it's got a very high possibility of that being the card that it is.
Oh man, this is so
So.
close to lethal for the priest. Just find that villain.
Wow, Pyromancer is able to clear the board here. So the priest is still in it. But he has to give up the Holy Smite that would make Velen the lethal. So now he needs to find 2 additional cards plus the Velen. So he's still 3 cards away.
Cards, yeah.
Yeah, holy smokes.
Whereas if he doesn't clear, he just needs 1 card for lethal. But
Yeah.
oh, actually, something.
Yeah, it's so close yet so far. I was thinking of whether he wants to heal the Pyro or if he wants to heal his face. I think he healed the Pyro.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
there's
though.
a
Like
second
what?
swipe out there, and I think I don't know if there's another Wrath still.
There's no. Both Wraths have been played, so it's really only the second swipe going at your face that it plays around, or any sort of weird 1 damage effects. But
It makes Onyxia much tougher to play, huh?
yeah, Onyxia got a little bit worse for sure.
So if we Savage Combatant and tap, we can clear the thing, but we're taking 5 down to 8.
Holy smokes, that's a lot of damage. With your opponent having 5 cards left, that's really scary to do. They've been sitting there with the circle's been there for a while. That death has been there for ages. So that death is at this point you've narrowed down the death to either being death or being Embrace the Shadow. So if it's Embrace the Shadow, it's even scarier because you know your opponent has one of the combo pieces already ready to launch at your face. So
What if you just Savage Combatant and Menagerie Warden it? You can death a guy and trade into another guy.
if he has death plus Excavated Evil, it's really sad.
Well, one of the Excavated Evils is in the Druid deck right now, I think.
So there's only 1 Excavated Evil for Oskaka to top deck, but there's only 5 cards remaining.
Oh,
Double
Double
death.
Death is a clear.
The
Give
Pyro
yourself a 20.
can get healed in the middle of it and stay on the board. I think you want to keep the Pyro on the board.
Wait, what? We have to trade the Pyro in. Are you gonna play all our spells? I was gonna save the Mind Blast.
Yeah,
I was trading my Pyro. I guess the Pyro wants to go face to put
I was pushing 3 damage with the Pyro.
Okay, that's really good. So then we
That's
just
how I
Mind
play
Blast.
Priest.
Yeah, yeah. Smork, of course.
Yeah,
Face is the place.
It's definitely a face deck. I don't know what Priest you play. But yeah, it's like what kills you at that point. You know, they would need like double Savage Roar would be 8 plus the 5 is only 13. So double Savage Roar swipe with spell power. So you're not dead. So I really like getting the 3 face damage. And if your opponent wants to play anything, they kind of are inclined.
So we're killing the Savage Combatants, right?
Oh,
So face 3, heal the Pyro.
Yep.
Death the other Savage Combatant. Call it a good turn.
Yep. That's
Just try and draw that Velen.
That was my logic with it. And then Velen is lethal. 4 cards remaining for Oskaka, 25%er that he top decks the lethal on the following turn. Stripecrow needs to, avoid that happening, I guess. And if he finds heal, he doesn't find heal. There's no heal in the deck.
Yeah, he used his Finley.
Oh, jeez. This life tap hero power coming to bite him, but Onyxia to set up the lethal. Oskaka has 25% to take the game. If he doesn't find it, it's all over. Oh.
He just dies, right? The Savage is way too much. It's
He's
14 on top of 14.
There's no way. Holy smokes. Wait, 14 on top of 14 is 28.
Yeah, this is 25, so he's dead.
Oh, yeah, no. Man, there's hope. I thought it was going to go longer. I like the suspense,
Yeah. Rip. That was a cool game.
Yeah, that was so close, so grindy. I knew it was going to be
Very
grindy
close.
as soon as the life tap hero power was picked, right? It's
Right.
gonna be super grindy back and forth, but I did not expect this grindy, and did not expect Onyxia being in the Beast Druid deck. Stripecrow actually curved this deck quite high, And it was rewarded for his deck building there, making the curve so high because you needed these late game threats to be able to keep up with the Priest.
Yeah. I don't think he had Priest as much in mind, but
he takes the win. Osaka, unfortunately for him, is unable to get a win with the Priest, and the Priest has been defeated. Priest has went 0-6 in the tournament, or was there any wins?
No, I think it won a game. Tides of Time advanced with Priest, right? Yeah, just so barely. Nazoth eked one out.
Yeah, so the Priest is now 1-5 in the tournament.
Woo!
1-5. With one player with Priest still in the tournament, and the only player that brought Druid still in the tournament. Oh wait, Chalky played Priest. Oh no, Chalky never got around to playing as Priest, did he? Right? Yeah, he lost in the tournament, but I don't think he never played the Priest though.
Unlucky.
Yeah. So now let's go to the bracket real quick. Let's see these players that have advanced. See what's going on there. We have Tides of Time advancing between Tides of Time and Ness. Super JJ advancing between him and Tice, and then between Kalento and Chalky, Kalento advances, and then between Strifecrow and Osaka, we just saw Strifecrow advances. So we have all three Cloud9 players remaining. Shout out to my team.
Congrats.
Woo! And then Super JJ representing Complexity still in the tournament. We have 3 more rounds of Hearthstone remaining before we crown the champion here. I'm super excited. What's the deck that you're most excited to see play again?
Probably that Druid from Strifecrow, right? Like, can Druid hold up without Innervate? Is that the world we live in? Is it that good?
It doesn't even have Wild Growth either. It doesn't look like. It looks like
I thought it was gonna be a Wild Growth Druid, but it's like no, it's just Beast Druid.
Yeah, it's just like Beast Arena Druid, like no busted cards Druid thing.
Well, I mean, Menagerie Warden's busted. It just comes down a bit late, and also Mark of Yasharaj is a busted card. Sure,
it does break the mana curve too. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's interesting to see. It's interesting to see, and I want to see. I'm rooting for the Smork. I'm a Smork player.
Smork's doing well here, right?
I'm rooting.
There's all these decks that are so soft to Smorking.
Yeah. Super JJ's lineup of just all Smork looks really sick. So I'm interested to see how far the Smork can really go. Did the banned cards nerf Smork enough, or did the players, not really nerf towards Smork enough?
Yeah, they banned Ragnaros. They kind of let it slide.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting to see. All right, so let's just go over the banned cards one more time real quick and see, for anyone just tuning into the stream, not really following BatStone, the cards that have been banned are
coming up in just a moment. Some of the cards that okay. We got Yogg-Saron, number one.
Number one by the community. Yeah, so we made a poll. We asked everyone in the community. I tweeted it out. I posted on Reddit, all this good stuff. And the community was like, yeah, we don't want to see Yogg-Saron in your tournament. Ban that card. So we did that. So Yogg-Saron's not in the tournament. Tuskar Totemic was the second highest voted card. That's not in the tournament. Oddly enough, the community hates Fiery Warx. They wanted to see Warriors burn. So Fiery Warx got removed from the tournament. The community voted that Barnes is bad. So that got removed. And then Call of the Wild as well, which is also kind of a strange one in there for the community ban. And then after that, so the pro players already knew about the community bans. They got asked in a random order, what additional card would they want banned? And we have that on the screen for you as well. You see a little bit of hate towards Shaman with Doomhammer going away, and then a little bit of hate towards Zoo specifically, but not Control Warlock from Strifecrow with Darkshire Councilman being banned. And then Chalky, hating on the anti-Smork, getting rid of those freeze mages. And then Super JJ just trying to kill Druid. Strifecrow's bringing it back. He's still playing it in the tournament, even though Super JJ tried to destroy it by removing Innervate. And then Kalento was like, no, that's not good enough. We need to destroy Druid further. People are still going to play it and remove it as well. So they've just taken it and they've killed it twice. And Strifecrow is still playing and winning with Druid. And then Osaka was like, well, the matchups, it's all going to be really control-y. So let's remove Ragnaros the Fire Lord because nobody likes control matchups being decided by weird 50-50s off Rag. Tides of Time tried to destroy Zoo even more, removed Discard Lock by getting rid of Doomguard. And then Ness tried to make sure that Rogue wasn't in the tournament by removing Preparation. And we still have a Rogue player. Tides of Time has a Rogue deck that's in the tournament right now. So
making room for Priest there. I think Ness likes to play Priest, and Rogue's the bane of Priest. So that's probably the logic behind him banning Prep.
Sure, yeah. So anyway, I believe we have the players ready. We got Tides, not quite. We still have a few more minutes before the players get ready. We're trying to do this with less breaks, so trying to speed everything up, but it's a lot of coordination. So the
I
next
want to talk about the
right.
Fiery War Axe ban, if I could.
Sure, yeah, go for it.
I support that ban. I love Warrior. I like winning with Warrior. But the reason I like the Fiery War Axe ban is just to try and shake up the meta. It's a card that really kind of defines things, and I just want to see players be forced to innovate and do something new. And so even though I like Warrior and I like Fiery War Axe, I want to see people have to do something new. And so we're just trying to change things.
And interestingly enough, even with Fiery War Axe being banned from Warrior, 5 out of the 8 players have decided to still bring Warrior. It's still, you know, in the majority of players have brought Warrior. And then if we look at the open qualifier as well, Warrior had a 53% win rate, being the second highest win rate class. Like 53 is pretty good. Like in margins
second
of
highest win rate.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah. So it's, you know, just second to Shaman, and still showing a lot of dominance even without the Fiery War Axe, even though it is probably the strongest card in Warrior. I'd say it you know, most people would agree.
Right?
Yeah, it has to be the strongest card in Warrior. So it's pretty crazy that it is able to do that much work. But all right.
I think Fiery War Axe and Innervate might be like the 2 strongest cards in Hearthstone, and they both got banned. So I like that. Just something new. Let's figure something else out.
And it's still pretty crazy to see those classes played with their strongest card gone. And that's just a tribute to how strong the class is in general. That you need to take away more than just their strongest card to really knock them into the ground. And in Druid's case, they took away everything, and people are still playing it. So
it might be an isolated case. I think Strife Crow has like a sort of a personal attachment to the Druid class. All right, we're into the game here.
All right. So you can see the classes up on the screen. We have Tides of Time rocking the Hunter, the Rogue, and the Warrior with the Priest band. And then you have Super JJ rocking the Hunter, the Mage, and the Paladin with the Shaman band. So I like the pickup of the Shaman band. Round 2's happening around. People are realizing that, you know, Shaman has a 100% win rate. We better start banning that.
200% at this point, right? Like 2-0, 200%. I think that's the math. Okay. Turn 2 ping this Firebat. Seems good. JJ's got the Water Elemental, which has fallen out of favor in some tempo mages recently. And Tides of Time, probably just coining out this animal. Oh, no. He chooses to save the coin for maybe a turn 5 high main. He's going to go turn 3 Animal Companion, turn 4 Infested Wolf, turn 5 coin high main. So now it's on JJ. He can play the Flame Waker for tempo, or he can just ping pass. And he makes the tempo play. He knows that the matchup against Hunter is very tempo focused.
Yeah, it's really weak to Huffer, but even in the instance of Huffer, you're still able to get down a Water Elemental against an Abusive Sergeant. So you're keeping up on tempo and staying ahead that way. But, you know, Tides of Time didn't have an answer, so this is an absolute blowout for Super JJ. You can see him laughing to himself in his chair there. And there goes the board. Yeah, he's able to keep it at 4 health, too. Outside of the range of Hunter's Removal. Hunter's Removal comes in groups of 3. You got Quick Shot at 3, Kill Command at 3, the Bow at 3, and the Lone Huffer Missile at 4.
The Huffer Missile. This Tundra Rhino kind of messed up Tides' plan of coin high main on 5. I mean, he can still do it. It's still pretty good. Yeah, it's probably correct.
Yeah, he's going to have to do it now that Super JJ is just killing everything, taking care of even the Infested Wolf there with his Flame Waker. Just so many missiles.
Trade to clear off the beast, plays around Kill Command? Not really, just plays around Houndmaster this turn, I suppose. I mean, missing 2 damage is acceptable to play around Houndmaster, right?
Mm-hmm. Makes a lot of sense for sure.
We've got a clear here. And this is often correct against Tempo Mage. Rather than developing your own minions, you probably want to clear the Tempo Mage's minions, because the Tempo Mage's minions have so much synergy with their spells. If you develop your own minion, they use their spells to clear your minion while their minion hits you in the face, and that's just free damage, and it starts adding up, and you lose. So you just want to clear the Tempo Mage's minions, leave them with just spells, and then it's a lot harder for them to find a winning game plan.
Yeah, I'm looking at this right now, and it's really hard for Tides of Time to come back while being so far behind already. There's so much damage on the side for Super JJ. So much board clear.
Yeah, I think a lot of it came down to that awkward turn 2 from Tides of Time where it was just Abusive Sergeant and nothing else.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Just missed his early game curve, and the Tempo Mage was able to just punish that so effectively. And that's kind of one of the risks when you bring these tempo-oriented Hunter decks is they can oftentimes, you know, have some weak early game and can't really recover from it too efficiently. Unleash the Hounds is not a great recovery card. Like, it tries to do the job, but it's better at just pushing damage than it is at really recovering.
Oh, that's a pretty big pickup.
That can charge too.
Yeah, how do we do this?
Tundra Rhino and then play the thing. And then
it gets interesting.
Then it gets interesting. And you can kill the water elemental. It gets only +1 health each time, though. So, yeah, you can kill the 5/5, but then if you kill the 5/5, your Tundra Rhino dies. So you'd have to use the Tundra Rhino's attack last, so then you'd hit.
I was killing the 5/5 with my 2/2 and my 4/3 Scavenging Hyena.
Oh, okay.
And then my Tundra Rhino is like going face, and so is my other 2/2. We're not clearing the Thalanos, or maybe clear the Thalanos with something. Clear it with the Rhino to play around Fireball a little bit, so it's overkill. No, you don't kill it with the Rhino, because then the Rhino's at 4 health. It dies to Water Early Ping.
Looks like he's going with the Grandmother to try and clear off.
I like this, yeah. Grandmother's so good. Like, Death Rattles in general are so good with the Rhino. You get the same thing with High Mane and Infested Wolf.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like it. He's able to clean up a lot of damage. Right now, all he's trying to do is buy his time, I guess. But the problem with trying to buy time, you're hoping your Tempo Mage opponent doesn't have any minions. But looking at Super JJ's hand, he's got 6 cards already loaded in his hand, up against Tides of Time's only 2 cards. Which, typically speaking, in these scenarios is when, as the Hunter player, you go all face and hope your damage is able to make it there and you can squeeze out enough hero powers because you're losing the value game. And without any Call of Wild in this Hunter deck, there is really, really, really slim chance that Tides of Time is going to be able to win this value game against Super JJ's hand size.
JJ's laughing and having a good time. He's liking this.
Yeah, it seems to be an unlosable position for JJ.
Yeah, for Tides to win this game, usually you need to have more face damage done in the earlier game from having a better opening, but the draw just didn't quite pan out. Maybe if he'd coined Animal Companion on turn 2, maybe if he'd just rolled that offer on turn 3 so he could actually deal with the Flamewaker instead of getting wrecked by it, but yeah, JJ's having too much fun.
Yeah, just having a blast there with the Tempo Mage. And that's going to be a quick game 1 victory for JJ. The Smork lineup pulling through a quick victory against Tides of Time decks. So following up with this, Tides of Time still has all of his decks available to him except for the Priest, which was the target of Super JJ's ban. As weird as that sounds. That's an interesting
ban. What do you think? What do you think the reasoning is behind that Priest ban?
I guess Super JJ
Priest
was
an anti-Smork deck.
Yeah,
maybe that's the reasoning. But he's gotten his Oth in there, right? So that's like a 10 drop. That's a dead card against the Smork lineup. He had Double Entomb as well, right?
Yeah, so, Double Entomb.
I think the Shifting Shade is pretty bad against aggressive strategies. We saw, I think there's got to be 2 of those.
Yeah, it's
Sylvanas is a little bit slow.
Yeah,
that Priest might not be very anti-aggro. I think that might be an anti-control Priest that's actually weak to Smork.
Yeah, I feel like Tides of Time would have had a hard time winning with his Priest against Super JJ's lineup, but Super JJ maybe didn't watch closely enough to see that it's an anti-control Priest instead of anti-aggro and was just afraid that, you know, is it going to be able to get a win. But, oh, the Paladin from Super JJ coming out. It looks like it is some sort of aggressive Paladin. Here we go.
It was banned the first time around, right? I don't think we saw it.
It was banned the first time around, and now it's coming out. So it makes sense with his lineup. He's got, you know, Smork Hunter, Smork Mage, and you know, mid-range to Smork Shaman, and then now Smork Paladin to fill everything out.
Divine Favor and Unlucky Draw against the Hunter deck. This is not the matchup we wanted, and we wanted against the Murloc Paladin, right? Any Finn.
Yeah, exactly.
Finley lines up against Firebat though, crushes your Invitational card or your World Champion card.
Yeah, it does. I just can't deal with 1/3s, man. You know, I was good back in 2014 when everyone was just 2/1s all the time, but now everyone's 1/3s, man. I haven't adjusted well enough.
Unlucky.
Can't win tournaments.
so Dagger Mastery is pretty bad considering we have 2 weapons in hand. Yeah, probably just armor up, potentially useful in the late game. We're trying not to hero power in the early game.
Sure, yeah. But it could be the difference maker in the super late game. With all these weapons, you're going to be taking a lot of damage. Maybe you can outvalue your opponent with weapons since they don't have Call of the Wild. Maybe they just don't hit high mate.
Here's some esports. 2 mana 4/3.
Boom.
Crushing it. Tides like that. He's not. No, you're not celebrating anymore, JJ. What changed?
They can see each other too because they're in a Skype call with each other, so
yeah,
they can see each other making faces. Oh, they're talking to each other? Okay. Yeah, so
Nice curve from both players so far, but this turn is where it gets awkward. Oh boy. JJ's hand just not lining up well. Do you have to hit something with that weapon just because you want a True Silver next turn, or
Do you want to True Silver next turn? Consecrate's
I don't
looking
know.
pretty good.
yeah, especially when you look at Tides' actual hand, just 2 more cheap minions coming out.
Yeah, I don't think you swing. Like, what would you even swing at? The Divine Shield? Because swinging
I
at
guess.
the other way gives a value trade. So, yeah, no, you set up for Consecrate for sure.
So the Selfless Hero's not getting any Death Rattle value here.
No.
You're probably trading your Divine Shield into it, right?
And
Are we hand dumping to get a quick shot draw the following turn?
It wouldn't be
doing
unreasonable.
play Werewolf Alpha Argent Squire.
How much do you fear Consecrate from Aggro Paladin? That's the real question, right? Like, it's not a typical Aggro Paladin card, is it? Aggro Paladin's not a typical deck. So
Yeah.
what would you put in your Aggro Paladin deck if you were bringing Aggro Paladin to this meta?
A lot of times it's Mysterious Challenger, right? Did
A lot
that
of
change?
Secrets, yeah.
It's like Mysterious Challenger with a very light secret package, just like 4 1-ofs or something.
Yeah, that's typically what I've seen in aggressive Paladin decks in the standard meta. But JJ's
This
is a
might
little
not
bit
be
faster
that.
than that. Yeah, his is even faster. But Tides of Time does play around the Consecrate a little bit, holds back the Direwolf Alpha, and it's going to be rewarded for that.
Cool. Is he rewarded enough? Yeah, it's enough to be relevant anyways. Who do you think's favorite here?
Depends when the high main is drawn, I think. I think that's the biggest factor, right? Like, Super JJ has no answers in his deck to high main. And Tides of Time is running out of cards unless he finds high main. And if he doesn't find high main ever, then Super JJ can just outvalue with weapons and armor up to outlast the damage and win that way.
It's funny, this quick shot in Tides of Time makes him want to empty his hand, and JJ wants him to not empty the hand because of the Divine Favor.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the second Divine
wow.
Favor. That is so
Like,
bad. That
got
makes
it.
it even harder to get one card off Divine Favor.
Good high main turn. What do you think?
Yeah, like if high main comes down here, Tides of Time wins, right? And oh my god, I cursed it. I cursed it. I cursed it by saying high main.
Man, savage. Yeah.
Yeah. He just doesn't have enough for it, and getting both those Divine Favors are absolutely no help. So the Aggro Paladin fumbling a little bit, but you can't expect it to do quite that strong against the Hunter, but against some of Tides of Time's other decks, maybe it's able to pull it out. We have the Warrior from Tides of Time and the Rogue against Tides of Time. Did we see the Warrior already? Yeah, the Warrior is a control type for Warrior, right?
I'm going to say it's Cthulhu, or was it something with Fool's Bane? There was a lot of Worgen Warrior. I can't remember that at this point. I can say that that game it was pretty unlucky for JJ, right?
Yeah,
like
definitely didn't curve out very well at both
the
Divine
double
Favors.
Divine Favor draw and the high main rip on 6. All of that was like very influential. Like it's not necessarily such a bad matchup for the Paladin.
Sure.
I'm not sure.
All right, so I think Tides of Time might actually be favored, though. This Paladin deck, does it have a good win rate against aggro Rogue? Like, Tides of Time's bringing like a Death Rattle aggressive Rogue that probably fights for the board better than Paladin does, right? Like with things like Backstab, SI7, the Raptors and the Hucksters generating value without, expending too many resources. So I have to lean towards that being a favorite for the Rogue, and then
I'll agree, yeah.
the Warrior can probably outlast the firepower of the Paladin. So I'm leaning more towards, at this point, Tides of Time coming out on top with his lineup instead of Super JJ. But we'll have to see if this Paladin can get the job done.
I think, I think JJ's Priest Band might really hurt him a lot in this series.
I have to imagine the Priest would have probably been slow enough that the Paladin might have been able to get a win against it, right? Like those Divine Favors are just so huge against the Priest, and their removal isn't great until like turn 5. So that might have been like the big misplay of the series, was just banning Priest.
Now, this is more of a Divine Favor matchup, right? We saw all those slow cards in Tides' hand, like Azure Drake, Fan and Knives, Snizoth. He actually does have Snizoth. I was saying no way with Argent Squad, and you were like, hey, man, he could do it.
Yeah, I've seen it before. I don't think it's crazy, but
Right.
It's definitely interesting. And Super JJ's Paladin deck.
Pretty awkward draw this game.
A good old Argent Protector on turn
Yeah.
2, not being able to buff anything. A little unfortunate.
It's like an Enchanted Raven. Turn 1 pass, turn 2 Enchanted Raven. That's our curve here. And a coin
Absolutely.
SI7 agent. Wow. The Rallying Blade, though, catches him right back up. He's not out of it by any means. Turn 4, Argent Horse Rider with a Worgen Infiltrator.
Yeah, and Tides of Time's out of things to do now, so he's likely just going to be like trying to discover a play or daggering up this turn if he's not able to find one here. And
I'm thinking about it. There was some strategic value to JJ's concede because if he didn't concede there, he was going to start having really awkward turns, which sort of gives away the Divine Favor a bit, which is otherwise really unknown and important information for Tides.
Yeah, especially when you see Consecrate in the deck, right? Like you see Consecrate, you don't immediately expect Divine Favor to be in a Consecrate style deck. So yeah, Super JJ's concede last game did conceal a little bit of information. We see him smork into the face, not sinking 5 damage into that Argent Squire. Just going to go all face, try and get that damage in. And we see him playing 2 minions this turn to maybe empty his hand a little bit for the Divine Favor on the following turn.
Fan of Knives pretty savage against JJ's deck.
Yeah.
Is it
JJ wants him to Fan of Knives, right? Like JJ's expecting Fan of Knives here, and if Fan of Knives happens, he's going to get some sick Divine Favor value. So he's not even too upset that it happens. He's maybe a little upset that Tides has the second Argent Squire to empty his hand a little bit, but here comes that
tempo abusive.
Yeah.
Very little self-respect. No true silver face here.
Really,
you like the Divine Favor better?
I think you got to get it out there. You're running out of time for it to be really, really good.
Okay. We're going into like an Azure Drake turn, which is an argument for saving it a turn. But
okay. Yeah. So it does have enough
control
damage.
for Tides.
Second weapon, all of the weapons. The third weapon for JJ. Every game we've seen of this Paladin, all 2 of them have been
lucky.
Yeah, really awkward, heavy weapon draws. But he runs 4 weapons, right? So it's bound to happen occasionally. But having to trade as an aggro Paladin feels bad.
But they're always double Divine Favor draws, like never a real early curve.
He's drawn Consecrate 4 weapons and double Divine Favor, or 3 Consecrate 3 weapons, double Divine Favor every game so far.
Yeah, Aggro Paladin's not the consistent deck, not the most consistent deck, but it's not nearly as bad as it's looking in these games. He's low rolling for sure.
For sure. So as Tides of Time, he's got this whole giant hand, but not really great ways to put up pressure with it. How does he? Like, he doesn't have anything he can do.
His hand is so bad in this position.
Yeah, it's like if he just had minions of any kind to just start, putting on pressure, he could be in such a better spot. But any double sap, eviscerate, shadow strike, all these reactive cards, he's unable to do anything. He's only on 6 mana, so coining the N'Zoth is really far away. He's thinking about launching an eviscerate at the face to play around the Divine Favor right now.
Tides has all these great answers, but unlucky for him, JJ's board is terrible.
Yeah, and he's holding on to it. He's not going to be playing around Divine Favor number 2, and that could cost him a little bit here, as JJ's got some dirty Divine Favor value, but picks up another 4-drop in his Divine Favor deck.
Always awkward.
Yeah, but still, like, look at, he's still able to get a bunch of cards here. Tides' hand is currently 6.
Yeah.
So this is a 3-mana draw for 3 in your aggro deck, and he's drawing another card off the Huckster, so it's a 3-mana draw 4.
Whoa.
Leroy's picked up.
Leroy's a big deal with that weapon. Like, now he's getting somewhere.
He's got 16 damage, 17, 18 damage in his hand on turn.
Tides is at 17, so that sounds favorable. It takes a couple turns to get it all out there.
It takes a couple turns, yeah. It's going to take 3
there's
turns.
an Argus. But Tides needs minions.
He needs minions to Argus.
The quality is exactly what his hand does not need.
The Horse Rider allows him to... Does that set up?
Copy with the Kings, right?
Well, no, you get the Blade in there. Do you want to swing twice?
Oh,
with
okay.
it? And the Abusive in there, and then you're able to, King's Leroy next turn doing 18 damage. So this is the way to set up for lethal.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah. So next turn,
terrible
Super
drop for JJ working out.
Yeah, he's going to have lethal next turn with Leroy Kings. He's done the most damage he possibly could.
Backstab is just...
It's just no minions.
Not a minion.
Tides of Time's playing minion rogue, right? There's no preps, so there's no gadgetsons. So the only spells are like sap, eviscerate, shadow strike, backstab, and he hit all of them.
Yeah, he just drew it all.
He drew every single spell. Like, holy smokes.
Do you think Smork Paladin's generally favored against Rogue? Like, Rogue typically does badly against aggression, right? Because they just don't have heals or taunts. They beat up on the mid-range decks that can't Smork as hard. But if you have, like, a just send things to the face plan, you typically do pretty well against Rogue. Especially if they have N'Zoth.
Typically against, like, the slower rogues with, like, Gadgets and Auctioneer and the like, and things like that, the face decks are super, super good. But I was thinking that, you know, Backstab might have been enough of a tempo card that if it had like a lot of minions in it, it was like a minion based rogue. Since since preparation is banned, there's probably going to be more minions. I thought the rogue was going to have a better chance, but not finding those minions has been really costly for the rogue, and we'll wind it up with the rogue getting destroyed.
Yep. So JJ going up 2-1 in the series. Finds a win with his Paladin. He needs a win with his Hunter, whereas Tides needs to win with his Rogue and Warrior. The Rogue might struggle against Hunter. No, I don't know. Like, the N'Zoth is really slow, right?
Yeah. The N'Zoth is really slow. We didn't see any Earthen Ring Farseers. We saw the Raptors instead in that slot for Tides of Time's deck. So there's unlikely to be any heal in the deck. There's one Argus for sure, maybe two. If he's able to, you know, carve out and land an Argus on 4, he's going to do great against the Hunter deck. We saw the Hunter deck from Super JJ isn't straight Smork. It's got the secret package in there. So there's a lot of inconsistency with it. He could just draw all secrets and lose for sure. And then the Rogue is able to wiggle out, and then Tides of Time just has the Warrior left. And if it's some sort of control Warrior archetype, can maybe use shield blocks, whatnot, to just outlast the Hunter. So I wouldn't say he's out of it yet.
Yeah, Warrior does a lot better against Hunter now that Call of the Wild's gone, right? Even with Fiery War Axe out of the way, I think Call of the Wild's just such a big deal.
And we've seen Super JJ play this Hunter deck like 5 times, and we have never seen a high main present for it.
Bilefin Tide Hunter.
What is good? Murloc Warrior? It's for the Curator, right? It's just it's the new War Axe, I guess.
Okay.
The Bilefin War Axe.
This is blowing my mind right now.
These are some interesting cards for sure. He may have taken innovation to the next level.
You really did.
He's gone crazy deep with it, and this is the first time I've seen Super JJ's Hunter have like a really solid hand.
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, how does he curve out? I guess he just plays this, coins into Houndmaster next turn. That's pretty slick.
It's not bad. And then he's got
turn 4 Squire with a 3-drop, yeah.
Yeah. Ghoul's not that terrible.
It still falls behind against the Houndmaster, but
yeah. This is better against the Houndmaster for sure. It's just stronger minion out. Wow, he's got the secret guy with the trap if he wants it as well. So he's going to be able to clear off this minion and then next turn be able to play a secret out there for free with a 3/4 body.
So playing Squire means if he draws a 2-drop, he can't play it with Cloaked Huntress next turn, for instance. But it makes sense with the intention of, you know, just playing Houndmaster next turn.
Sure, yeah. Able to just get more ability to trade with things out there. Usually you don't really want to Freezing Trap an Acolyte, so I like the Houndmaster here, so you can Freezing Trap something bigger, more important.
Okay. Yeah, especially against Tides' hand. You can see Freezing Trap is insane against Sylvanas. We won't mention the Acera. It's just not useful in this matchup, right? You just die.
Yeah, this is the greediest Warrior deck I think we've seen in the entire tournament.
This is I mean, it's kind of a good read on the meta. It's just not good against JJ. But like a lot of these players like to play control decks. They like to play greedy decks. We've been seeing that all over the place.
True.
So and Tides is himself a greedy control player as well. So
yeah, we invited all of the greedy control players to this turn.
And JJ looks at that and he's just like, Smork?
Yeah. I mean, even himself, like a lot of times JJ usually favors the greedy control decks, but you know, he's switching it up a little bit for this event.
Yeah, there's like a big competitive advantage in being the guy who's doing something different, right? As long as the something different isn't bad. And being Smorking in Hearthstone is just never bad, right?
Look at how many bow charges Super JJ is going to get, and look at how many they're going to be taken away by the Harrison Jones.
Man, Harry Bay, such value. Much wow.
Only one secret proc. The Harrison Jones will.
It's still really good.
Yeah, it's gonna die when it comes into play, and the battle cry happens before the minion comes into play, right? So I don't know if he gets a charge from this. I don't think he gets the third charge. I think it's only 2 charges, so he only draws 2 cards.
That sounds right to me. I'm excited to find out. Come on, you got to do it, Tides.
I think you kind of have to, right? It's either that or Sylvanas, right? Those are like the 2 options now that Freezing Trap's out of the way. And if you're worried about Snipe, you know, Sylvanas could be decent. Your opponent gets an extra bow charge, though, but Brawl's a good pickup here. Brawl is a really good pickup. But yeah, the counter to Harrison. Harrison got countered so hard. Ooh. Firebat. Not quite the power level you really want.
The card you really want to see here as Tides of Time is Revenge, right?
Oh, yeah. If he runs Revenge, that is perfect for him.
Not quite active.
I mean, you got to just Brawl Armor and try to limit the damage, right? And then you hope maybe you can just.
Can you Brawl Taunt up the Bilefin?
No, Brawl Bilefin.
Could you try and win the Brawl with the Bilefin? Are you that kind of believer? Just like we got. Okay.
Is hold on to the Brawl and just get the Ghoul out there plus the Bilefin. All right, that's not bad. You're able to reduce the damage down to 3 and.
All right, 7 to the face. Put him down to 6.
Did he miss an armor up?
I think he spent his mana.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think he only spent 5 mana.
I can't really see the crystals.
Either way, he's stabilizing ish. You know, he's able to now tank up every turn for 4, and Super JJ only does 4 damage a turn. So Super JJ needs to find, you know, Leroy off the top basically, but the bow over 2 turns is going to be enough damage to get it done, right? Almost.
Maybe. Kind of depends on what happens here. Because we have Ravaging Ghoul, right? And we go up to 7. There's only 5 coming in. There's the Revenge, but a little bit late.
5 coming in, going up to 7. Top deck looking for 2 damage. There's so many cards in Super JJ's deck that are able to take it down, but
Unleash is interesting here. If he doesn't play a minion, he plays around the Unleash top deck lethal. Nope.
Doesn't look like he's going to do that. So Unleash is live. So there's 2 Unleashes, 2 kill commands, 1 quick shot, and that's going to be game. And so Super JJ is taking it 3-1 over Tides of Time with the Smork Hunter. A pretty nutty draw from the Smork Hunter there, but
yep. I mean, he had to draw well eventually, right? He had such bad draws in the previous games. He's moving on to the finals, right? And we'll determine who his opponent is with the next match.
Smork lives on. Smork moves on to the finals. You know, I don't know if the players banned like enough Smork cards. I think, you know, they're kind of like banned around the edges of the Smork decks, but didn't really hit on them too much. They were more concerned with like Druid basically with their bans. So it's interesting that so many Smork cards were left up, and Super JJ kind of taking advantage of that and punishing some players there. So
it's just a good metagame call, just reading the players in the tournament and realizing so many of these guys want to play stuff like Priest, Reno Lock, just slow, greedy stuff, and just be like, all right, well, let's go. I'm going to hit you in the face. I'm a professional. I know what this means.
I'm still kind of like overwhelmed by the amount of Paladin and the amount of like Paladin targeted lineups. Like almost every player brought Paladin, and almost every player brought a lineup that targets Paladin. Yeah, there's just like the amount of Murloc Paladin is just crazy, and Murloc Paladin has not been performing well for anybody really. It's been kind of
because it's being targeted, right?
Yeah, sure, because it's being targeted. Interesting. So anyway, let's throw up the bracket, then get a quick glance and see what's been progressing. We got JJ in the finals here, and then the other side, it's a team kill of Kalento versus Strife Crow. So that means 1 Cloud9 representative is going to be in the finals. So that's kind of cool. And then we'll have to see if who wins between them. But so the decks from Kalento that we've seen so far, we've seen the Shaman deck. Shaman's still 100% win rate in the tournament. I would be surprised if his Shaman doesn't get banned. We've seen his Warlock deck. He's got the Dragon Warlock without Reno. And then Strifecrow has the Dragon Warlock with Reno. Strifecrow is the only player in the tournament that brought Druid. So he's got Druid without Innervate in it. Absolutely crazy.
Good enough.
And then they both
I think that Druid without Innervate's just good against like the Anyfin Paladin and the Reno lock that we're seeing, right?
Yeah, I think it's a really good meta call for what people are playing. And then Kalento and Strifecrow both have pretty much the same exact Paladin deck, and we have not seen either of their mages because they've both been banned from the previous round. So it'll be cool to see how those line up. Let's do a quick once over the cards that have been banned in case anyone's kind of just joining for the first time, doesn't know what BatStone is or what's going on here. This is BatStone, Hearthstone differently. So what we did is we pulled the community, tried to figure out what the community wanted to be banned, and then the top 5 cards that the community voted on got banned. And that's what you can see here on the community ban list. Yogg-Saron, Tuskar, Totemic, Fiery Warx, Barnes, Call the Wild, all banned from the tournament based on the community's vote. Then after that, we selected the players in a random order and told them to ban an additional card to those 5 bans. And Tice banned Doomhammer, Strifecrow, Darkshark, Councilman, Chucky, Ice Block, Super JJ, Innervate, Kalento, Fandral, Oskaka, Ragnaros, the Fire Lord, Tides of Time, Doomguard, Ness, Preparation. And all of those cards are restricted from play for anyone from putting into their deck. They can still play them if they get them off of a random generated effect. But it creates a new metagame, and we've been seeing a lot of different things with the metagame. What are some of the changes that stick out to you the most?
To me, the biggest one is Innervate. I think Druid is one of the 2 tier 1. I think Druid and Shaman are the 2 tier 1 classes. Innervate's the best card in Druid, and that's just like the single biggest ban for shaking things up. Maybe Fiery Warax is the second biggest ban for shaking things up. Stuff like Yogg-Saron and Ragnaros, it's not really going to impact matches as much. It's more about a stylistic thing about the community and the players saying, we don't like these coin flips deciding games. We want to see more consistent outcomes and really feel like every decision mattered and not just like, oh, we played a game and then Yogg figured out who won.
Yeah, that's always the worst feeling when you play a game and then you do all of this stuff and then it's just like the guy that's been winning the whole time that you're like, yeah, that guy is going to win. And then Yogg comes out and that guy just loses. And then as a fan, me personally, when I'm watching streams, I always like turn it off when that happens. I can't take it. It's just, no, that guy was supposed to win. I just feel bad. I feel like it just happened to me. That's right. That's how it feels.
I kind of feel less that way over time. Like when I first encountered Yogg, I was really upset. But over time, you learned like you're just always thinking like, okay, well, I need to kill him before he top decks this Yogg. And if I let him top deck the Yogg, then anything can happen. It is frustrating. Like I agree what you're saying, but it's like over time I've kind of become accustomed to the abuse.
So do you think Yogg is healthy for the?
Oh, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it hurts less.
It hurts less. It's still bad, but it hurts a little less. You get numb to the pain.
Sure, exactly. Sure. Numb to the pain.
What are the status on the players? Do we have any players ready to play? Very soon. So we'll be getting into the game in just a minute here. Still just trying to get a hold of Kalento and Strifecrow and get them in the game ready to go. Not doing this, with them present makes it take a little bit more time consuming behind the games, but we're doing our best to try and, minimize that amount of time. Admins and such working hard to get them here for you guys. What do you think is going to be the real break point in the series? What is going to be the thing in the 2 lineups that stands out the most that they could either target? Because in Conquest lineup, there's usually one deck that it struggles to get through the lineup.
So it's got to be about Paladin then, right? Everyone's targeting these Anyfin Paladin. Everyone expects the Anyfin Paladin, and then they see that other people are bringing it, and they're like, you know what? This is an exploitable deck. I can beat this consistently with my combo decks. People have been trying that all day, and it hasn't been that consistent. People have been losing with Worgen Warrior. They've been losing with Combo Priest. It turns out trying to win these targeted matchups with inconsistent decks, sometimes just flop. Doesn't always get it done. So if you can get a win with your Paladin, then your whole lineup is just so much stronger. Like that vulnerability is out of the way, and your other decks are probably pretty strong. So that's what we're going to be looking for. Anyone who can get a win with the Paladin is feeling really good about it, right?
I'd have to agree with you. Yeah, getting that Paladin through just gives you a big leg up. We can look at Strifecrow's lineup. He's got the Druid, which probably does pretty good against Paladin. We just got word that Strifecrow's game just crashed the power of Druid. Hearthstone doesn't understand why he's playing Druid without Innervate, and it just got confused and fell over. So we're just waiting for Hearthstone to come back up, you know, and just start understanding that you can play Druid without Innervate. But
it's a thing.
It's a thing. Strife Crow's
100% win rate.
Pretty good against Paladin. I'd have to say it's got a pretty good win rate, most likely against Paladin. Like, they usually struggle with a bunch of mid-range threats. They struggle against dealing with big OTKs with Roar. So the setup is there for Druid to do well against Paladin. In his Reno Warlock, Strife Crow has the 20 damage Leroy combo, which is going to help him against the Anyfin Paladin as well. And we didn't get to see the Mage yet. And then he has Anyfin Paladin of himself. And I think he has Nizot Niz. No, he wasn't one of the players. He was one of the players running the Curator. They're both running the Curator package. So
yeah,
I'm
my
not
kind of guys.
I'm not sure.
It's falling out of favor, right? You're right. But
yeah,
I think it's sweet. I like it.
And then Kalento's got the mid-range Shaman, which we've already seen take down Anyfin Paladin, so we can assume it's pretty good against it. He's got the Dragon Warlock, but we didn't see any sort of OTK combo in his, more just like value-oriented play. Maybe not the greatest against Anyfin Paladin, and then the Anyfin Paladin himself. So I would have to give a slight edge towards Strife Crow, just knowing these lineups. But as you said, it's really going to be whoever breaks out with the Anyfin Paladin first, as it's the hardest deck to get a win with.
Yep.
Which is funny because this is the only deck that like didn't have anything removed from it, right? Like it's got all 30 of its cards that it wants to run, and it's the weak link in the format.
No. Yeah. I mean, well, when you're getting targeted, you're going to be the weak link. That's just the way it works. Whether you're a good deck or a bad deck, it's tough to be targeted. So what about on a personal level? Your teammates with these guys. Do you have a favorite?
Do I have a favorite? Wow, you're gonna pit me up against my own team here.
Well, you can just talk about how great they both are.
Yeah, I mean,
if you want to cop out.
They're both really, really. I mean, I would love to see either of them win. I think they're both really great players. They're both pretty fun guys to talk to hang out with, and stuff like that. I see them at events all the time, and you know, I want to see well, neither of them have had like a victory recently because they've both been kind of focusing more on streaming than playing tournaments. So a victory here for either of them would be really cool, since they've kind of been out of the whack for tournaments for a while, just focusing on streaming and content creation. So, but I mean, Tice winning would be cool, you know.
I think no matter who wins, it's cool. Like, this is such a sweet event for the community. I really appreciate you putting it together. I mean, everyone's doing this for no money, and it's just awesome and fun, like something different. This is what Hearthstone needs. I know it's a lot of work to organize this thing because, like, I'm doing way less than work than you. It's still like a significant amount of effort, right?
Yeah.
So I think I speak for the community and say we appreciate what you've done here. It's really cool.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. And I appreciate everyone that's helping like bring this together for, you know, no money. Like all the people that volunteered to play in this, like $0 prize pool. A lot of people don't want to play a tournament for no prize pool. So all of these guys that would, you know, make a lot of money with this time if they had spent it streaming or playing in a tournament that had a prize pool. I really appreciate you guys sticking your neck out and, you know, helping me put this together. And hopefully it does make a difference. And we are able to get, you know, card bans, the thing that Blizzard approves of. You know, we've actually been able to run the tournament without Blizzard shutting it down. So, I mean, that's a really great first step to set a precedence. So hopefully. And
all right. Hopefully talks don't end shortly. It sounds like the players are approximately going to be into a game soon.
Yeah, we're getting really close here. It's just we've had some issues with the client crashing, and we're getting them resolved. It still is just very difficult for the client to process the Druid deck, as it's not
so confusing.
Innervate, and it's
no Innervate.
It just returns fatal error every time. It's like Innervate not found 404 fatal error sort of thing, and it's just so much problems with them. It expects it to be there, and it's just not. So,
Clan versus Strife Go. It's a pretty sweet feature matchup.
It is. It's sick. Yeah, it's like it feels like 2014, early 2015.
It does. This is that kind of tournament. Yeah. And then the winner of this plays JJ's Smork lineup in the finals.
All right. It looks like the players are finally ready. We're going into the game. You see the lineups displayed there. Did Kalento change locations?
Can't say I was paying attention to that.
Okay.
But both players banned Mage again, so nothing new there.
Both players banning Mage. Still, Strife Crow not respecting the Shaman that maintains a 100% win rate for the tournament. It's going to be interesting.
I like that Hellfire against Shaman. It's so good.
Yeah. So good.
The other cards are fine too. Shadow Bolt, I mean, it kills Totem Golem, but what else?
Does it need to kill anything else?
I think so. Yeah.
Really? Totem Golem's not good enough.
No, especially not with the context of this hand where Peddler finds chip damage to set up for Hellfire.
Okay. Yeah, I can understand it. With the Peddler Hellfire, maybe you don't need the Shadow Bolt, but yeah, Shadow Bolt's just...
It's okay.
It kills Mana Tide Totem without having to expend the Hellfire as well. You expect 2 Mana Tide Totems from your opponent's Shaman deck. You know, if you don't have a threat on board and they play Mana Tide Totem,
yeah,
you get screwed.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of worse cards in your deck that you could draw. So, sure. Mortal Coil's pretty good with Hellfire.
Soulfire's not bad.
Yeah, but it is redundant with the Shadow Bolt, right? They're both 4 damage effects.
Exactly.
There's that Mana Tide you were talking about. Bit of an awkward turn, though.
It's probably just Totem Pass from Kalento. Like, coining that Mana Tide out, it's just so likely to die to so many things, and you don't really need to Desperation Cycle, and the coin's pretty good in your hand.
Right. Totem Pass got so much stronger for Shaman now that Thing from Below is a thing. You're kind of banking a mana for future turns, or potentially 2 mana if you have 2 Thing from Belows.
Yeah. I mean, the old Shaman meme, like that people spammed in Twitch chat was, you know, turn 2 Totem, turn 3 Totem, turn 4 Concede. You know? And now Shaman can do that, and they don't have to concede anymore. They turn 4
Oh, that's nice.
Below instead. Yeah.
That's a little better, yeah.
Yeah, it just fits on curve with the meme as well.
Zero Jenkins probably not too good in this matchup, right? I mean, it's not useless, but you don't really need to burst the Shaman down. You just need to be able to control the board time and time again.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. It's something that you want a little bit later on, maybe to pair with Shadow Flame, as it's kind of like best case. But other than that, you're just going to try and outvalue them. But the 6 power is super good with Shadow Flame because of the 3/6.
Yeah, Thunderbolt Valiant. Good point.
Yeah.
Spirit Claws picked up, but no spell damage for it. The Enrage on that guy.
That's pretty sick with the Spirit Claws. You can get Spirit Claws up to 5 damage.
1 mana, 15 damage. Who needs Pyroblast?
And he runs 2 of them. It's an OTK.
This is definitely going to work.
The old Spirit Claws your opponent to death deck. That would be that's a funny troll deck.
Put some deadly poisons on it somehow.
Just the memeiest Shaman deck. Oh, man.
So how does this work?
Kalento's got all the value trades here.
Yeah, wow.
It's
just protect the Thunderbolt Valiant. What are you going to do about it?
That's insane. When you're able to just play a Thunderbolt Valiant on 5 and take a bunch of value trades.
We're getting close to having some clears here. You could just jam Sylvanas. It sets up for maybe a Shadow Flame. It probably baits a Hex, but when it gets Hex, you have Hellfire Shadow Bolt the following turn for a clear.
Yeah, I like it. If they don't have Hex, then you got the Shadow Flame to blow it out and take the Thunderbolt Valiant.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I dig it.
They'll probably do something to stop that.
So, yeah, I think it's definitely worth it to just play the Sylvanas here, since you do have the follow-up on turn 7. If you didn't have the follow-up on turn 7, obviously things get a little scarier because you expect your opponent to be playing the Hex, but no follow. Since you do have it and you can clear the board anyway, you might as well go for it. And Strife Grow seems to agree with you there.
All right, and here's where things get complicated. Sylvanas is an RNG card, but I think it's a very clear example of good RNG. It's super complicated. It's difficult to know when to play Sylvanas, and it's even more difficult to know how to play against the Sylvanas once it's there. Am I smorking and ignoring it and risking those AoE plays like Hellfire or Shadow Flame, or am I trading into it somehow, and then how do I optimize everything? Do I go face with this guy first? Is just a ton of little decisions that go into dealing with Sylvanas. Really an excellent RNG card.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there. It is a very good RNG card, and it is just a very good card in general right here. Like, Kalento does not have great action on this Sylvanas, and it looks like he's just, playing out some minions, playing the totem, and going face, hoping things work out. He's hoping there's no Shadow Flame out there.
This works badly
for him. Yeah, there is a Shadow Flame out there.
It's not. Yeah, it's always going face. So we could Shadow Flame. We could even Farseer up.
Yeah, you can trade the Sylvanas into the 3/6, Earthen Ring the Sylvanas, and Shadow Flame the Earthen Ring to be able to keep Sylvanas as a threat on board. And it's got 4 health. It's kind of resilient. Maybe it can impede the following play.
So that way you have a Sylvanas on board, and you don't push 5 damage. If you go face with Sylvanas, you have a Farseer and a 3/1.
You'd heal it.
Basically.
You would heal the 3/1, so it'd be a 3/4 and a 3/3.
Okay. Rather than yourself, you're not worried about dying.
No, you gotta have the board presence. That's the most important thing, right? Is board.
Yeah,
presence.
you're right. This is a mid-range shaman. He doesn't have that burst.
So I think the best play is to go face with Sylvanas, Shadow Flame Sylvanas, and then heal up your 3/1 into a 3/4. You just put the most stats on the table. You control the board the best. It's a little bit awkward against the expected play of Fire Elemental from your opponent, and unfortunately for Strifeco, Kalento has Rock Fighter and Fire Elemental. So either way that he does this, it's completely blown out. Yeah.
All right. Well, not the end of the world. Just a good turn.
Oh, this is rough for Strifeco to come back from, because now Kalento can ramp up his weapon up to 4 attack, kill the 3/4, Fire Elemental down to 3/3, and seize back all board control.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like.
And what's Strifeco's follow-up play? He's got 8 mana against this.
Top deck Siphon Soul and Siphon Soul Doomsayer. He could also go for, like the
Mortal
Leroy
Coil.
Doomsayer, or a Mortal Coil would be good here.
He hasn't used the Shadow Bolt yet that he kept off the mulligan, incidentally.
Yeah, it turns out not that strong of a card.
Shadow Bolt doesn't play, but it's painful. You're certainly behind, best case scenario.
Yeah. I don't. Is Chillmaw play? You're really close to lethaling your opponent, actually, too. With the whole the combo. So maybe Chillmaw's good enough to stall you into the point where you can try and start setting up some of these lethals.
It's kind of like, what else can you do?
You could throw away your potential for any lethals by Leroying it and then playing the Doomsayer to try and get that to go off. And if that goes off, you get the tempo. But
what if we Emperor Doomsayer just as a thought experiment? We died at 6 damage, spell damage, and 4 damage. So we died to Thalnos Lightning Bolt.
Thalnos Lightning Bolt. Yeah, there's not that many things that kill you from the mid-range deck. There's no Doomhammer. Bloodlust doesn't really kill you, so it might have been like that. These are the instances where it's like, is the risk worth it? And it might have been worth it there to just go for that. And your opponent's got to then make the decision if they're going to smork you in the face or if they're going to kill the Doomsayer and the Emperor somehow, which you wouldn't have been able to do. So
I imagine this turn we're trading and Thunderbluff Valiant and toteming. Doesn't seem like a whole lot else I would be doing this turn. Do you have some kind of play where we're killing this 6/6 Chillmaw with Thalnos Rockbiter and pushing 6 damage? That's kind of interesting.
I mean, I don't hate it, right? If you take 6 from the Chillmaw, you got to worry about Leroy Faceless. Yeah, you're in range of the burst combo. So that's the scary part about trying to face tank it there. So I think that's why this play is a little bit more preferred. But he's holding back the Thunderbluff Valiant, just trying to get more totems on the board so we can set up a lethal using the Thunderbluff Valiant to push the totems.
Sure. So we have enough mana for Mountain Giant Argus, which, I mean, it does set up lethal while being defensive. It's not realistically going to be lethal because that Mountain Giant's going to die.
So many
But it's going to take some stuff out with it while it dies.
Well,
we did see there wasn't a Hex a couple turns ago on the Sylvanas.
True, but he's drawn 2 new cards since then, and he's got a Thalanos in play to draw an additional one, and you got to assume there's 2 hexes in his deck.
Yeah,
so that's pretty scary to go in with that all in against hex play when it's a real threat that there could be a hex. He's off
Shadow Bolt, some kind of Doomsayer turn.
It's just risking the Emperor now. Okay.
All right, we died at 9 damage. There's double spell damage in play. I think that's a pretty reasonable risk to take. The nice thing about playing against mid-range Shaman instead of aggro Shaman is you can much more often disrespect Burst. Although in this meta, we're seeing more Bloodlusts, so maybe not as much. Maybe you do have to disrespect Burst.
It's always scary to disrespect Burst. You're never comfortable when you're disrespecting the Burst, really. So
yeah.
But Kalento doesn't have it. He doesn't have the damage to get the job done, so he is going to have to figure out a way to kill this Emperor Thorsen. But Strifeco doesn't have all the pieces either. He still needs to find that power overwhelming. And he has a lot of deck to go through before he's able to guarantee it.
So we could portal for 3 and then trade in our spell damage to him, but he's face tanking.
Holding onto the portal so he can clear more minions with it. He assumes the max reach for Strifecrow is 12, right? Leroy plus Faceless.
Yeah,
but
out of range.
Strifecrow has this Hellfire. Oh, he doesn't have
no dragon for the Bookworm. Bookworm in a Thunderbluff Valiant's disgusting. It's just not in the cards.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna have to taunt up the Mountain Giant and hope there's no Hex, really. You could taunt up the Doomsayer along with it.
You'd really like to not Doomsayer your board away.
I think it's reasonable. I think it is reasonable to just Doomsayer your board away, because in the instance then, you know, you're going to have 12 health, your opponent's going to have nothing. You got time to develop.
Yeah, you just play a Bookworm.
Yeah, you just play anything out there, and any minion you play threatens lethal. So the Bookworm, the fact that it has 6 health is super powerful for helping you threaten lethal. Teps?
He hits a dragon for Bookworm. That's a risky play.
Well, if he doesn't hit the dragon, right, he still goes Mountain Giant, Doomsayer, Argus. So it's fine. He's able to just get another tap towards that power overwhelming. So yeah, I like the play. The tap's a little interesting. It's potentially a little risky, but he gets into heal with it. He knows he has Reno. So he had Reno, he had Alexstrasza, he had Siphon Soul for potential heal cards he could find. But yeah, I don't think you care about this Mountain Giant dying. I think you just want 2 minions out there for Hex, right? So your opponent has 2 big taunts, so they can't just Hex one and kill you.
And here it's like, I mean, I guess we just suicide the Thalnos, right? I mean, are we going for some kind of clear with Maelstrom Portal? If we are, then we hero power first, try and hit spell damage. Wow, you have to do a lot of damage, 17 to kill this stuff.
Yeah, clearing seems difficult, and you can't take 1 face damage, so you can't even face tank the Doomsayer.
Well, maybe he's willing to take 1 face damage. Like, Leroy Faceless is a pretty specific hand to be playing around with that many cards left in deck.
There's little time.
He's going for it.
Yeah. Not a taunt. This is super dangerous.
You can still catch him with Thalnos.
Running out of time.
He's taking the 1 damage.
Down to 12.
And that's going to be it.
Yeah.
The risk there to take the 1 damage is it's all going to cost him. But you got to look from Kalano's perspective. He's thinking, if I lose this board, I'd probably just lose the game. There's probably no way I can win from that position. So he valued it as a risk worth taking. If my opponent doesn't have Leroy Faceless, I can actually win the game. If they do have Leroy Faceless, obviously I'm dead at some point.
Right.
The Doomsayer going off for him was death down the line in a few turns. Just the board would snowball in Strifecrow's favor. So game 1, going to Strifecrow. He's the first player able to take down Shaman.
Heck yeah.
Shaman down from a 100% win rate down to like, what, 80% now?
and Leroy, that we said not that great, did end up being pretty relevant and strong in the end there.
Yeah, definitely. It was the finisher for sure there. Able to close out the game
Shaman
barely.
The Shaman just face tanked a bunch of damage with Spirit Claws, I guess, to get in range.
Yeah, he kept hitting stuff. There's points where he could have tried not to hit as many things. You know, it's something to look back on, but he knew what he was doing. He was trying to trade your life for the board advantage so that you can try and close out the game, and it's just not quite enough board advantage to close out the game. He was really, really close a lot of times, but just wasn't able to get there. And in the end, just had to play into that Leroy Faceless, and Strifecrow was fortunate enough to have it. So Strifecrow still
Hearthstone
has to win with the Paladin and the Druid. And the Paladin, we've said, is going to be the problem deck, really, in the series. And then Kalento has to win with all 3 of his classes. So I expect we'll see him just re-queue up the Shaman again.
Why not, right?
Yeah, it's been performing all tournament, and you know, you don't expect it to lose too many times, and we do see him just go ahead and do just that. And meanwhile, Strifecrow, the Druid, without Innervate, without Fandral, without Yogg.
He's got Mire Keeper in his Beast Druid.
Yeah.
Trying to make up for the lack of mana from Innervate. Might be that his reasoning? Or
I mean, his Beast Druid goes all the way to 9. Like, that's how big the curve is. He has Onyxia in there. It's not an aggro deck, really. It is a full-fledged mid-range beast 1 to 9 curve. So
Strifecrow's got that good early game curve, but Kaleno has Maelstrom Portal, so things probably can't go too badly for him early on.
Yeah, Maelstrom
kind of fixes a bad start.
an incredible card. I had no idea when Maelstrom Portal was printed it was going to be as good as it is. It's
Same. I felt dumb after I
Yeah.
learned. Like, I was like, man, did I ever misevaluate this one? I should have done the math.
yeah,
Like-
it is so good. One drops really good in Hearthstone a lot of times.
No Totem Golem.
Yeah,
This was a good Totem Golem turn.
Ooh. He rolled the correct totem though if he wants to deny Strifecrow from adding additional minions to the board.
Sure. You gonna just hero power here? It's gotta be better at Mark, right?
Mark plays into, Flame Tongue, that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
No.
but it's just like generally a bigger board.
Sure. Yeah, and
Make him
you're able to
commit that
cycle
Flame
it,
Tongue.
right? Yeah, okay. I'm on board with it. And likely from Kalento, we're going to see the Rock Biter get deployed here. Take care of that, maintain all of his board.
Like if there were a Flame Tongue played that turn, you could make a 3/2 and a 2/2 and do a swipe the following turn. You're probably gonna get through.
Sure. And speaking of a 3/2 and a 2/2, that is pretty strong. But oftentimes, you want to be holding kind of the cheaper minions to fill out your curve when you have on-curve plays.
Right. Especially Druid of the Saber has the flexibility of charging when you need that. So
Mhm.
maybe you just make a 2/5 here. It's just like the most resilient play, and it contests the board efficiently.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. And then you have options for the following turn. You have the Raptor plus the 1-drop, or you have the Swipe, or you have the 2-drop plus the Hero Power. It gives you the most possible options going into your next turn. And we see that Strifecrow's first instinct as he picks it up, but he's thinking about potentially what interacts with Kalento's foreplay the best. And we have seen Kalento on turn 4 almost every game land a Master of Evolution. So you got to imagine he's playing 2 of those, and that's like his staple 4-drop for the deck.
Yeah. Why do you think he went with that one, as opposed to like Flame Wraith Faceless? Maybe part of it is he wants the Azure Drake on 5 to activate Spirit Claws.
Yeah, I guess. Just it smooths out the curve a little bit. And, Master of Evolution is just a really good card. It's a 4-mana 4/5 that then has
Upside, yeah.
upsides.
Nice.
It's just a good card. Yeah, it's interesting. The bans, I guess, removed a lot of the early game things. So it's oftentimes, as Shaman, you're able to have some things stick on the board in the earlier games, especially against a lot of the control decks you're expecting. And then, so against, for example, Priest, against any Fin Paladin, and against all these control
Real.
warlocks.
Yeah.
There's things stuck on the field, and the Master of Evolution just more consistently gets value. Whereas without the card bans, there's too many board controlling aggressive decks denying the Master of Evolution value.
And too many War Axes denying that as well.
And that's just not the case for this tournament. All of those
Something
cards
new.
gone.
So Thalnos Maelstrom Portal is that's a powerful play.
that is a hell of a play, and that'll be able to clear up all of the board. But
It
is
develops
time
2
to-
minions while clearing.
Yeah, I think it's time
Right.
to pull the trigger, right?
It curves a little bit awkwardly because it floats a mana this turn and it looks like it's floating a mana next turn. But the thing is, it's so good.
Yeah, but the
Alright.
trades on board are so good too, though.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely see how this play could be appealing. And now Strifecrow's stuck in a position where he has to deal with this Thunderbluff Valiant. Otherwise, things start getting out of control really quick.
Yeah, we're pretty far off from Drake Swipe. I don't think we're going to top deck any Innervates in this tournament.
No top deck Innervate for this one. Oh, jeez.
So what if we trade into the 3/6 and Wrath it, or we could Wrath it and Hero Power, or we could swipe it. It's kind of a question of which we rather have in hand, a swipe or a Wrath. Generally, I'd rather have a swipe in hand
What if
against
we go?
this kind of deck.
What to do?
I think we just trade in the 4/3 and play Stranglethorn Tiger.
Okay.
Oh, look at that!
That worked out pretty good.
That worked out real good.
More control.
Now you can even play Ezra Drake if you wanted to, instead of the Stranglethorn Tiger. But
Try and set up a swipe.
mhm.
If you could swipe Wrath next turn, you'd be so happy. This also sets up a swipe in a sense, in that the Stranglethorn Tiger puts 5 into that 3/6, and then you swipe whatever he plays.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can Wrath and cycle off of the totem, or just Hero Power down the totem if it's any of the 2 help totems. So yeah, I think it's a really solid play. The Kalento has the option of toteming first, then just upgrading his Thunderblood Valiant into a 6-drop.
Huh. I don't know if I like that.
You don't want to
I mean,
upgrade the totem, though.
I guess you kind of have to, huh?
Yeah, upgrading the totem upgrades a
No,
2/2.
upgrading the totem's terrible.
Yeah. So this should be a 6-drop, which on average is 5/5 in stats, so it'll contest the Stranglethorn Tiger.
Yeah.
There you go, 6/6 high roll.
Nailed it.
And now you can make infinite totems. Totem 3 times next turn.
So much value.
And not looking pretty for
It's
Strike.
tough
here.
being behind as an aggressive deck. What do you do?
Well, he's actually, even though he's behind now on board, if Strifecrow is able to stabilize, he has more value in his hand probably than Kalento. Like it's close, but I think he does. I would estimate a higher value, and he still has that Onyxia and the Curator as top decks, so he's got really big live top decks. So he just needs to figure out some way to stabilize, keep just enough up on board that he can, not die and not get snowballed out of the game. And then I think he can have a decent shot of just being able to overpower him with some of the more big cards in his deck.
So I think you play the 2 smaller minions, and you probably value trading into that 4/5, which unfortunately is just going to get completely demolished by this spell damage Maelstrom Portal. Oh, he goes for a charge guy.
I like the charge.
Okay.
Plays around the spell damage
Yeah,
Maelstrom Portal.
nice.
There you go.
Heads
like
up play from Strifecrow there.
Yeah. Realizes that's a distinct possibility going into the turn 7 of Kalento with, Azure Drake being available to him.
Oh, Drake Portal's still a good turn. It's just less devastating.
Yeah.
Oh.
Spirit Claws drawn is going to give Kalento a lot of value going forward. There is a clear. There is a clear. He can swipe Wrath for 3, clear the whole board, develop nothing, and then be at the mercy of Kalento's 8 mana of development the following turn. So it's not looking pretty. It's not looking pretty.
What to do?
Well, how far are we off from me doing anything cool with Azure Drake Swipe? That's pretty tough to get to, right? We can't like Menagerie Warden into some kind of Wrath turn into Drake Swipe. That doesn't seem fast enough.
No, it doesn't. I think you might have to Drake Wrath for 4 on your opponent's Drake and trade the 2/3 into the 2/1.
Right? Technically, the Drake might live.
Yeah, something like that. Well, I mean, you expect the Drake to die. The question is killing the 6/6 better, or is killing the 4/4 with spell power better? And I think killing the 4/4 with spell power is a little bit better. So I like doing it that way. Even though the 2/1, the argument for killing the 6/6 is it sets up a really clean swipe because you swipe the 4/4, and that obviously kills the 1/1 or the 2/1 with the swipe as well.
Look at how big this Shaman hand is.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh, we lost player cams.
I wonder.
Don't know what that's about.
Kalento's cam went down, so he may not be here right now, which is why he's not moving or touching his cards. So we have a. Oh, he selected something. He may have reconnected. Hopefully, he's able to
That's
reconnect
good.
and play out this game. I would argue that he's in a favorable position at the time. So
Right.
it would be disappointing. to
Second
see him,
hex.
lose this one.
Just
And we
hex
seem
is the 4/4.
He's constantly putting face pressure on his opponent, which is a
Yeah,
little
very
risky,
aggressive.
I'd say. But the upside to that risk is he's not giving Strifecrow time to play things like Onyxia. He's not giving him time to play Curator and outvalue him, or get the Menagerie Wardens off and outvalue him. He's just going to kill him before Strifecrow can play these high value cards and really translate them into meaning something.
Yep, 6 to the face is a lot.
Yeah.
That stuff adds up pretty quick. And like Finley for life tap is another thing that's just rapidly becoming not an out.
And these 2 Menagerie Wardens do not line up well with Strifecrow's hand at all. He doesn't have the ability to really use them and develop anything. Is there ever a crazy world where you just Menagerie Warden the frog? To like not die and
I feel like
get 5
no.
out there?
For no one.
Okay. The
I think I'd
2/1's
rather
just
have a
always
2/1,
better.
yeah.
It's close.
Join the pack.
I mean, if you're afraid of dying, right? But you can't be afraid of dying in this situation. You kind of just gotta risk it, right?
Yeah.
But you can't go for a removal play here because then Kalento just has so much time and so much mana to develop. You gotta get your minions out there and then use your removal after you've been able to get your minions out there if you want to stabilize. You know, other things from below is going to come down at a very, very inexpensive cost.
Yeah, turns out like 1 mana 5/5s are okay.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. All right, it looks like we're starting to get the cameras back, the internet connection between these two players stabilizing. So that's good to hear. That would have been disappointing if we would have had to have a regame.
Yeah, we're crushing it so far in that regard. Like, we've had some minor technical annoyances, but nothing real, which you do often see in other tournaments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Spear Claw's something. I mean, this is a pretty crushing position for Kaleno.
Oh, yeah. He's just trying to figure out how can I make sure that I lose the least.
Like hexing this 5/5. Not too many better targets.
Yeah, not really too many better targets. And you're like setting up lethal, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess he's trying to evaluate how he dies and then maybe holds on to the hex just so he can get through a taunt anyway. But I like just hexing the 5/5. I think keeping it simple.
Yep.
He's been able to play like almost every card in his hand and
Good resource utilization.
yeah, no kidding. I don't see a way that Strife Crow gets out of this. He is in a hole.
We could do
here.
some kind of Savage or Swipe concede play.
Yeah.
This is a little more efficient, just skipping right to the concede.
Yeah. Druid's first loss of the tournament. Sad to see it go down.
All the undefeateds are just taking hits.
Oh man. All right, so it's going to be a second as the players got disconnected from the challenge from the internet hiccups. So we got to get them reestablished into the challenge before we start the game. We apologize for that technical difficulty, but all right. So we have remaining for Strife Crow. He still has that Druid because he lost with it in his Conquest, and you got to win with all of the decks that you bring except the deck that gets banned. So he has the Druid left. He was able to sneak a win with the Warlock, and he has the Paladin left, the Anyfin Paladin. Both players playing a very similar Anyfin Paladin list. And then Kalento has gotten the win with the Shaman, and he has his own Warlock, which is kind of similar to Strife Crow's Warlock, but I don't think Kalento's featuring Reno. Kalento is kind of just playing pure Dragon Warlock with 2 copies of all of the dragons, and thus, obviously, no Reno. So it looks like we're going to see the Druid come up again, and it's going up against that Dragon Warlock from Kalento.
Pretty strong hand from Kalento. You could potentially coin Imp Gang and Imp Gang, which is fantastic for trading against those small early game minions out of Strife Crow's deck. I would generally expect Strife Crow's decks to be favored, but looking at these hands, I'm not so sure. Like, the Dragon deck is kind of vulnerable to being smorked, which is sort of a thing that the Druid deck does, but man, these Imp Gangs.
Yeah, that is...
That card's, it's like the best 3-drop in the game, right? Or one of them, and
For sure.
and it's at its best in this kind of scenario, so it's going to put in some nice work. Mark of Yasharaj. That can be really good on a 2/5. And Darnassus Aspirant's just not going to die, so things are turning around quickly with those couple cards.
Okay.
Those are some nice ones for Strife Crow.
Yeah, the Mark of Yasharaj is going to help him able to deal with these Imp Gang bosses a lot, because you really need a 4-attack minion that's able to kill it in one go, and buff cards are one of the ways you can accomplish that happening.
Yeah, and
So,
this
yeah.
Darnassus Aspirant not dying. That's kind of why it's so good in this format, right? Fiery Warx is gone. People aren't playing as much Shaman for whatever reason. The 2/3 is just sticking against these control Warlocks and these control Paladins. And
Dark
that card's
Bombs.
great when it lives.
Dark Bomb's not a card, so it's going to stick, giving Strife Crow an additional mana, and he's going to be able to use the Mark of Yasharaj, buff up his Darnassus Aspirant, trade into it, and Hero Power to remove all of the Imp Gang boss. And then his opponent can't Hellfire. Like, he's not afraid of Kalento Hellfiring yet, because Kalento is only going on 3 mana. The Imp Gang boss is only out because of the utilization of the coin. So I really like that play. I think it's really solid.
Yeah, note that Mark doesn't have to be played on Beast. Sometimes this 2 mana +2/+2 is totally fine in a lot of spots. Like, I have seen excellent competitive professional Hearthstone players put like Mark of the Wild in decks from time to time. Like in a Cthulhu Druid, you buff up your 4/10, give it taunt, just crush some aggro players' hopes and dreams.
Sure, yeah. +2/+2 for 2. Not incredibly good, not incredibly bad, but
it's like not quite good enough. But when you have the potential to draw a card, very real good
very
card.
real card. Sure, yeah. And sometimes scenarios come up where it's just works out, and I think this is one of those scenarios. Strife Crow's thinking through all the other possibilities here, but it ends up going with the Mark of Yasharaj at the end of the day.
Yeah, the Savage Roar is just much messier.
Yeah, and you can get so much more value out of the Saboteur, especially in this matchup, right? Like, you want to be cashing that in for lethal damage a little bit later on. Like, that is the purpose of it against control decks.
Right. I guess maybe the alternative play there was a Druid of the Flame, because you'd love to be able to put Mark on that instead. But cleaning up the Imp Gang boss, not letting it get more than 1/1/1 is pretty valuable.
Yeah. Now, from Kalento's perspective, Earthen Ring Farseer may be a little bit better than Imp Gang boss because it's able to contest the 4/3, whereas Imp Gang boss
just farmed.
Yeah, just get completely farmed.
Whoa.
Druid of the Claw and Taunt Mode's a
That's
little scary, though.
Big draw.
You gotta look at Hellfire, though.
Yeah, if you bear form, the Hellfire just destroys you, huh?
Yeah, so it's Strifecrow going to take a little bit of a suboptimal play here to play around Hellfire. You know, Kalento doesn't have Hellfire, but it's a real possibility that there's Hellfire because he's playing the Dragon Warlock, which runs all 2-ofs. And I don't know if Strifecrow has been able to pick up on that yet. Maybe he saw it on the stream earlier where Kalento was playing it and had 2-ofs drawn. Then he would know that there's the potential for 2 Hellfires, making it pretty likely for Kalento to have Hellfire right about now.
Yeah, good play by Strifecrow. I like it.
The Menagerie Warden. I like landing that guy right on that 2/5. You know, you can either...
Yeah, I mean, we curve into Curator on 7 and then Charge plus Saboteur on 8.
Yeah, it fits the curve perfectly. You want to pair that Druid of the Claw with your Saboteur, and you're going to put in so many chip damage with so many high health bodies.
That's not true, because our Darnassus Aspirant's dying. We're going to get another 6-mana turn.
Oh, okay. Well, I still like it. It's so much damage with the Saboteur. You protect so many bodies, right? Like
the Twilight Drake's awkward because we want a Blackwing Corruptor that 4/3, right?
Yeah. Then what does this Twilight Drake even punch? Everything's got 5 health. I guess you get to work on one of them.
We have to.
You can go face, but to what end? What does this accomplish?
SM Orc.
17.
That's all the reasoning I got.
18 damage from Strifecrow here on this current board.
Yeah, 1 off lethal. Setting your opponents to 1 is pretty good in a lot of cases. Like, it means he can't life tap.
It's real bad if he's got Reno.
Yeah.
You shouldn't expect Reno because he's running all of the 2-ofs.
Yeah, we did not see Imp Gang into Imp Gang. We saw Imp Gang into Farseer this game.
True, but on previous games, like it's a 10-minute delay, but when you're not playing, you can watch the stream basically, right? So if he was watching the stream in Kalento's previous game where he played this Warlock deck, and we've been talking about it, we've been saying it's Dragon Warlock without Reno, it was shown that there's many 2-ofs. There's 2 of Hellfire, 2 of Imp Gang Boss. We saw 2 of Azure Drake. We saw 2 of Twilight Guardian. So I think Strifecrow has picked up on the fact that it is no Reno in the deck list. And being that they're teammates, they may have even practiced together for this format, right?
Yeah. Even if there is Reno in the deck list, this is a lot of times an okay play. Like, maybe in this position you can try to play around Reno. But a lot of times when you're playing against a Reno deck, you just make him have it.
Yep. 1 Farseer has been used already as well from Kalento's side, so some of the healing options removed.
Good play.
And Druid, able to get another win. It doesn't even look bad. It just seems like it's a pretty good choice to line up against a lot of these control decks. Just Druid showing that it is a powerful mid-range deck, even without Innervate, that's able to put up some pretty consistent results, which is really interesting to me. I did not expect it at all. I didn't expect anyone to bring Druid, and Strifecrow brought Druid, is just doing good work with it. Might make it to the finals with Druid in his lineup.
I think the Darnassus Aspirant's just such a sick metagame read. He's just like, look, people just suddenly do not have an answer to this with the lineups that they're bringing. I ban their mage. There's not that many warriors, and there's a lot of paladins and warlocks that just cannot kill it.
Yeah, it's
just awesome if it lives.
So now we have Strifecrow left with just his paladin, which we've both been saying, you know, that's probably going to be the problem deck of the lineup for either player. So he's got to find a way to win with the paladin. But, you know, he's got a huge advantage in the series because worst case, he's got the Anyfin Paladin mirror. That's his...
Right.
You know, like, there you go. You at least have that going for you, so you have more tries than your opponent does at getting the win with the paladin. And meanwhile, Kalento's got this Dragon Warlock, which we haven't seen any OTK combos from, but we've seen, you know, Malagos Soulfires. So there is some damage in there with the Mally lock for Kalento. Not nearly 30 burst, but definitely a hefty amount of over-the-top burst, potentially 18 burst if he's running 2 Soulfires. If he gets one off Peddler, you know, 27.
So you like keeping the Murlocs as Strifecrow? A lot of times you keep those to make your Anyfins better, and also they're just kind of like okay early game plays.
Yeah, I definitely don't think the Murlocs are too bad. It's not like, what are you looking for? You're not looking for Doomsayer in this matchup. You're not trying to go crazy with stopping early game aggression because your opponent doesn't have early game aggression. So I like, the Murlocs. I think Aldor Peacekeeper's not too bad. Acolyte of Pain's really good. True Silver is always good regardless, no matter what matchup, just because True Silver's nuts. So,
All right. I think not keeping to Conquer the Azure Drake. Those are just too slow. The situation doesn't make any sense.
No, those are pretty bad. But having the Murlocs is really good. This is a matchup where you definitely want to be anyfinning on 10 and then, 11 if possible. Just trying to anyfin as fast as possible.
Yeah. Strifegrow's hand seems great.
Oh, yeah. That is a good hand for sure. The Ragnar's Light Lord puts a little bit of a damper on it, as that's not really a great card in the matchup or, going to be played anytime soon.
So if we coin War Leader, we could Bluegill and Imp Gang Boss.
That's pretty sick. Yeah,
we could also just War Leader the Imp Gang Boss. It doesn't full clear, but
yeah, I mean, you're probably not afraid of power overwhelming in this all 2 of Super Dragon deck. So
oh my god,
maybe you just War Leader him in the face. Like if you War Leader in the face, you play around Mortal Coil, right? So if you just War Leader go face, he can't kill your War Leaders, and then you just double Bluegill him and he's almost dead.
This is ridiculous. This isn't even the first time we've seen this today, right? Like
sometimes Murloc
Paladin just like, yeah, I guess I'm gonna play some Murlocs and attack you. What the heck? This is bizarre.
I want to see War Leader go face, and then your opponent plays Twilight Guardian. You Bluegill down the Twilight Guardian. Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's insane. What?
Take it, boy.
What? That is disgusting.
Crazy.
Murloc, man. Murloc aggro decks. How is that not a thing? The Twilight Guardian comes down to try and contest them, but that's 1 damage off lethal, right? He's got 22 damage.
Yeah, what the heck? You just do that.
What?
Kaleno shakes his head. He reacted. We got him.
Yeah. It's so insane that Kaleno actually responded with emotions.
Holy it's just a very slight head shake. It's just like, well, good job, Strifecrow. Strifecrow's over there giggling, laughing, covering his face.
That's insane. I've never seen this before in the history of Hearthstone.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Holy smokes.
Well, it's a pretty quick series. I mean, I guess not technically dead, but he doesn't play Reno, so what are you really going to do at 1 life on
he
turn
can Earthen Ring a few times. He's got 2 Earthen Rings, most likely, right? And maybe a Siphon Soul. He's working with 10 max life.
So he's going to draw that Argus is what he's thinking, right?
He's got the Twilight Guardian still, so it's not too bad. But yeah, drawing towards healing is definitely a priority as of now. And if Strifecrow draws Consecrate at any time before the healing is found, he will have lethal. And he can sacrifice in 2 minions, reducing the cost of Cell and Vigil by 2, making it cost 3. 1 mana off being able to Consecrate. So, or 2 mana off being able to Consecrate.
Yeah, it doesn't really help that much. You can just do the 5 mana Cell and Vigil.
Was there any benefit to these 2/1s sticking around? They force your opponent to waste
got to trade into them, right?
3 damage.
I guess. Okay, we can play the Pyromancer and clear some stuff if we want.
No. He's looking for something that costs 1 mana.
You got me.
Maybe he runs Blessing of Wisdom.
Maybe he just wanted that damage there for a True Silver.
Okay, that's reasonable as well. Interesting.
Well, Farseer is the kind of card you're looking for. It doesn't curve very well this turn. If you like living on the edge, you could Farseer tap Possessed Villager. Right back into concentration range.
You gotta get outside of concentration range, right? Your opponent
You're not in good shape to concentration anywaes. Do you have to get out of it?
Maybe screw concentration, just all in. Just drop
YOLO.
Yeah, just if you got conk, you got me. Let's just play on curve.
I wonder.
In that case, maybe just Bookworm. Is there what puts out the most possible pressure?
Yeah, Sylvanas or Bookworm.
Yeah, Blackwing Corruptor hits for 5.
Kaleno's a responsible adult.
Yeah. He could still win this. The comeback is real.
Uh,
I mean, there's a pyro
There's pyro
quality draw
quality.
too. Yeah. I mean, he needs to find another taunt before the second True Silver gets him, but you know, there's a chance. I want to see it happen.
yeah. I mean, it would be incredible. You
Yeah.
gotta root for it at this point. Like, if Kaleno gets there, good job, man.
he's got to face down a Tyrion as well.
That's
Oh,
gonna be
jeez.
rough.
Yeah, that's good. Well, he can like spell power Soulfire his Sylvanas when he finds the Soulfire. Or if he picks up Power Overwhelming off this Dark Peddler. Save the Sylvanas for that. Maybe a Voodoo Doctor. Power
There's a
Overwhelming.
power overwhelming for the
You take-
Sylvanas.
Take the Power Overwhelming for the Sylvanas so you can steal Tyrion. For sure. Or even Rag the Light Lord. Get a steal on that. Suddenly you're alive.
Yeah, and then we Azure Drake trade a 1/1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Could Twilight Guardian for like a bigger tempo, but we don't really care about the extra health that much. I think the extra
It's
health
only
is pretty
one
nice.
extra health. It's a 4. Or no, it's 2 extra health. Oh, he
Oh,
takes
that's
the
for the
taunt,
taunt.
though. He wants to not die to True Silver Champion. So he's taking that
All
extra
right, that's-
defensive route. It's reasonable for sure.
Yeah, it's probably just correct.
Yeah.
We were being casters, just looking at the hands.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, he takes the optimal minion there to make sure he's not dead. And Strifegrow's still got some work ahead of him. Got to figure out how to get that 4 damage.
Probably play random stuff. We could go for Aldor Doomsayer. Like, it needs 2 damage to kill it. Doesn't work against Bookworm or Blackwing Corruptor.
You know your opponent's playing 2 Blackwing Corruptors, 2 Bookworms, so I'm not a fan of that play at all.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
probably
I-
just Curator.
Yeah, I think you just Curator as well. Like,
Curve it into some 8 drops.
you
Thins
think
out your deck, draw towards some good stuff.
You need 2 Consecrates and you win, so you know
Yeah.
you get towards that. You get towards the Consecrates, you get towards your equality combos, you get towards the True Silver. So
It's Curator into 8 drop into Azure Drake Consecration. They got that spell damage. It's not relevant currently, but it's pretty cute.
sure, could potentially matter. That Kodo out of your deck, the second Drake.
Sure. No Murlocs.
Oh, he's got the
What a
Sylvanas
game.
PO now, but he maybe so he can clear using the Blackwing Corruptor, and then he's able to hold on to Sylvanas PO for the potential Tyrion steal.
Yeah, it's not just Tyrion, it's also Light Lord, right? Like, the 8 drops are really good to steal.
Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting.
Another good play from Kaleno.
So yeah, holding on to that Sylvanas, just taking the.
Dude, he's doing it, man.
Hey, he's coming back.
This is...
Now-
Alright, so is Tyrion too risky?
It's like so tempting to play Tyrion, right? It's
I'd
like
probably slam Tyrion. Let's see, if we
Yeah.
go up to 21...
the argument with Tyrion too is you have the Kodo, so you get the Tyrion weapon. If they Siphon Soul it or whatever, then you play Kodo and kill him and win.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, Siphon Soul heals him for a little bit, but you get the
Man,
gist of it, right?
it's so hard to go for this Light Lord. Play around Sylvanas PO. Like, do you think the PO is a one of?
I think the PO is a one of, yeah. I think the PO is definitely a one of. I didn't even expect PO in the deck. Honestly,
Right.
looking at it, like I see all these dragons, you see the Soulfire, we've seen the Malagos. Strifegrowth hasn't seen the Malagos, but like we've seen all of the late game stuff that say Malilock,
Yeah.
and he's got PO in here. Like one of the signs that points towards the PO is the possessed villagers that we've seen. You see those, you're kind of like, oh, maybe there's a PO. But,
Right.
it's a pretty tough call, and Strifegrowth is going to play around it. He's making the read on it, and
Aldor Kodo?
he's going to go with that defensive play of Aldor Kodo, not play into the Sylvanas PO. Take his time.
Do you think that's better than Rag Light Lord?
I mean, it's better than Rag Light Lord against Sylvanas PO, that's for sure. Sylvanas PO, your
Yeah.
opponent's at 12 all of a sudden.
Oh my god. Is this lethal?
That's
I
lethal.
will say it's 13.
That's Coletto has done it. Holy
oh my
smokes.
god, what a game.
Turn 4, he was at 1 health.
This is one of the more ridiculous games I've ever seen.
He was able to claw
God
back from
Lento.
1 health on turn 4. That is why people call him God Lento. That was
Yeah.
disgusting. 1 health
Wow.
on turn 4?
He
That's
just
one of
kept making the
craziest
tight
games.
plays.
One of the craziest games of Hearthstone I've seen in a long, long time. Like, holy smokes. That is...
I totally writ him off. I was sure he was not going to win, but
I'm happy.
sometimes you don't need Yogg to make a comeback. You just need tight plays and a little bit of luck.
There you go. Tight plays and steady Yogg. That's all you need. Oh, man. Wow. I don't think I've ever been at 1 health on turn 4 and ever won, right?
Yeah, from Murloc Paladin? Like,
Yeah.
not even Murloc Paladin, any Fin Paladin.
Any.
Just super late game deck just puts you to 1 on turn 4.
Absolutely insane. Definitely making history here. Now we have the Anyfin Paladin Mirror to sum it all up. So some crazy, super long, hour-long control matchup to end this series.
We haven't seen this yet, right? Like, I think we've seen some Paladin on Paladin action, but not like a real Anyfin Paladin Mirror. And I think it's like an intricate, complicated, like, you have to...
It's going to be tricky for sure. It's
yeah.
You got to do a lot of things that you're afraid of people stealing your Tyrion, because usually they both run Sylvanas. There's a lot of players that will hold on to the Doomsayer in case of the N'Zoth effects, if there's a N'Zoth in either of these guys' decks, which we're not sure of completely. So it gets really weird.
The Sylvanas killed to steal the Doomsayer.
Well, you just play when they play N'Zoth. If they are playing the N'Zoth Murloc variant to help them in the Murloc Paladin Mirror, then they play N'Zoth. It pulls back a bunch of stuff. Then you play Doomsayer Equality Consecrate, and it pops their Death Rattles and takes the Doomsayer, which then kills the Tyrion.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kills off the back half of the Death Rattle as well, like the Karen.
The Karen and the Tyrion and all that sort of good stuff get cleaned up that way. But we don't even know if they're running N'Zoth. We see them both have the Curator package in their deck. So if neither of them are running N'Zoth, then does this matchup go to like some sort of weird fatigue thing?
Does it go to fatigue? Are we going to see people choosing to not draw at points? Like, I imagine you draw in the early game, because if you can ever get to the point, like, are there spots where there's going to be spots where they have to hold off on playing Murlocs, right? Because if each of them play out all their Murlocs in their deck, then one Anyfin's just an OTK, right? So there's going to be weird spots where you're holding back your Murlocs.
Yeah, let's make sure we got to keep close count to these Murlocs this game for sure. That's really important, yeah. Because, that gets up to 30 damage. That gets up right there to 30 damage if they play all the Murlocs. And then the first guy to have Anyfin wins.
I think this game is going to be like such a good skill test to see who should win the match and advance to the finals.
All right, I'm excited. It's not a matchup I'm super familiar with, so I wouldn't say
neither. But I know it's expert. I think we've got like a good understanding of the basics of what's going on here. Like, you want to be ahead in like the life total race so that you're the guy who wins with an Anyfin lethal first, right?
Yeah, and you want to be,
but you don't want to be ahead in fatigue.
Yeah, you don't want to be ahead in fatigue. Probably, we don't know if it's actually going to be a matchup that goes to fatigue, but. The more Murlocs you play, the bigger the Anyfin gets. And
on both sides.
All players play all of the Murlocs, the Anyfin does 30 to 32 damage.
Yeah, and if you ever play Anyfin first without killing the other guy, you're probably just killing yourself. So I don't think anyone's going to do that. I don't think Anyfin's going to be played until the last turn of the game.
Yeah, when both players are taking fatigue damage, then Anyfin plus fatigue damage equal lethal sort of thing.
Yeah. Do you think it'll be getting to the fatigue, or do you think somebody might die before then? Probably in fatigue, right? I
think it's going to go to fatigue. I'm not 100% certain, but seeing as how much card draw each of these guys have, I feel like it's fairly certain they'll be able to line up equality clears cleanly enough that the game will go to fatigue. Kalento having True Silver and Strifecro not having True Silver is a pretty big deal, though. Like, holy smokes. That is some initiative right there.
So Aldors are good on stuff like Tyrion, Rag Light Lord. Sure. There's Aldor Kodo combos to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, they're both playing Kodos.
Are we gonna ever like try to not draw cards off Curator and just like save it for late game so we don't fatigue as much? Or I mean, they're happy playing the Ace Drakes, but this is super early in the game. The earlier in the game, the more willing you are to draw because you have more time to leverage that advantage of the extra card. You're further away from that fatigue ticking away at you.
Neither player really has a hand that they can just like storm out pressure minions, right, and just snowball over them. Like maybe Kalento can kind of make it happen with the Ivory Knight Azure Drake curve protected by the True Silver, but both players seem to have relatively slow hands, and so I'm not so sure they're going to be too reliant on like the tempoing out plan, which then may result to the first player adjusting to playing to fatigue winning, right?
Right. So he's thinking about whether he wants to play this Murloc. Oh, he's going to fit Doomsayer.
Goes to take the tempo back, sets up for the Curator quite nicely. And he's going to go 7 into 8 and then try and use the Curator minions that he draws off to tempo out his opponent. So it looks like Strifecro is not playing to fatigue right now. It looks like he's playing to try and curve out on his opponent.
Well, if the Curator draws 3, he's overdrawing.
Okay. Yeah, he would be. So that doesn't seem good. He hasn't played any Kodos, and he's played only one Azure Drake, right? So we know he runs 2 Azure Drakes, and we know he's got 3 Murlocs in there. So if he plays the Curator next turn, he's going to overdraw. So what is he setting up for then?
I don't think we're killing this Doomsayer, right? I think this is...
Yeah, I don't think we care about the Doomsayer, but I could be mistaken. It might be just like, since there's no recovery mechanisms besides Equality Consecrate, you have to kill Doomsayer every time it's played, otherwise your opponent gets the board initiative and you have no way of taking it back.
Well, Pyro Equality's a recovery mechanism and Consecrate's a recovery mechanism. Like each of those on their own.
Okay, yeah. So we see the Consecrate being used here. So that's one recovery mechanism gone for Kolento.
I feel good about that as Strife Crow.
Yeah, it's interesting that he chooses here to kill the Doomsayer to protect the 1/4. But it's one of those matchups where you can't really lose the board.
So he's going to think for a while, feel very awkward about this Curator, and then do what? Does he just do it and overdraw a card?
If you overdraw like a Murloc, I guess you don't care. You can try not to play them.
Yeah, if you overdraw an anything, you sort
overdraw...
of care because the opponent might YOLO anything you at that point because they know the odds of you having anything are half. But the thing is, drawing 3 cards does, like, it's a big deficit for fatigue. You might be dooming yourself in the late game. If Kolento can just deal with your threats, like, he might just fatigue you easily.
Yeah, so we see him draw the 3 cards here. His next draw is going to be overdrawn. If it's Tyrion or something super impactful, he could have just lost the game outright because of that. Whereas if it's a Murloc or anything, it's probably not going to be too consequential in the match. And Kolento just coining out the Tyrion, getting out as fast as possible as Tyrion.
Oh, Quality's a pretty good one. You did not want to burn that.
Yeah.
Kolento's got to be loving his chances here.
Yeah, you got to assume he's a pretty huge favorite currently. And Strife Crow doesn't have great ways to really deal with this board all that well. You maybe just like
Aldor for the Tyrion, so that's like he's not going to just get run over by it, right?
Sure, but it's not going away.
Yeah, I know it's bad times for sure.
Yeah, so he's gonna like Aldor it and like knock off the bubble. But if you knock off the bubble, then you can start getting to work at killing it. You don't have Harrison Jones or Ooze in your deck.
I think you want to just leave that Tyrion there as long as possible.
Okay.
I think you might want to Kodo before Aldor to deliberately avoid killing the Tyrion, so you don't have to deal with Ashbringer as soon. Do we know if he has Ooze?
We haven't seen Ooze or Harrison from either player. Looks like Strife Crow is going to just take his chance to try.
Yeah, nailed it.
And he's going to start working away at the Tyrion. Yeah. Interesting. He doesn't want the stalemate board state. I guess that makes sense with how many cards he has in his hand, right? But both players are like threatening us to overdraw. It's kind of weird.
Well, I think he wanted to play Aldor and Kodo that turn. It's just a question of whether you want to Aldor before or after the Kodo. It's like, do you want to hit that Tyrion with your Kodo? It's like a high impact Kodo effect, like you're killing a 1/6 Divine Shield, but it means you have to deal with that Ashbringer, which is a real bummer.
Sure. I guess he figures he's still ahead on board even if Ashbringer comes out, so he doesn't care. Because Ashbringer kills the 4/5 and you're still up at 3/3 and a 3/5. So it's not that big of a deal.
Are we at 0 Murlocs played?
We are at 0 Murlocs played currently.
Alright, so each player has used 1 equality at this point.
Yeah, Strife Crow lost his off the top of his deck. The awkward Curator setup a little bit punishing to him. And Kolento thinking about dropping a Murloc here, but...
Let's see. I'm trying to think. If nobody ever plays any Murlocs, do you ever go like 10 mana, you're like, War Leader, Bluegill you, because your counter anything doesn't kill anything, because I didn't trade.
Wait, what? And
I'm just wondering how this ends up if nobody plays Murlocs.
So no one plays Murlocs.
Play out.
Then you go War Leader, Murloc on 10. That would be 12 damage in bullets, and then they kill it, and then you hit them for another 12. But if they just don't kill it, it just hits for 12, so they can just heal instead of killing it. So I don't know.
Well, if you're just healing instead of killing it, you're losing. But like, but then you have to wonder about potential lethals. Like if some of their board can kill some of your Murlocs, then they anything with your War Leader still alive, buffing up their stuff.
Yeah, it gets weird. But we don't have to worry about that. Murlocs have been played.
Okay.
A bluegill has died, and a war leader is going to be dead. So there's going to be weird lethal setups, though, that you got to look out for. So Avenging Wrath.
Avenging Wrath. That's gonna change the math on. It's like an extra clear, right? Like it's an extra pseudo consecration.
Yeah, it's an extra comeback mechanism, which is pretty important in this matchup. As
We've seen 2 Aldors and 1 Equality, so it's actually really tough for Strifecode to deal with this Light Lord, at least from Kalendo's perspective. From our perspective, we can see the Equality. But does he want to?
Yeah, that's
probably has to. I don't know.
If the Light Lord isn't dealt with, Kalento could, push the initiative with 2 Bluegill Warriors plus Avenging Wrath all go into the face sort of thing. And then if Strifecode kills the Bluegill Warriors, follow up with the War Leader plus 3 Bluegill Warriors off the Anyfin for, 4 damage, so 12. 12 burst for 10 mana. So it's like kind of a ghetto Pyroblast, but, that plus the 8/8 plus the Avenging Wrath could string together enough damage to make something happen there.
Yep. Kalendo is in the driver's seat. He's got that Tyrion advantage. He's kind of like had a full bomb train, right?
Yeah, he's had all of the bombs. And Strifecode does not want to cash in his last consecration just to deal with 1 minion, so he's going to go play his own 8/8, opening himself.
This gets dumpstered by Aldor.
Yeah, way up to Aldor Peacekeeper. Or even, he could save the Aldor and, clear it with Face Tank plus Avenging Wrath if he wanted to.
Sure, although he doesn't have another weapon charge around. He could Keeper of Alderman. That's a way to do it if he wants to save the Aldor.
Yeah, I mean, another reason of saving the Aldor is just the amount of face damage you push is insane. So we see the Keeper of Alderman plus Avenging Wrath trying to save the weapon and just set up all of this face damage.
It's over 50% to clear, so it's...
Yeah.
Boom.
Anyfin pushes for 4. So does 2 Bluegills. So Kalento has 2 Bluegills plus a Consecrate for 6 damage burst, plus the weapon is 11. So Strifecode really needs to answer this board, otherwise he is facing impending doom.
Yeah, well, got this Equality Conk, got this Pyro Quality. We have options.
Looks like Pyro Quality plus maybe Azure Drake.
Right.
Or just equipping a True Silver.
Yeah. Squeeze in that hero power.
Sure.
Every dude counts.
Cards. Solemn Vigil, True Silver.
Not too concerned about fatigue with this Solemn Vigil play.
Yeah, neither player seems concerned about fatigue. They just seem concerned about trying to find as many minions as they can and get them onto the board so they can
just get ahead.
Try and win the board. So that seems
like
to be
damage
more
race of sorts. Or not exactly damage, more of a board control battle, huh?
Yeah, they're each trying to just draw as many minions as they can, as fast as they can, basically, and get on the board.
Smork looks pretty funny.
I just True Silver in the face, huh? What is he afraid of, necessarily?
I mean, maybe he's thinking about, if I draw a Tyrion, I want to be able to use all my weapon charges.
That seems strange, trying to play around top deck exactly Tyrion. Is there some sort of damage combo that he's maybe afraid of?
I mean, there's just 2 Murlocs, right? Yeah. So there's just no damage combo.
But, maybe over 2 turns, there's something he needs to be, stressed about.
Okay. Standing Against Darkness is a lot of dudes on the board.
Yeah, I would take Stand Against Darkness here for sure, I think. Just the highest value play, right? It's more dudes to play.
It does not do particularly well against Strifecode's hand, which has 3 different cards to clear it, a Pyro and 2 Conks.
Yeah.
The Pyro doesn't have a good activator yet, but you'll get there eventually, right?
You get the AoEs out of the way. It's important. Just putting stuff out on the board. Get your chip damage in, get the AoEs out of the way. I'm not totally opposed to the whole double... Oh, yeah, he does go for it. So this play is really cool. It sets up the Bluegills each dealing 2 damage here, and then the Anyfin now is...
12.
12, yeah. So 12 plus the weapon is 17.
So a clear just dies. If you True Silver the 4/4 Consecration, you just died. You'd be Ivory Knight with that for some heal.
He's got Ivory Knight for heal, so we could risk the Ivory Knight play, which, if he takes the highest card, the average heal is 5 or something, right? So maybe, but Strifecode's cam just went down, so we're not sure if on the status of his connection right now. He may have DC'd this game. So So we apologize for a little bit of connection issues. It's one of the problems when doing, tournaments online and in Hearthstone.
Things happen.
Things happen. Hopefully he's able to come back.
So if I'm Kaleno here, one thing, yeah, it looks like he's good. If I'm Kaleno here, one thing I'm thinking about is StrifeCrow used 2 Aldors and 2 qualities, so he's kind of shields down. He still has like these like AoE clears for little stuff, but if I can flood the board with bigger things, StrifeCrow doesn't really have answers to it anymore. Of course, that's hard to do because the reason StrifeCrow is shields down is because Kaleno kind of used all of his bigger things. So I don't know if it's really exploitable, but it's something I'd be thinking about and looking for.
And StrifeCrow is able to heal all the way up to 30 here, so this 12 damage anything is pretty inconsequential now.
Yeah.
So just keep in the back of our mind, anything is 3 bluegills and 1 war leader, equaling 12 damage.
Good to know.
Not really great plays here for Kaleno, just a lot of awkward stuff on the board.
So if anyone plays another war leader, that's another 6 damage up to 18.
And now the question really becomes, is drawing worth it? Because what these players got to really start transitioning to fatigue is they're running out of threats in their deck. Like the Bomb Train Dream almost worked for Kalento. He almost killed StrifeCrow by drawing, finding all of his bombs, playing his curve very strong, getting the anyfin out there, setting up for it to be used as a Pyroblast. But StrifeCrow was able to just barely string together enough clear and enough heal to survive.
Yeah,
it's going with the anyfin.
Wow. He doesn't have the second anyfin. He's just
putting it out there because StrifeCrow has no more equality.
He can't like. So if he plays his own anyfin back, it's just 6 more damage, right? It's only 18.
It is only 18. 18 damage for the second anyfin, whereas.
So what do you like, Conk? Wow, this is brutal.
So the second anyfin is going to be, 2 war leaders and 4 murlocs would be the max, or 2 war leaders and 5 bluegills would be the max. So it'd be 30. 30 is the max, and then the lowest it could be would be 1 war leader and 6 bluegills, which would be 4 times 6, 24. So it's 24 or 30 damage on the anyfin from StrifeCrow if he clears this and stays alive. I think you just
Drake Conk.
Yeah, I think Drake Conk is pretty solid. He's gonna go for a little bit of extra healing here, try and make something happen.
Redemption can be cute in like non-mirror matches if you can redeem a Murloc, you get like bigger anyfins. But in this matchup, that's not as much of a thing. Blessed Champion, burst potential. He's still got Tyrion in there. Does he have his Rag Lightlord as well? I feel like he used that. No, he used that.
I mean, if there's no minions on the field, StrifeCrow wins, right? I would have been, maybe last play, the correct turn from StrifeCrow was just consecrate Doomsayer, and then you play anyfin and win. Like, what if you went consecrate Doomsayer? Like, he's afraid, right? He's afraid that Kalento set up some lethal there, so that's why he's trying to heal. But what if you're just like, well, if he has second anyfin, I lose anyway. Consecrate Doomsayer. Now your opponent can't block it with taunts, and then you follow up with your own anyfin, which is then either it's either 24 damage and you don't win the game, or it's 30 damage and you win the game.
Yeah, he is just dead here to anyfin either way, huh?
Yeah, so either way, so there's no point healing. Healing doesn't actually play around any of the outs from Kalento, so I don't like the healing there. I think the best play was consecrate Doomsayer, and then play your anyfin after that. But this does potentially allow you to get the 4 damage in. Does it set up lethal, like, regardless, maybe? Is that the reason? Like, the 4/4 makes it so you get lethal regardless somehow?
23, so...
Yeah, now it's...
full board of Murlocs.
The full board of Murlocs is 100% lethal here. And you gotta beg the question of what was going on with Kalento's anyfin there. Because Kalento was in the driver's seat the whole game.
Yeah.
I was favoring Kalento.
Was he going to lose in fatigue or something? Or I don't think so.
What is the fatigue count at? You have the camera operator mouse over the decks. 5 cards for StrifeCrow, and
can't see on the other side.
Yeah, I can't see behind the one image thing, but I think no, he has more cards in his deck than StrifeCrow, I think. 10 cards remaining in Kalento's deck compared to StrifeCrow's 5. So he's winning on board, winning on fatigue, winning in tempo. and goes for this crazy anyfin, and as a result, is
Dies.
dies.
Splat. Huh.
Huh.
I don't know what to make of it.
It's so anticlimactic after the God Lento.
Yeah, this is what we
comeback
talked
last
about at
game.
the very start, right?
Yeah, we were like,
well,
don't
no one's
play
gonna
anything. No one will do that. That's absolutely silly. And he did it, and then he died, as per expected.
Rip.
All right, so that means StrifeCrow is moving on to the finals to face up against
Druid
Super JJ.
in the finals.
The Druid is in the finals. All right, let's look at this. This is crazy. We got, Tides of Time coming up through against Ness, and then Super JJ beating Tice, and then Super JJ beating Tides of Time, locking himself a spot in the finals. Then on the lower bracket, Kalento takes out Chalky, and then StrifeCrow takes out Osaka, and then Kalento and StrifeCrow, we just saw duke it out, securing StrifeCrow a spot in the finals. So now we have the aggro decks of Super JJ up against the more mid-rangey decks of StrifeCrow, featuring Druid without Innervate. Absolutely crazy. Now, let's take a moment to look at some of the card bans, in case people kind of missed it, maybe forgot what the bans were. We got the community bans here, voted on by you guys. The Twitch chat, the community, the what have you, have all decided that these cards should not be played in this tournament to shake up the meta a little bit, get rid of some tilting RNG cards, make it more fun to watch in general. So those have all been removed, and then all of the players got an additional vote to vote for what cards they wanted to see removed, and these are the things that they voted for. And StrifeCrow has made it all the way to the finals by playing Druid without Innervate, without Fandral, and without Yogg, which is really, really cool to see. I'm really happy that he's been able to do so well with it and find this kind of niche spot where Druid's able to see success, because the meta is filled with so many control warlocks and Murloc paladins, and even without Innervate, Druid's still able to do good against those decks. So then it begs the question that, maybe Druid doesn't need so many powerful cards if it's still able to have a role in the competitive metagame without having to, have the win against everything card.
Well, I think if this format were played a little bit more, we'd probably see more Shaman, and Shaman is pretty well equipped to deal with that Darnassus Aspirant and beat up on this Druid deck in general. So I think the Druid deck might have been better against this specific field of players on this particular day than it is in general in this format. Okay. That said, I definitely think there's room to nerf Druid in Hearthstone right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. It's so interesting to see, Fiery Warx gets banned, Innervate gets banned, and then Warriors sees play as, the third most popular or fourth most popular class in the tournament, even with its best card removed. And Druid is in the finals, even with Innervate and Fandral removed. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, it's super crazy. But anyway, we're going to get to a quick break really quick, and then when we come back, we're going to have Super JJ up against StrifeCrow in the grand finals of the tournament to see who is the BatStone number one champion, and who has been able to, figure out the best meta with the bans brought on by the community and brought on by the players. We'll be right back. Hey guys, welcome back to BatStone. I'm your host Firebat, and here with me is Zalay.
Greetings.
We are here at the final match of the day between the lone druid, Strife Crow, the guy making druid work without innervate, props to him, up against the Smork Master of EU. You know, we still have Chalky, the Smork Master of NA, but the Smork Master of EU seems to be Super JJ with the all Smork lineup. Let's see. How do you think the Smork's going to line up against the Druid?
I'm a big fan of the Smork. I felt like it was kind of a favorite just going into the tournament at the start of the day, and I don't think that's necessarily changed here.
Even though Strife Crow's got like a way different lineup than any of the other players have had thus far.
I don't trust the Druid. The Druid's deck is like good against a lot of the control decks, but I don't really trust it against other aggressive decks. Like the Darnassus Aspirant and the Savage Roar feel like maybe they're a little bit weaker than some other cards in other aggressive decks.
But Living Roots is still so good for trading up against these aggressive hunters and the aggressive paladin. I think really the big question mark for
don't
me
have Innervate.
Is I don't know how this aggro paladin is going to get a win. I think the aggro paladin is sketchier than the druid is, and I think that's going to be one of the difference makers. But yeah, anyway, let's take a quick glance at all the cards in the format that are banned. Just go over that one more time for anyone that's just tuning in just to watch the finals. But these are all of the cards that have been banned. So put that in mental memory when you're freaking out. Like, why is there no Doomhammer? This is why it was banned. So these are cards that the players can no longer play, which is why there's so many weird decks and so many crazy things going on. And why it's kind of been like a Murloc Paladin meta, I'd say. And everything's been centered around countering Murloc Paladin or being Murloc Paladin. So it's interesting how that's shifted. And a lot of the times, a lot of players brought Mage, but Mage has been the #1 ban of the tournament. Mage has been banned almost every single round. Both players' Mages are banned this round. The fear of Tempo Mage is just too high. Even though the one time Tempo Mage saw play when it wasn't banned, it took 3 games for it to finally get a win. So we haven't really, no one's really been brave enough to test the theory of is Mage overhyped or not. And even in the finals, they're not going to test that theory. They're going to stay true to their guns, stick with the plan that got them to the finals, just ban Mage. Let's not experiment with what that is. And just stay true to what they've been doing. So the lineup-wise, we got Strife Crow with the Druid, of course. He's got the Reno Lock. He has got the Murloc Paladin. And then Super JJ has the Shaman, which has just been crushing it. He's got the Aggro Hunter, which has been kind of struggling a little bit. It's like the Aggro 50-50 Hunter. Yeah.
It's been surviving with bad draws, I would say, which is like not a bad place to be, right? Like winning half your games with pretty bad draws.
Okay. And then he has his own Paladin, which you see here is the aggressive variant of Paladin. You got the Divine Favor, Selfless Hero, a lot of buff cards in there. And then both players brought Mage, which you can see is banned on the classes below their name.
Keeping Divine Favor off the mulligan. Finally, this is Divine Favor's chance to shine, right? He's been drawing a lot of it in this tournament, and it's been pretty awkward, but that's just kind of unlucky. Like, it's overall a good card in the deck in the metagame. It's just kind of like the matchups he was getting, it was mostly not as good. But here, this matchup, he really wants it. He'll keep it off the mulligan. It's such like a slow, like late game card, but it's so good in the matchup.
It's going to allow him to repopulate after this Pyromancer equality from Strife Crow. But if you're talking about good hands, though, this is a good hand. Like,
yeah, no
can't
kidding.
Get much better than this as anything Paladin. You definitely want Pyro equality, and he's even got the 2-drop and the 3-drop in a deck that really doesn't run too many 2s and 3-drops.
Yep, and then if that hand like runs out of stuff to do because it's 4 cards that are like pretty cheap and don't draw cards, well, you have Curator, draw 3.
Coin Bluegill Warrior out there just taking care of the Selfless Hero. So the
Death Rattle.
Yeah, he doesn't want Super JJ getting bubbles on his minions that can help him play around Pyromancer equality. So I don't hate it. I don't know if I necessarily would have went for that play. I think it's really aggressive to clear, but you know, maybe it works out for him. Maybe it's correct. It's really hard to say. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I probably would not have done that, but I don't want to say that I don't dislike it or anything. I thought it was just a really interesting play. So JJ is probably just slamming 2 1-drops.
Oh yeah, as aggressive as possible for sure. The coin's out of the way, so Pyromancer coin doesn't clean this up. So you feel
Hero Power contests pretty well.
Yeah, Hero Power really does. But if your opponent's just Hero Powering, this Divine Favor is really picking up some value. You know, what did he draw though? Ooh, Horse Rider's pretty good.
Clippy Cloppy. So if we trade, Consecration's not coming down yet. There's Pyromancer Forbidden Healing is a potential play that would punish us for trading with the Horse Rider.
Yeah, I don't really like trading. You're trading to preserve. You're trading 2 damage to preserve 2 damage, right? So like, you're not really making up ground very quickly on it. And
Oh, he would have got there. Played around it successfully.
yeah, good read by Super JJ, just making sure he has a bunch of minions on the board. Keeping this Divine Shield around helped him play into this War Leader very effectively as well. He's able to get that Argus down very cleanly. That had to be in the back of his mind when he was setting up, because Murloc Paladin only has, 1 turn 3 play. It's or 2, I guess. Acolyte of Pain, which you want to get that guy up to 3 attack, or the other play would then be the Murloc War Leader, which is a 3/3. So you want to get that guy up to 3 attack as well. So just good positioning there by JJ, setting up, recognizing things, and here
I like
comes
the Spiral quality. Clear 8 attack from the board, curving into Azure Drake next turn. It's a bit of a scary spot because it does mean that he just gets to develop on an empty board, and we're not going to be answering any of it, so it's going to be hitting us. But
and Divine Favor comes out now. 3 mana, draw 3. It's good.
It's not spectacular.
Yeah, it's not like
It's just good.
Well, oftentimes the Murloc Paladin is going to be stuck with cards in their hands that aren't Pyro quality, right? You expect them to have some of their bigger cards in their hands, so you expect to get better value out of it. So
Koda's nice.
Oh, and it hits the best minion. Man. Yeah. I mean, Strifecrow's doing it right, man. This is how you Murloc Paladin.
Yeah, there's just not much pressure coming out from JJ because he's struggled to stick a board because Strifecrow's just had such a good draw, right?
Yeah, he's just had
But
perfect
here-
answers all the way through.
Finally, something sticks around. Solemn Vigil a bit late. It was much better on like a Pyro quality turn.
Ooh, Ivory Knight for the extra healing, and he's already got the Forbidden Healing in hand, so he's going to be able to just pile on the life gain.
Yeah, Leroy's not what you want against this amount of healing.
No. But, I mean, the Argent Horse Rider is definitely, like, probably one of the best top decks there. You have, like, a really resilient board now. A lot of pretty high health minions and Divine Shields out there, and getting through, like, a respectable amount of damage. Look at there's 10 on the board with the Leroy in hand. That's 16.
Kodo was a terrible draw, assuming he's playing Curator this turn, because now he's not going to draw a beast off the Curator. It's like he just skipped his draw for the turn, assuming he's playing Curator, which he may not be. Yeah, it looks like he's thinking about clearing some power with the Kodo. It is a pretty high value Kodo right now. A lot of times Kodo is just going to be hitting a hero power for the rest of the game.
Sure.
So, I don't know. That Curator is awfully tempting to me.
Yeah, same. It's tough.
Hit the worst
pretty
target.
close to the edge.
Like if you don't Curator on 7, it just gets harder and harder to play it.
Oh, there it is.
Wow. Well,
Honestly,
figured this one out.
that was like the best Murloc Paladin draw you could possibly hope to get against aggro, aside from, Doomsayer being in there somewhere. So other than that, the draw from Striker wasn't really getting much better. So this aggro Paladin deck by Super JJ, which didn't have the most spectacular draw in the world, put in really good work.
Just crushed him.
He probably tested it against Murloc Paladin and realized that it's really good against Murloc Paladin. That has to be one of the targets of your lineup, right? Every player has been expecting Murloc Paladin, and Super JJ took anti-Murloc Paladin in a different direction than Chalky took anti-Murloc Paladin.
It's funny, when I was thinking about what I would bring to this tournament, I wasn't really sure if I wanted to bring Murloc Paladin. I was like, well, I definitely want Shaman and Tempo Mage. And then is Murloc Paladin good against this stuff, or...
No,
I mean, but it is like such a strong deck in general, and you have to bring 2 more decks after Tempo Mage and Shaman, and like you're banning probably the Shaman in my eyes, apparently the Tempo Mage in everyone else's eyes. And so at that point, maybe the Murloc Paladin gets good, right? Like you have one bad matchup and then maybe one good matchup. I don't know.
I must protect the
So Tunnel Trog for JJ.
I'm not sold on this Murloc. I think Murloc Paladin was the biggest mistake for like every player in this tournament so far. Like that has been the weak spot in every single player's lineup, which is the funniest thing to me because it is a completely standard deck. The bans didn't affect it at all. And it has been the weakest by far deck in every single player's lineup. So aside from the priests that a few players brought.
But that has a lot to do with the metagame and the fact that it was targeted a lot in this metagame, which didn't necessarily have to be the case, right? It's not like it's inherently bad in the metagame. It's just like people were expecting it and prepared for it, and that made it bad.
Well, you gotta expect people to expect and prepare for it, right? That's
I expected people to expect and prepare for Shaman, and that didn't happen at all.
I guess that's true. I was expecting people to ban Shaman.
It depends. Yeah, well, that's what I meant. but it didn't happen, right?
It
So
did
like,
happen.
I guess I don't know to what extent they were all talking to each other about this tournament, and their like preparation sort of overlapped. Sort of a weird thing.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy that so many players relied so heavily on Murloc Paladin in this tournament. It's
So
just
Lesser
nowhere
Heal
to
or
go.
Totemic Call. Lesser Heal is like a strictly better armor up because you don't care about going above 30. Lesser Heal lets you like
Play to AoE?
threaten to heal your guys after value trading, right?
Sure, yeah.
But
Reasonable
I
enough.
don't know. I might have Totemic Called for the turn 2 hero power. I'm not sure.
Oh, he's able to pick up a turn 2 play here, so...
Yeah, that's... Well, now you're probably happy that you have the Priest Heal, I would guess.
Mhm.
Are we clearing that thing to prevent like Flame Tongue plays, or are we just developing a 3-2?
I like developing a 3-2 stealth, sinking 1 damage into the Tunnel Trog so that you could potentially root sit on a following turn, but I
Okay.
don't see any reason to expend your whole turn removing it, you know?
When you sink a damage in, it opens up Spirit Clauses. Like, you can potentially roots it on a future turn anyways. You don't have the Druid hero power anymore. Like, if he's going to Flame Tongue and trade, you can roots it anyways.
Yeah, I was real afraid of the Coin Feral Spirits, but I guess that doesn't matter, you're right. Like, then you can just root sit if he chooses to trade with it.
So here, Savage Roar, not at its best when you're fighting for board the whole game. Shamans should be a pretty big favorite, especially with this draw, right? Like Spirit Claw. Yeah, this is such a good Shaman draw for JJ.
Yeah,
I like Mounted Raptor trade.
Ugh.
What else can you do? I don't like it, but I think it seems like it has to be the play.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. I don't think there's much else you can really do.
And then Spirit Claws comes down, potentially eats the Death Rattle portion of that Mounted Raptor. Oh,
Nice. Going with the roots there, trying to minimize some damage here.
yeah, it's a much worse tempo play. Like, if he had gone with the Mounted Raptor, then next turn he could Living Roots and Savage Roar or Living Roots or plus a more expensive top deck.
But it's a better value play because your opponent's overloaded for 2, so they can only play Lightning Bolt, Rockbiter, or Spirit Claws. And by playing the minion, you play into all of those. So although you're surrendering tempo, you're playing around, the 1-mana Rockbiter or Lightning Bolt removal. So you force your opponent's turn to be kind of wasted.
Right. JJ did happen to have a proactive 1-mana play that wasn't removal, right? It was either Spirit Claws or Tunnel Trog, maybe like an Argent Squire.
Yeah.
There were some punishes, and he had one of them.
Yeah, so Strifeker wasn't really rewarded by trying to play around the Rockbiter or the Lightning Bolt, and instead kind of punished was JJ was able to develop the Spirit Claws with that extra mana.
Strew of the Claws looking really good, coming down with charge. Either Manatide or Tunnel Trog. My first thought was Manatide. Probably Manatide.
Yeah, probably Manatides. You don't really want to let your opponent draw a lot of cards. We've seen the way that this Druid deck wins isn't by killing their opponent usually. Most of the time, we've seen them just grind Shaman out. When it got its win against Shaman last time, it just took Shaman till Shaman basically had no cards left and then was able to barely win at the end of the game there by getting massive value out of
this is better.
Massive value out of Menagerie Wardens and Onyxia, just huge high value minions.
So do we storm this or?
I don't hate the storm. Lowers the cost of your things from below as well.
Upgrade that weapon.
Yeah.
Right, so here's the Injured Paladin, right? Not quite. It's a really good card, but not in this situation.
Yeah, I'm not quite gonna get the job done, and Onyxia a little slow for the board.
Yeah.
Stranglethorn Tiger though does ensure up some trades. You're able to, slow down the death.
It gives him a good chance. Like if he draws Menagerie Warden, he might be back in the game. Right now he's looking pretty wrecked. Even with Menagerie Warden, it's really tough here.
Yeah, it's still really tough. And that's scary when a free 5/5 is pretty tough to come back from. Ooh,
that's good too.
Yeah,
it's an Azure Drake, a Finley. Oh no, the Finley's already used. Yeah, just an Azure Drake and a Beast.
Yeah, he's getting close to the Azure Drake swipe mana levels, and that is
not the best beast.
Pretty important turn to be on.
That's a good
it's
point.
not that wrecked, but
Lightning Bolt for 4 and Weapon 3.
I think you want to be getting the Thunder Bluff down. He's got 7 mana, right?
Yeah,
I
that's what it
wouldn't
looks like to
hate
me.
trading the Tunnel Trog, trading your face just to get Thunder Bluff hero power down. Just start getting that Totem Pain train ready, but...
What if we Hex, Flame Tongue, and Hero Power? That's
okay,
pretty strong.
and just set up all the totems to then be able to use the Thunder Bluff
Yeah.
the following turn. Yeah, is that setting up lethal too? That might be I think that is setting up lethal, yeah.
It's really strong. Like,
Oh.
you're way ahead, you're pushing damage, and Druid doesn't really have recovery tools for this.
Oh, yeah.
There's
Yeah,
no
that is-
great Generate Swipe.
Yeah, that definitely a better play, definitely a better play.
There is Wrath plus 6 mana. That Wrath's a great pickup. Deal with that Flame Tongue,
Mm-hmm.
but it's probably not enough, huh?
It doesn't appear to be enough now. He's going to have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
2
10,
off. Oh, there's the
13
Lightning Bolt.
damage. Yeah, 13 damage with the Lightning Bolt. So,
2-0 JJ, right?
2-0 JJ, able to take it on the back of Shaman. Shaman's just been the most successful deck this tournament.
Yep.
You know, it hasn't been banned too much. Only half of the players brought it, but it's had 1 loss throughout the entire course of the tournament. It's just been an absolute phenomenal deck for the players, and this Druid deck has been doing great for Strife Crow against all of the control-y decks, but against the Smork line from Super JJ, which, you know, he's the only player that took this approach, just wasn't able to win the board over.
Yeah, so JJ still has to win with Hunter, which we kind of expect to maybe be his weakest deck.
Yeah, it was either Hunter or Paladin. We've seen his Paladin struggle in some series, and then we saw his Hunter struggle in the first series, dropping 2 games before it was able to finally capitalize and get its first win. So this Hunter deck, it runs a lot of secrets.
Yeah. So if he draws the wrong parts of his deck, if he draws Secret Keeper and the 3/4 Cloaked Huntress, or if he draws secrets without those, well, could be bad.
Yeah,
And again, he's up against the Warlock, so it's just generally a good matchup. Like, the Warlock has a hard time dealing with Steady Shot, right?
yeah, the Warlock from Strife Crow does have Reno Jackson, though. So it has that out. If it's able to find the Reno Jackson, you know, without Call of the Wild from the Hunter, without high mains, without anything like above 4, I don't think we've seen anything that caused more than 4 in Super JJ's deck. If Strife Crow ever finds Reno, I think Strife Crow wins. Like, I think it's just that decided on Reno, just because Super JJ's deck just doesn't have the gas to power through, you know, 60 health.
So we're coining out Toad here.
Oh, yeah. Get the biggest minion out. There's no Dark Bomb in the format.
Well,
Since
the one
standard.
thing is, if you go with Grandma, it's better against, like, a Peddler.
Okay, sure.
But, I mean, it's a one-of, right? So you just go for the highest damage, dude. You're absolutely right.
Yep. And yeah, now you can get the Grand.
Great start for JJ.
Oh, yeah. Just nailed the curve.
Oh, wow. I mean, we can Shadow Bolt the Huge Toad. Stops a lot of damage. Next turn might be Huntress with nothing. Huntress with Snipe.
Wow.
And the Snipe's actually really good against Strife Crow's plays here.
Of, you know.
The Spellbreaker is coming down on that Grandma, right?
Ooh, he might play Doomsayer. If he plays
Yeah,
around
it's still going to
Snipe,
die to Snipe plus damage.
he play the 1/3 first and then play the Doomsayer.
Still dies to Eagle Horn Bow.
Yeah. That hurts. Your
Snipes is
4/3.
pretty good this tournament.
0 mana, kill your minion. It's so powerful. And now the Houndmaster is going to come down on the Grandmother. Just a huge board, pushing so much damage so fast.
If he picks up Mortal Coil, he can clear with Hellfire. No.
Yeah, he needed like Mortal Coil into, you know, Reno there. Not able to get it. So now he's at the point where it's like Reno or bust, because there's 8 damage coming in from Super JJ's side with Eaglehorn Bow hero power.
Yep.
And the follow-up, you know, quick shot to go with it for another 8 the following turn.
We play this Abusive over the Hero Power, right? Because, like, we're
Seems-
probably not getting... Yeah.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
It gets us closer to quick shot value, and we're probably not going to get that 2 damage out of it next turn. We're probably losing our board here.
All right, and Strife Crow needs Reno Jackson all of a sudden. Oh, no swing with the bow?
I guess he
He's
figures he
playing
has
around
lethal
Reno
anyways.
Jackson. Okay, yeah. He doesn't, though, right? He only has 8. I guess
He has quick shot. I mean, you're saying if he loses his board?
Yeah.
How do you lose your board? Like another Spite Historian Shadowflame? I don't know.
Like
man.
another Spite Historian Shadowflame, and then suddenly
Nobody does that. Come on.
Suddenly,
Alright,
you're
says
giving
taunt.
Strife Crow an extra chance to draw lethal. If he taunts, he's
Shadowflame
also
seems
still alive.
better than taunt. I like the Shadowflame. What do you like?
I think the Shadowflame as well. I don't think it's going to get more value than this, but
Okay.
and
That's
top
pretty good
deck
draw.
sleep. Wait, is it lethal?
I don't know, man. don't know how to
3,
count.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Wow. Oh,
He can't
we
hero
have a
power.
beast, right?
He can't hero power, and he doesn't have a beast, so it's
Well, we can draw a card.
yeah.
We can hit Abusive Sergeant for lethal.
It's just, and why didn't he swing with the bow the previous turn?
Yeah. Well, he was trying to beat Reno, but
I feel like giving them an extra
Not a
draw to
fan.
get it is much worse. Yeah, and it gets
Oh
the
my
Reno, the
God.
punish. Oh my god! I mean, Super JJ deserved to get
This
punished
is-
like this, right?
this is beautiful.
Yeah.
Dude, we've had some sweet games this tournament.
Oh, so punished, so punished. And the Reno Jackson.
Yeah.
Oh, it
Love
feels so
JJ's face
good
when that happens.
when misplays get punished, man.
Oh, mm.
Hey, he's freezing trapping a Reno Jackson, is he? No, he's gonna kill it. Okay.
Decisions matter.
Oh man, punished so hard. But he might still be able to come through it. He might be able to fight through it. He's still got the board. It's possible.
Sylvanas Doomsayer is a pretty strong play. You take a lot of damage, though.
You do take a lot of damage, and your healing is quite limited now. Ooh, an extra 4.
Brand Refreshment Vendor.
Yeah,
We're on
that's
the right
like
path.
that's the extra 8. Holy
Yeah,
smokes!
Sylvanas Doomsayer this turn. He lets the Doomsayer goes off to push face damage, and then you recover with Brand Refreshment Vendor.
I can see it. I can see it.
So many
I'm just gonna go with the slower.
Siphon
routes.
Doomsayer.
Siphon is
All right,
fine, right?
safer. I like it.
Yeah.
Oh man, what if Strifego not only wins this game but actually reverse sweeps off the back of JJ not hitting with that bow to try and play around Reno? He tried to play around Reno and he played into Reno in a different manner. It's pretty
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah. Ah, that'd be funny. Oh, yeah, that's a good play. Brand Refreshment
That's-
Vendor Dark Peddler.
I think I see the line.
Yeah, holy
You got a Peddler first. What if you find something better than Bender? You actually could. You could hit the weapon destruction die, right? You would play that and then you could Bender later.
Okay. That's true,
Fun.
yeah.
Yeah. Charger, I don't know, whatever. Yeah.
And there's a freezing trap up, right? So you can get the vendor back and then heal for another 8.
Oh, baby. Yeah, I think JJ's had enough. Yep.
Oh, man.
Wow. What a game.
Not swinging with that bow. Cost him the game. Is it going to cost him the series, though? That's the question that we're going to find out here. Now Strifeco has gotten through that problematic Warlock deck that was kind of the weak spot in his lineup to that Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the face-oriented Hunter can kind of struggle against Druid a lot of times. Face Hunter's early game, they have Grandmother. But other than that, I mean, their early game isn't much better than, Druid's early game is. So they could see themselves having some trouble there. And we saw, is it good enough against Murloc Paladin? The Murloc Paladin has a lot of draw, and Strifeco has Ezra Drakes and stuff like that can fill in the spots a little bit.
Keeps the Pyromancer, which I like because he has coin, and Pyro coin dealing 1 to stuff is like good on its own. You don't necessarily need equality with it.
Yeah.
See this Abusive Sergeant? That's one example of something that Pyro coin's good against.
Sure. Pyro
Double
Coin is
Cat
not.
Trick.
Yeah, it's not good against Cat Trick though.
Well,
That'll
JJ's
get you
hand is a
every
bit of a disaster. Like,
Yeah.
he doesn't have to Pyro coin. He's thinking about coin hero power right now, but I don't. Wow, he's going to. I mean, it contests the abusive, but the thing is, you kept this Pyro like.
Well, he kept it to play as a 3/2, I think, just to contest 3/2s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that's the
Oh, okay,
logic
okay.
behind it. So you do this contests the 1-drop, and then your opponent plays the 2-drop, and then you contest the 2-drop with the Wild Pyromancer, right? That's
I didn't see that secret.
All right, there was a freezing trap, I believe.
Okay.
And we have not seen snakes the entire tournament from Super JJ, so Strifeco goes in for the trade, no fear of the snakes, and then likely is just going to hero power in response.
Yep. Not much point going for Pyromancer.
Yeah, no, it doesn't really accomplish anything extra. I mean, maybe it saves you 2 life because the abusive trades into it, with the development of like Animal Companion or something. So
sure, but having a
two.
Pyromancer around is like relevant.
Yeah, it's probably better to have a Pyromancer in your hand, even while you have 2, than it is to heal for 2 life, even against Face Hunter. But that's the decision going through StrifeCrow's mind right now. Is like how important is, trying to force that trade, and he's going to value the 2 life over the Pyromancer in hand. Yeah, I mean, he has got Ragnar's Lightlord in hand, right? So I guess that's the logic. Is every little bit of life counts. If I can get to turn 8, we win. So he's just trying to make sure he can maximize life gain, and now Super JJ is trying to figure out, do I really need to kill this Pyro? If my opponent's just throwing my Pyro out there, that means he's got no spells, right? Maybe I just go face with this Abusive Sergeant, and I don't worry about...
Maybe he's figuring out Steady Shot versus Cat Trick. Is there going to be a spell on turn 3?
Well, if there is a spell...
you need to trade. One thing is Solemn Vigil is a card.
Okay. Do you Quick Shot then?
Yeah, I mean, Quick Shot. Yeah, the Quick Shot's just correct, right?
I don't know. I think drawing a card's better, but we are going to see him go with the Cat Trick and then go face.
Right, he disagrees with everything I said.
Yeah. If a spell gets played, Super JJ is going to lose a 2-1, but gain a 4-1 stealth. So he's gaining damage if a spell gets played with the Wild Pyromancer in the field. So I like this play.
Yeah, both he's kind of baiting the Solemn Vigil, right? He's like, yeah, go ahead, trade Solemn Vigil. I'll take a Cat. He would love to get a Cat Trick going.
Yeah, so if StrifeCrow did have a Solemn Vigil here, then...
he does need a Cat Trick to trigger before he can draw off Quick Shot. And he would love to draw off Quick Shot because his hand is so, like, empty.
All right. StrifeCrow now knows it's most likely Cat Trick. He checked, for Freezing Trap on the first one, and then he played the minion from the hand instead of hero powering to test around Snipe. And he has realized that it's not Snipe, so it is most likely, Explosive or Cat Trick. Those are kind of the 2 secrets that we've seen Super JJ's deck have that he hasn't tested for. So he's going to be aware of it. And the question is, what do you do
draw
against
for StrifeCrow, an extra heal.
Oh, yeah.
True Silver clear, turn 5, maybe Kodo his guy, turn 6 Ivory Knight, which is a heal, turn 7, taunt up with Curator, turn 8, Lightlord, I win the game.
I like it. I dig it.
Although, the Lightlord might not win the game, like maybe Curator has damage on it and survives, and the Rag heals the Curator, and that gives JJ the time he needs to burn out StrifeCrow.
Could be. Could be. I'm liking StrifeCrow's spot right now. He's clearing the board here with his Kodo and taking care of business. I don't think you attack with the 1-1. You don't want to activate Explosive Trap and give your opponent bow charges to hit you in the face. You don't need to attack them ever this game to win, right?
Yeah, just play Rag and let him concede.
Yep, exactly. So taking the patient route. Second Snipe gets played. It's a good timing for Snipe, able to pick off an Ivory Knight, but...
I think it's the first Snipe this game.
It is the first Snipe this game. Yeah, and coming down perfectly to...
Nailed it!
Yeah. Ooh, enter the Coliseum, a 6-mana card.
For 6.
Yeah, heal for 6 is insane, though. It's like almost a heal bot, yeah. Holy smokes.
So now you could maybe proc an Explosive Trap, but you take 2 extra damage. Like, why do it?
Yeah, and you get all of your minions damaged for the Ragnar's Lightlord. You got to prioritize... I didn't see what secret that was, but you got to prioritize making sure none of your minions are damaged so that Ragnar's the Lightlord can go off on your face.
Okay. Man, this double Cat Trick draw is so awkward with that Quick Shot. Disaster of a draw for JJ. It's a Freezing Trap that is drawn that turn.
All right, so Freezing Trap and Cat Trick are the secrets displayed. So gets the taunt up.
Doesn't really matter what these cards are.
Nope, it's just
a 4/6 taunt, curves into Rag.
Oh, Super JJ gonna start swinging with the bow. Removes the taunt. You gotta kill it eventually. And the taunt's been removed, and now we are going to see he's smiling. Super JJ knows the Lightlord comes down, he's screwed, and here it comes. And that is probably gonna close this one. Oh, maybe you go with Tyrion first.
Do whatever. I like healing for 8. That's a good amount.
It is a nice amount. Just while you can guarantee it, might as well, right? Like Tyrion's always gonna have taunt. Ragnar's Lightlord only sometimes heals for 8.
Yeah, JJ's done here. I don't think he's gonna play another turn.
Yeah, no. And that mistake from the previous game, allowing StrifeCrow to get that 1 extra draw towards the Reno, really costly for JJ, as now the series is tied 2-2, going into Game 5 of the finals to decide who's going to be the champion of BatStone. And
so beautiful, man.
It's
like Druid. It was going to be a 3-0 blowout, but 1 decision, and all of a sudden going to Game 5.
Druid versus Hunter. Can StrifeCrow win with a no Innervate, no Fandral, no Yogg Druid?
So far, no. JJ's hand's looking stellar.
It is looking really good. Double. He's just missing.
It's
the
getting a little bit
now.
awkward, but man, he's got a 1-2-3 curve that's really solid.
Mm-hmm. And
Strife-Crow's got a pass 2-3-4 curve that looks significantly less solid.
Yeah,
It's not what he needed. He missed his one. That's a big deal. He's not going to have innervate to catch up.
Oh man! And the
This snipe's a huge pickup for the Cloaked Huntress.
Uh-oh.
Finley, 1 turn too late. If he had that on turn 1, this would be a completely different ball game. He'd be beating up your card. But now your card. Yeah. So do you hero power instead of the?
No, I think you gotta. Play the aspirin.
Gotta go for it. I agree. Tempo matchup.
Yeah, you have a higher.
Maybe he
value
doesn't
deck.
have the bow.
As long as you can like get on board or try and get ahead on board, I think you'll be in a position where you can win. But it's not looking great right now.
Yeah. The 2-5's gonna do some work in recovering. Like that's.
Yeah. I mean,
could hero power and Finley.
I don't like that.
Seems worse, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's just the 2-5, and Super JJ's curve is so strong. He's gonna have Cloaked Huntress into secret, and
and it's a snipe that's gonna proc like it. It's gonna kill a 4-mana play while proccing a bow charge. Like it's just game over.
Oh, he does go for the Finley, looking for the mage hero power, I guess, to avoid some damage here.
He
Finley'd first.
Yeah, he could have hero powered first.
Maybe he's not hero powering. Maybe he's playing the 2-drop this turn then. You know, if he gets mage, maybe he goes for the hero power. But if he doesn't, you know, just go for the minion.
More life. So I guess the idea is the Finley's going to trade with that Firebat next turn. This way he gets the tempo out of 3-2.
Yeah, he's not expecting Super JJ to swing with the bow, right? So if his Super JJ holds on to the bow, then this is really good with it for Strife-Crow because he can use that Finley, like you said, to make that trade. Now the snipe has been played, which just destroys Savage Combatant. Holy smokes. 0 mana, kill your 4-mana card is just absolutely insane.
Gain a bow charge.
Yeah, and gain a bow charge on top of that.
That's one of the coolest things about Snipe is that people will try to play around your Hunter Secrets to avoid giving you bow charges, but then they don't play around the Snipe, right? They'll be like skipping attacks with the taunt up or whatever, but Snipe gets them.
Yeah.
All right, this chest's freezing.
So,
nice juggle.
So it's either Cat Trick, Snipe, or Explosive. Those are the secrets.
He's really hoping for Cat Trick.
Yeah. He's going for the Mana Crystal.
Yeah, sets up for Savage Combatant. Played around Snipe as best he could, I think.
Yeah. So he's going to be able to use Savage Combatant on following turns to help him clear that 3-4 if he needs it. Savage Combatant plus hero power to get the job done.
Did we just hit him in the face?
Well, then you can't kill the 3-4. I think he's playing to Onyxia right now, right?
Well, next turn he has... Oh, you're right. Yeah, sorry. I was thinking he had Druid hero power still. My bad.
No, yeah, it's only 2 damage, so he needs to save the 3-2 to be able to make that trade. And he's just trying to like figure out some way to live to Onyxia. He's ramped up closer to it. He's playing super defensively with his stealths to try and guarantee good trades for himself. But it's still going to be really hard to live to Onyxia. He's playing against Face Hunter, and you're getting shreked. And then when you finally do play Onyxia, they're just going to unleash and kill you, right?
I don't think you're going to make it to Onyxia.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. He may need to kind of change his game plan then if Onyxia is not in the cards for him. So then what's the alternative game plan to trying to play to Onyxia? You just flood the board and go face?
The Steady Shot's kind of an unfortunate hero power choice for how this game's playing out.
Well, yeah, his other choices were Rogue and Life Tap, though, so...
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Rogue would work out better here, right? Like,
yeah, well, what he really needed was heal or armor up. Those would have been spectacular hero powers to have.
Yeah.
Because then you just kill Strife-Crow's minions and then armor up your way out of the danger.
Right. Yeah, he kind of bricked that one. Unlucky Finley.
Yeah, now he's going to Savage Combatant hero power trade off the Fiery Bat.
Ideal sequencing here to minimize the impact of that Firebat's Death Rattle. He's trying to hit his 3-2 stealth here, so it just does literally nothing. Lucky.
He avoids the face damage, but sets up the trade with the Eaglehorn bow for Super JJ, so You know, you said ideal sequencing, but is one face damage better than your opponent? Like being able to kill it with the bow? I think you'd rather have 1 damage on your face than allow your Savage Combatant just to die to the bow like that.
But he needed the Savage Combatant to kill the Fiery Bat, right?
He could have taken an additional damage by trading the Finley into the Fiery Bat and then weaponing down the other guy, right? So you have a 50-50 that the Fiery Bat juggle goes on the 3-2, and then you play your guy Hero Power, and then you can swing into the...
You're like definitely taking extra damage because you're face tanking 3 instead of 2.
Mm-hmm. But you make sure that
but
the
you
guy
avoid the
doesn't...
potential 1 on the Savage Combatant.
And did JJ just not swing with the bow again with the second bow in hand?
And he's mad at himself about it, you can see.
Yeah, he's really upset about that. That's going to be funny if that ends up costing him the game again. Suddenly, like, Strifecrow draws the Curator and stabilizes. And
yeah.
He's only got 9 damage now instead of 12. So yeah, Super JJ would have had lethal. Explosive Trap is going to give him 1 damage off lethal.
It'll work. Like, Druid's just not going to heal. Doesn't have a taunt.
Doesn't have a taunt. So now, since he's... Is there any way for Strifecrow to set up lethal off the back of Druid of the Claw? Druid of the Claw with Roar in charge is 6, 7, 8. Like 10.
I mean, there's a theoretical universe where he sets up lethal, but JJ just trades a bit, right?
Well, maybe the trading a bit is
enough.
Is enough. It's probably not.
It's very optimistic.
Well, let's say he picks up. Druid
God bless him for trying.
So let's say the 1/1 goes into the 5/1, and then he picks up. He picks up Druid of the Claw. He's got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So if JJ does not trade into the 5/2, and Strifecrow picks up Druid of the Claw, Strifecrow can win this game. But Super JJ is obviously counting
you could also
that.
trade into the 2/3, right?
Yeah, he could also trade into the 2/3 and be fine.
Just
He's just got to trade.